Welcome back to Stories to D4. As always, I'm your dungeon master and your storyteller for the evening. My name is Matthew, and I'm really glad you decided to join us tonight. Before we get started with our session, we have a couple of very, very quick announcements. And happy holidays, everyone. It's been... Welcome back, everybody.
One way because you looked at me.
It has...
Happy...
That is objectively true, Connor. That is impressive. Happy what was that?
Honda Days.
Happy Honda Days. We are not sponsored by Honda yet.
Yet? Honda Civic Tour 2023. We're coming.
We're going to be like a terrible mall in the 90s. And we're just going to have cars in the middle of what we're showing off here.
Happy married.
Yeah. I can park my car in here.
It'd be very like this room, it's hard to tell. Now, if you check out our Discord, it'd be easier to tell. It'd be very difficult to fit a real car in here. You probably could put a smart car in that corner, though. I think you would be able to fit it.
Is that not a smart car?
Coco's not
That's a
smart.
Coco.
Oh.
Coco is not a smart anything. We love her to death,
It's
though.
actually got a bigger crumple zone.
How are you? So before announcements, all that formality, bullet points and stuff. How's everyone doing? How are we? How have you been enjoying your December?
It's been hectic.
Been hectic?
Yeah, December's the worst time of the year. Holidays.
Wow, controversial
birthdays.
take.
Oh, real Grinch over here, isn't he?
Actually, just
After Halloween, it's downhill.
and you've had a real bad day today, I'm sure, right?
Every day.
That Secret Santa was not fun.
No, I had such a good gift
Not
for
at
Secret
all.
Santa. That was the highlight.
It was a
I'm
blast.
literally wearing a t-shirt from it now.
Oh, you are. Oh, you want to show that for the camera?
I might be into Disney.
Hakuna tequila. I can say no more of that, or this will get
Copyright.
muted.
Yeah.
Copyright.
Fair enough.
That's what I'm...
Yeah. Licensed them out.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Holidays, Happy Merry Festivus, all of that. A couple of quick announcements for today. Thanks to all of the wonderful people here in our community and some hard work by some wonderful folks, we actually just hit 250 followers on our Twitter. We're so glad to have all of your support. We really do appreciate it. Kind of going off that same sort of vein, we've had some really fantastic support from you all here on Twitch. Every subscription really helps us. We've been looking into new miniatures. Eventually, one day, we have some sorts of upgrades we'd like to make to the tech that we use to bring you our stories. But our current goal, our most recent goal here is for us to be running a special one-shot called Tales from the Battlesphere. Tales from the Battlesphere, for those of you who are seeing this live or catching it later, Tales from the Battlesphere is going to be a very fun, self-contained, high-level one-shot. So if you're stopping by today, welcome. Hope you're having a good time. Take a seat right over there. It's nice and comfy. But with Tales from the Battlesphere, if you haven't followed along, if you're not necessarily caught up, no worries. Tales will be its own self-contained adventure where these goobers, well, some of them, are going to be fighting against some really powerful monsters. Once we've hit our 25 sub goal here on Twitch, we're going to be locking in a date, getting some characters confirmed, and building some... I was actually thinking about this. We might get together and do some building of Hero Forge minis here on the stream.
It'd be fun.
I think it'd be a very fun way for us to get started on there. Also, for those of you who have access to Amazon Prime, it's great, it's super convenient, and you get a free Twitch sub. Unfortunately, those subs don't renew automatically, so if you've subscribed using Prime, go ahead and click the button again. It doesn't cost you anything extra on top of your Amazon subscription, and it really does help out. Does anyone have any other announcements?
To sweeten the pot on that subscription, currently,
Our
all
emotes.
5 character emotes are available for people to use, as well as a sixth emote. Girl Boss was approved. So if you're a subscriber, you can pop that Girl Boss emote into the chat anytime our wonderful DM introduces yet another Girl Boss.
I would like to mention about the emotes. Technically speaking, you could have each of these people, and we did last week, have everyone use their own emote as themselves. But by process of elimination, my emote is a neon sign that says Girl Boss.
Yes.
It fits.
Yeah.
This is the best possible timeline.
So, and we do have other at tier 2 and tier 3 subscriptions. We do have other emote slots that are currently not full right now. But if you have ideas for emotes we can add into the rotation, let us know. We have that
Got a Discord.
Yeah.
We're actually, all of the ideas that people are submitting, both for this project with our emotes and other things, we actually want to do polls on our Discord, which is free for everyone, subscriber or otherwise, to come in, tell us what you're thinking of the show, make fun of Jake, and have a great time with us. Ooh, sweetening the pot. Sometimes you might even see strange three-headed versions of your favorite Disney characters. More on that on the Discord. With that,
Thoos.
Thoos. With that, I think it's time to talk very briefly about what happened last time on Stories to D4. When last we met, all of you had finally made your way into the home of Halatissa Dumer, the latest victim of the killer who's been plaguing Eltz and the surrounding lands. You all faced off against a number of ghosts who had seemingly aggregated around the apartment, the building, the painting located within. In addition, you fought the specter, the remnant soul of its occupant, of Halatissa, who tried to possess multiple party members, eventually succeeding in taking control of Silas the Loxodon. Silas, unfortunately under the control of the undead, nearly slew Gwynwyn before the party was eventually able to free him through clever use of suggestion. With the possession broken, they finally defeated the Spectre. Not long after, in their haste to escape due to nearby soldiers of both the city and of the Fundati Consortium, the party was able to escape the structure with the help of a pair of vigilantes, the Lionheart and Bastellus. Meeting them and making your hasty escape. Yeah, Bastellus. Making your hasty escape, you got away from the guards, but not before igniting the apartment with the help of Bastellus. It's okay, no one can see that camera's moving, it's fine.
Texas?
Whenever we do these recaps, there's always some shenanigans going on here, and I break every time.
It's never my fault.
After escaping the burning building, you found that the Lionheart and Bastellus were mostly willing to work with each of you, offering a little bit of information and informing you that there had been other victims of this painter. Promising to give you aid in the future, you departed ways with the vigilante, taking a much-needed bit of rest. Close to the end of last session, we finally made our way back to the Daring Duelist, where each of our party members prepared their own way of celebrating their previous victories and readying themselves for the night's festivities. Elilier had a duel as the Mad Magus versus Duke Debonair, an apparently quite bigoted High Elven man. Before the duel, we got to see all of our party members partaking in a bit of revelry, Gwynwyn getting quite drunk, Thorn working the bar, and Silas taking some time for introspection as he had harmed his dear friend. With his meanie as a lookout, the fight eventually went off without a hitch, and in the end, the Mad Magus was victorious in her first or second, depending on how you look at it, duel within the Daring Duelist. Now, with people losing their minds, celebrating, and coin beginning to be passed around from all of the betting, we start our session here. It's still the evening, the revelry's going around. Duke Debonair is dusting himself off, fresh cut on his exposed belly still. Hell, you've got to be riding that high. People are standing, yelling, screaming all around you.
Gwynwyn's leading a charge right now.
I'm like,
hey!
You stand up. The lizard folk who had been snuggled up against the warm punch bowl you had have finally slithered away, having taken most of the heat out of your drink. It's almost chilled at this point. Who wants chilled drinks?
Has she not finished it at this point?
Gwynwyn. Yeah, Gwynwyn drank repeatedly. Gwynwyn, you were still under the poisoned condition, and
Yes.
If it weren't for what we'll be doing next, I would tell you got some exhaustion points we'd be talking about. For tonight, just enjoy it, relax, and enjoy your bit of hedonism.
Thorn, drinks.
Tips are encouraged.
Upon this calling out,
I'll start pouring drinks.
a human man with still greasy, long black hair kind of steps up. Your familiar Yosef kind of reaching up and pulling a small sack of coin, presumably his winnings from the bet from this evening. Drinks on me!
Yosef, you bet on me?
Of course. You saved my life a couple days ago.
I'm gonna have to bully Silas into another raise at this point.
He just got one like 2 or 3 days ago.
He's gonna keep
But then
getting them.
He starts putting coin down on the table for you, Thorn, so you get to enjoy. You all get to enjoy this night of drinking and festivities. You do see Duke Debonair has taken a seat in the corner, kind of licking his wounds. He actually literally takes out some bandages and begins just patching himself up just a little bit. It wasn't a lethal fight, but it was still with true edged weapons. Nearby, you do see there are still coin keepers. Octa's sitting there passing out coin to those who happened to bet on the underdog here. I'd let you pay at any time you'd like during.
I'd like to do that.
Okay.
I'd like to do that before something happens and I can't collect it anymore.
Yeah.
Another
No.
murder.
Drunkenly stumble over there.
Absolutely.
We all go.
You're all, the various states and times swaggering on over, trying to go and collect your money here from Octa. It is clear now that you're kind of, the tension's gone. It's subsided here somewhat. And so you do see, there's a lot of folks from the West End here, that people that you've seen. Probably you see people who are dressed who are clearly sailors, dock workers. There are some folks who look a little bit more run down. Maybe they might be from the Weeds. Some familiar faces from the Westgate. You also do notice there are some nobles that have actually assembled here. And the coffers for Octo, as she's passing out these coins, seem to have been full to the brim, as she's passing out huge sacks of coin to the select few who won their bet. Heading over here, I do have everyone's payouts. I'm just going to go around real quick. Thorn, and this is your net. So if has everyone already subtracted their bet from last session?
No.
Not a huge problem. I have those here as well. Thorn, your payout is 338 gold pieces. Is Meanie, you bet 100 gold pieces,
I gave
but you
100.
earned two, huh?
I gave 100.
Yes, and you earned 225.
So I got 100.
You got 125.
Great.
I apologize. I assumed you guys marked these down last time. L, from your initial bet, you get a return of 23 gold pieces. In addition, for being the victor, Octa gives you a little something extra, an extra 150 gold pieces.
You must have made her bank tonight.
Silas, your winnings are 461 gold pieces, but do note, you also lost 100 for betting on the other side here.
I was
You
investing.
spent a total of 300, and you earned 461.
Hey, I already took the 300 out of it.
Perfect.
So 461.
Gwynwyn, same sort of thing. You got your winnings are 123 gold pieces. They're a little bit odd due to some dice rolling going behind the screen, but a healthy chunk of change here. The odds were quite against you, Elle. Everyone's still kind of having a good time here tonight. You see, you've got Duke Debonair sitting there nursing his wounds. You've got the orcish witch with her sitting there, kind of just watching as the salamander just walks around on the table, tipping over drinks and creeping out some of the folks who are sitting nearby. But she seems to be having a good time. Across the room, you do see the individual who you spoke to before your duel last session. Jam is just kind of watching, looking around, and it seems that there are going to be more fights over the course of tonight. So as you drink and take your fill, there's going to be plenty of violent entertainment for the evening. What else are we doing tonight, y'all?
I'm gonna keep doing my job that I, signed up
Absolutely.
for.
Can I at least swing by his meanie and slide her some like a drink, like bring it over from Thorn?
Absolutely.
Be like, hey, we won.
As you're gonna,
I'm also working. I'm excited for you. Congratulations. I'm
Thorn
glad-
is 3 drinks in. He's working too.
They keep
I've had
buying them
drinks.
for me.
I won. It's exciting.
you head over to bring this drink over.
Yeah.
You see the tabby cat and the orange boy Hoot and Chirp just having a good time. Shorts. Oh no.
Gwynwyn will call over very drunkenly to Elle, come celebrate with me.
What
With
is-
this drunken dwarf?
I don't. No one is ever forced to
Playing
do
football.
voices here. I'm curious. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about what a drunken Gwynwyn sounds like?
Oh god. Elle!
Oh, she's messy.
I'm messy drunk. Come on!
I know that girl. I am that girl.
You have to drink this,
Congratulations.
or I will beat you up.
I will
Because I
take
know I
a swig
can't.
in front of her.
There you go. I'm gonna go.
Some
Over
drunk
there.
guy's like, oh, she can do it too.
Congratulations. Good job for beating up that guy. He seemed like a jerk. Now go
I'm
to...
super racist. Anyway, yes. I will. I'll go and join Gwynwyn. And do I pass Jam on the way there by chance?
Yeah, of course.
Can I like, hey, do you want to come drink with me, and my friend? I know that there's more fights, but we're clearly celebrating.
Like alcohol?
How old is she?
You.
You're both about the same age. I think you're 19ish. We talked about. You're relatively young.
No.
Early 20s?
I'm 24.
Sure.
Yeah.
So she's a young human, somewhere between 18 and 22ish.
She's not a child.
No.
Okay. Stressed.
Congratulations on your fight. It was, well, I was kind of worried. You told me that it wasn't actually General Bailey you faced previously, but that was quite impressive. I haven't seen the Duke fall on his ass like that before.
Anyone who disparages other people based on very silly things deserve it.
He disparaged someone?
Yeah, my friend that works at the bar. Just inappropriate comments for, well, we're all elves, aren't we?
I can't believe that's tolerated here.
Yeah. Anyway, I think Gwynwyn is going to,
Oh.
do you want to come? You don't have to drink if you don't want to. No pressure. All that jazz. We can get some water or tea or something. I have not had water in Elts yet.
Actually, I probably should go relatively soon. There'll be other fights, but I think you were sort of the headliner for this evening.
Sweet.
Did you roll a racism check?
That's what I was worried about. That's what I was trying to tell you now.
I rolled to see if she understood what was happening.
Oh, I thought it was like, well, I'm roll a d20 on a 4 and below.
No, I was right
She's
there.
just
with
like,
you.
yeah, I was wrong with her.
Do you think you'll be fighting here again?
Oh, almost definitely.
Well, then I will most definitely hope to see that.
Sweet. Cool.
You see that she stands up and starts heading towards the front door of the tavern. You do see there is a woman there who's just dressed in very simple, like a plain brown dress, kind of waiting for her. She kind of stops and gives you a little. Jam stops, gives you a little bit of a wave before being escorted out by this older woman. The woman itself, like, they don't look related. She's this woman's she's pale. She's a pale skinned woman with a sort of short, tucked in bun sort of situation going on.
Can we see her shoes?
Her shoes. Oh my gosh! Give me that quick perception check.
Oh my gosh.
This is okay.
I know. I feel like I know what you're going for.
Yeah, it's how you.
It's a 9. I've been failed.
They're brown.
Cool.
They're not large.
I also do think
There's-
secretly that Jam is rich.
Yeah, that's where I was
Yeah.
going. She's a secret.
Everyone has secret money. You
I'm
have
like-
secret money, and you have secret
I'm
money.
like, I clocked her immediately. I'm like,
Elle does
Silas
not
have secret money?
Elle
No.
does not have secret money. Elle is very public.
Silas and Glenn are broke.
I have almost 1,000 gold.
I have 1,000 gold.
I'm almost at 1,000.
Careful saying those things in public.
I'm saying it to my real life people here.
I
Doesn't
will
matter.
still rob you.
It's all
Yeah.
in the fiction. Do you die in D&D? Do you die in real life?
Let's not find out.
Terrifying.
I hope not.
Yeah. But no, after that, I'll wave her off and Gwynwyn!
Oh!
Your drink looks so cold. I hope you're not drinking it.
Yes, alcohol!
Okay, sure.
Okay.
And we'll toast, and I start getting in my drink.
You all start getting these oversized mugs of ale. Your bartender just really overserves.
As I'm seeing them getting progressively more sloppy, I'm gonna bring over some waters and just be like, these are on the house.
I would say I don't think I get overly drunk because last time I didn't get to go my run and I didn't go my run this morning, so I need to go my run tomorrow morning. So I can't get too drunk or I can't run.
Gwynwyn's already poisoned. She's
I
full hard, black
fill up your glass it's
I think we
fine.
might need to do intravenous with this one. She needs some fluids now.
I'm not very good at medicine.
Just make a medicine check. It's fine.
Silas, would you like to return? You actually had headed out previously. You didn't watch the fight.
Probably cleaning the stables. I can't go too far away, but I can't not be active. I feel pretty bad.
You hear people there's partying going on. You're aware people screaming mages, mages, mages. People are going nuts.
That's all I need.
Duke was definitely favored to win that fight, more than 2-to-1 odds.
Do I hear a screaming dwarf? Probably drunk.
Oh, Gwynwyn.
Very
You are-
loud.
You are.
This is Carrie.
You do hear Gwynwyn's going nuts inside.
I'm gonna.
Are they pulling you off of the table?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was on the table,
Damn.
very drunk.
No,
Cheers.
Gwynwyn, no. You can't. It's not karaoke night. Oh my gosh.
Do you leave your heels on, or do you
Oh yeah,
take them off?
100%. The heels stay on.
Did they get taller?
How do you not fall? Like,
I am a
was
master
she
in
supposed
those
to make a
heels.
dex save?
She
Can
worked
you
at,
tell
like,
me?
No.
Craft Shack.
Gwynwyn has no penalties for wearing high heels. She mainly wears heels. Not high heels, but she wears heeled boots.
I only wear those heeled boots. I am very good in those heeled boots.
Should we do a front
Now,
flap?
flat-footed, she's basically got. She doesn't have her sea legs yet.
Is that thing like whenever you're done
live
roller
life.
skating, you're like, ooh.
She puts them on as soon as she wakes up. It's crazy.
She actually sleeps in them.
She's got slippers that are
no
heeled.
way.
Silas, you staying out with the
Yeah.
horses?
As long as I can hear a drunk dwarf screaming, I'm gonna stay outside. I can't face that yet.
Then heading back and towards the inside, you all have a small table just to the side of the bar, so Thorn has a clear path to walk towards you. Should you need to, perform any emergency services for your drunken dwarven
Put 2
companion.
waters down, but then I'll just kind of move the other one.
As soon as
in front
she
of
drinks
Gwynwyn.
her halfway, I like fill it up with mine.
Not too long after the celebrations commence, you've all been imbibing for a bit, and that old, well-dressed man from before, still in his best, takes a few steps towards you. Oh, if you don't mind a bit of an interruption, Miss Grandfair. I was most impressed with the result of your battle today, and I thought I would extend the invitation. After consulting with my master, I was curious if in the future you'd be interested in a bit of monster slaying. Nothing that speaks necessarily. Things that gnash their teeth, that go bump in the dark. Terrifying beasties. Nothing. Not assassin work, simply protecting the city.
And this was for the, I don't remember his name.
Or
It was the
God.
one that
Never
was at
asked.
It was at the
Can you-
Dissonant Smiles, though. That guy, right?
Yes, this is Whitaker Thor.
Whitaker.
Can you define what kind of monsters we would
And
be
the name of
hunting?
your master, if you could.
Yeah,
So we know who we were working
Make a persuasion check for me,
Yeah.
Ismini. And typically we've had issues. Last year, one of the merchants in the East End had released a couple of crates containing some beasties from Apexia, dinosaurs, dire beasts, and the like. We had an issue with an incoming group of bullets, these metallic land shark creatures.
We slayed one.
Is that so? Well, it sounds all the more that you have experience in the places needed. Though I suppose this one would need some time before working such a job.
Good tomorrow.
Maybe not tomorrow.
What was
but
that persuasion check? Is
11.
I really want to call this guy out about the satyr.
the what?
The satyr?
I want him to confirm it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get him to say.
We can push.
Okay.
Part of my job as a manservant is to act as a sort of middleman, and as we have only just begun to establish a rapport, I don't believe it is quite time to discuss my employer.
Totally understandable.
Do you know where this job would take place? Inside the city or?
Oh, it wasn't so much about a specific job, just gauging potential interest.
Oh, of course.
No.
There's
it-
always work to be
Always.
done in the city.
Is it just because these monsters are wreaking havoc or have gotten
Oh.
loose? Why exactly are we hunting these monsters?
Well, generally speaking, my master seeks to protect the city when it has ailments. With over 500,000 people in our city, occasionally beasties come searching for fresh blood. We had a werewolf inquisition several years ago, which that would be a bit unusual, as they do touch the edge of sapience a bit too much for our taste.
They chose to attack a city when there's towns that are smaller that would be easy picking.
That is odd.
It's kind of strange.
Well, you're not entirely incorrect. You've expressed some concern. I feel like you're dancing around something.
Just curious.
Well, I believe it would be best for you to speak with Adon. Adon can give you a listing of some previous creatures that he has hunted on my master's behalf.
Wonderful.
Most recently, he actually fought a Quero, a strange little creature, was mucking up the Tincto.
Lampshade.
Through the distant smiles.
Yes. We would never be interested in scalping work away from a hard-working guild such as the Smile. Brask is a kind man. He worked for my master when he was still an active member of the guild, and now that he runs it, he's more than happy to work with both myself and my employer.
Maybe we can just ask Adon. Maybe he knows who he's talking about. His employer.
We'll look forward to it. We appreciate the opportunity.
Of course, and enjoy your drinks.
Yeah.
Celebrate!
He raises a fake hand, kind of awkwardly, a fake drink in his hand, before excusing himself.
We don't push
He
a drink
raises his
over
hand
him.
as if you were holding
Oh,
it.
I was like, he's...
I can't mime it because you can't tell that I'm just. It's a fake. That there's nothing here.
It was
put a
fake
real glass in
hand,
your
too.
I put a real glass. It's not opposite Deus.
Not yet.
Weird, right?
I'll wait till he leaves.
Okay. He takes a little bit more time. You see, he heads over and stops by Duke Debonair. Probably speaks to them for the next few minutes before heading out. The night is getting late, y'all. Gwen, when you make a con save.
You think it's You think he has something to do with the satyrs? Woods?
I think his master might. Maybe not.
What was that?
him.
I have to roll with disadvantage because of poison?
Yes, but advantage because you're a it's not a poison. You're already poisoned. This is I'm testing to see if you're staying awake. So you would be disadvantage on this. I apologize.
19.
19? You're fine. You are up and at 'em.
You're still
Did you
drinking.
roll two 19s?
You see,
I
you
rolled
see
a
Gwynplaine turn
17, so
green a little
21,
bit
and then a
and then
15,
just
so
swallow and she's fine.
Oh.
I refill her water.
Yeah.
You do one terrible burp. It's great.
Another!
You know what? You can finish mine. There's like a fourth of it left. Oh, it's gone.
More alcohol.
Nonsense. Barkeep, the orc from before calls out, "Get the dwarf another drink."
I like this man!
She looks down at her hands for a moment.
I'm gonna.
You see, she's still got a black eye. Her
I thought
lizard's
you
got
said
some
the orc
bruising
was
on it.
from
Yes, the
earlier.
orc is-
Oh, I just misspoke. I
We
apologize.
were all like, what's the
I'm so sorry.
Commit!
Can
I
I?
thought it was the guy you made a whiskey drink.
I wanna.
Yeah.
I wanna
Yeah.
pour water into a glass and then just put like a few drops of vodka
So
in
it
it.
smells like it?
So it
Like in the
smells like,
straw?
I was gonna put
alcohol.
shaker.
Yeah.
Prestidigitation. Just give it the.
And then I'll just mage hand it over to.
Gwendolyn does not notice.
Maybe throw a couple
Yosef-
antacids in there.
Joseph lasts
What
about
was that
45
about?
minutes before eating slosh.
What was that about? You don't cut dwarves off?
I've
got
never
vodka.
seen a dwarf this drunk. I usually don't get to that point.
Fair enough.
I've never seen a dwarf down so many punch bowls before.
You haven't met
They're
exciting enough
out
dwarves.
of copper bowls in the back of house. They're fully gone.
Believe me, I've met plenty of dwarves. That's why I can speak dwarven. This is impressive. She hasn't gone pee once.
You haven't broken the seal?
No, I'm good.
I don't know if I'm proud or ashamed to silence.
I
I'm
put
just
my
not
hearing
here.
and my vision into chirp, and I just go be a little orange cat for a while to get away from this.
You enjoy the rest of your evening. Your cats occasionally finding those interlopers, the rats.
But pickpockets, no.
It takes some time. You wrangle a few folks who are trying to grab coin, but in the end, the evening is met with naught but peace and the occasional violent duel on a table. And with that, we get to kind of move on to something that I've been very excited to talk about for quite some time, everyone. Our first instance of this campaign of real downtime. Now, for those of you who may not know, in Dungeons & Dragons, sometimes you have what's called downtime, where it's sort of time passing between adventures. How downtime works is essentially you get to perform a number of activities based upon how much time you have before the next adventure starts, what sort of things you want to do. Oftentimes players will craft or investigate mysteries, study new skills. this is the time for those players to kind of fill in the life outside of death-defying adventures. Not every day has 6 to 8 encounters.
But it could.
But it really, really could. It absolutely can. And so how this is going to work, we keep things very calm on this. We've all talked a little bit. I've got some of the things you plan on doing on downtime for my convenience. And I've been told by multiple, you also have things that you're just going to kind of drop in my lap in the middle of this session. So as we kind of get started, it's getting towards the end of fall. We're gonna have a couple of weeks of downtime, depending on, unless any of you decide to break downtime during this process, probably gonna be somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks.
Okay.
Nice.
Connor, you mind if I start with you?
Yeah, I feel like
And-
mine's pretty easy.
Yeah, and here's the big thing. We're gonna go around, we're gonna talk a little bit about things that you're doing. And it's okay for later to be like, I want to do something. If you talk about what you want to do, and then later Gwynwyn asks, I want to do something with your help, all of that's fine.
The only thing I want to add is to get, when we get to it, I'll ask Clella for something.
Excellent, and there's plenty of time. If you're doing a project that's your project and you ask for someone else's help, that's partially flavor. You're the one who's spending your time. So you spend things in days. You'll be.
I just want an item.
Oh, that'll be not a problem.
Yeah.
So Laurentius, you had a bit of time after the victory in that arena, or rather on the dueling table. You and your friends kind of take a little bit of a break, doing some odd jobs and such. What is Mr. Thorne doing during this time?
Continuing to work the bar, at least until we find other means of living. That way we don't live in an inn. But just so we can keep our rate, I'll keep working at the bar in the mornings. In the afternoon, I'm going to help Rickard out and obviously give him any kind of money that I can spare for his debt.
Do you want to go ahead, before we move on to other parts of your downtime, you want to make me a brewer's tools check?
Sure.
Really want to just call it barkeep tools.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Mixology check?
Just my proficiency, right?
It's your proficiency, and in this case, you can use either your dexterity or your wisdom.
They're the same. Okay, so 13.
13? Okay, that's not bad. Wait a second, you're proficient in that. You only have +1 to either of those stats?
Yeah.
Okay. Strange sounds through the window. All right, marking down that 13. I'm going to have you make one more of those checks in just a little bit.
Okay.
And you said you're interested in helping Rickard with his debt?
With his debt, just around the store in general, just trying to spend some time with the old uncle.
Okay.
Thorn is a good boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only family I got. I don't know
For
where
the
my mom's
first, the first time you show up, you can see that he, like, you told him before, maybe don't drop in unannounced, but you can definitely see he's been making efforts to keep the store really clean when you come by. Maybe put some of the more broken merchandise behind other things and try to just... You could definitely tell this is an older man who's trying to put on a good front for a family member who's also lost someone. During this time, now you're gonna get some money later for your work. Is there any, you've already given him some money, you know about his debts. Are you just straight up giving him money, or are you just passing along the money you're earning during the downtime?
Yeah, just because of I'll throw down another 200 because of what I made from the fight toward his debt.
That's fantastic. Give me a persuasion check, just kind of representing you talking and getting a little bit more information from Rickard.
Persuasion? Ooh, that's gonna be good. 23.
A 23. All right. I'm gonna pause your downtime after explaining this roll, but we're gonna come back. We don't have to do the entire person at a time, so everyone gets to keep doing things. As you're chatting with Rickard, maybe it's an evening where there's a little bit more booze in his system. Maybe it's an evening where you've actually had some folks coming by, people noticing that you've been going over here, and people have been making connections. You all have been doing interesting work here as of late and haven't been terribly subtle about it. You get to learn a little bit more about his debt. He owes 800 gold pieces to the Ladrone family in the Twilight District. The Twilight District is located at almost the northernmost point of the West End, just outside the walls of Hollyfandra. Hollyfandra is the walled upper crust of the West End. They've got their own wall inside the wall that protects all the fancy manors and villas where the high lords of the West End live, and all of the other nobility often found there. But yeah, because of that high roll, you do learn the exact amount and to whom Rickert owes his debt. With that, we're gonna take a pause on your downtime and kind of jump over here. My dear Silas, how have you been doing?
I'm avoiding Gwenny still. I'm hoping the hangover lasts 2 or 3 weeks, and by then she's forgotten.
Okay, so
entirely.
at the beginning of this downtime, Silas is actually avoiding Gwynwyn somewhat.
Actively avoiding her.
Okay.
No offense. There is a.
I mean, in character, there's probably offense, I'd imagine.
Oh, no, you're hungover. I'm trying to give you space.
Does the girl? Can I ask something? At night,
Do you
in
want
like
girl talk?
the girls' room, is there a lot of complaining about Silas's behavior going on?
Oh yeah.
Do we
Like
even
he's
talk
definitely
about
avoiding you, right?
Yes, 100%.
Yosef?
Like what the
Yosef
hell?
has moved out.
No.
Yosef has his own place.
Yeah, y'all.
We definitely gossip about this.
Yeah. Tell me if you ever tell me about the Lutron thing.
Okay.
She's interested. But yeah, no,
wants to get organized.
at least until she catches me, Silas is going to be just busy. He's got a lot of work to do.
He's repairing windows.
Make me a
for
deception
free.
check.
Can it be with advantage?
No.
Oh, okay. Deception? 21.
21. Gwynwyn, you're allowed, you don't have to roll unless you feel like it. You can decide how you feel about that level of deception. Silas is gone quite a bit, and he does come back with coin. He is working. I have here from some stuff you talked about. You talked a little bit about painting. You want to discuss that with me? Did you make a decision on which of those ideas you'd like to do?
The person I needed to talk to about it got up and walked away.
Well, would you like to? We'll wait for her to come back.
Yeah.
Okay. Not a problem. We can stop on that at that point if you'd like.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, if there is like more free time than just painting, I've got a few tools I need to learn
there's
how to work
plenty
on.
Okay. Multiple tool proficiencies are absolutely not going to happen during the course of
No.
one downtime here.
I'm just gonna look through the Dwarven book. I want.
So you're working on Dwarven.
Yeah.
When you're practicing, you've got this Dwarven book. You're not talking to Gwynwyn. Is there anything that you, Silas, do to help you, to dive into Dwarven speech, to get conversational Dwarvish?
calligraphy. It's basically art, but writing.
So you're going to be using writing to learn it?
Yeah.
And are you doing this with anyone else? Are you seeking people out?
No, I'm
Okay.
basically writing the worst grammatical I'm sorry that will probably never make it to Gwenny's hands.
I will need an intelligence check. This is this intelligence check. You were doing this with you got your book, so it's just a flat roll.
What's my intelligence modifier? 0? It's a 6.
That's a 6. Silas, during this first bit of time, there's a genuine difficulty. It isn't that you're
It's
drawing Dwarven runes is weird.
yeah.
Because there are parts you keep referring to. You refer to this book and you realize you drew the right shape. You wrote everything in the wrong order, and because of that, there's subtle differences in the actual etching of the rune, or when you're using a paintbrush, the various intonations of the angles of different lines.
Yeah.
So not everything works perfectly.
So instead of writing, I'm sorry I hit you with a hammer. I'm sorry you look like a hammer yourself.
Sure, I'm okay with that for a
I'll check your work and I'll say it looks good. It's a good apology.
How do I get advantage?
Punishment for not
No.
asking for help.
Jake, I have to know that you know. You know you don't. You don't get advantage.
Wait.
Because what can Thorn not do?
Does Silas even remember?
And that is a bicycle for Connor. What a way to start downtime.
I caught you and I thought it was
Absolutely fantastic. You avoid the company of dwarves during your attempt to learn their language, but you do get help from an illiterate half-drow. We're gonna pause on the painting stuff for now. We're gonna continue on. Gwynwyn, would you like to talk to me a little bit about what you'd like to be doing over downtime?
Gwynwyn has to find a house first because she has some experiments she needs to run, but can't blow up this
is
really
one of the
nice
group
doing.
projects.
I'll go with you.
I give you money.
I was gonna say, would we like to, is Meanie and Gwynwyn start talking a little bit about
Oh, yes.
like, getting into real estate?
The two most sensible party members are gonna go
You
out.
mean the mature women of the group?
So Silas,
The girl
The
boss.
girl
you're not
boss.
paying attention to any of the goings-ons with the getting a home?
She knows what my budget is. That's about it. Not she. She.
Excellent.
I'm gonna cross something off of my sheet.
Oh, is it girl boss?
No, apparently I don't qualify as a girl boss.
Girl boss.
I would like to earn a proficiency in girl boss during this downtime.
What is
I
a
would
girl
like to
boss
earn
check?
a
I don't actually, nope, I don't want to know a girl boss check.
Obviously, it's a charisma check. I'm going to mark this gold off, and you're going to take it and buy things with it.
How much?
625.
Okay.
Means
All right.
Can I buy things with that?
I have
No.
to add less, do less math.
So, there are options throughout the city, and I've got quite a few of them.
Great.
But I believe both of you said that you were interested in finding something located within the West End.
I've always wanted to be on House Hunters.
Y'all should take.
Why don't we have a graphic for House Hunters?
They need to take.
Wait,
care of
I
them.
didn't plan ahead.
Can y'all do a House Hunters type intro? Like, I do X, Y, and our budget is X, please?
Hi, my name is Mrs. Meany and I chop herbs and I am looking for
Chop
a
herbs.
lakefront property with a basement.
Hi, my name's Thorn. I roll herbs.
My name's Gwynwyn. I blow up the herbs, and so I need something that has a sturdy wall and won't catch on fire.
Hi, my name is Elle, and I electrify the herbs. And
Silas, and why do we have to do something with
Under her
herbs?
name it says
Hi.
revoked girl boss. Previous girl boss.
I used to be a girl boss until I left that career to electrify.
I'm Matthew, and technically speaking, I am the herb.
All right.
Well,
Clip it.
you begin taking your time to look around the city. Now, there are a couple options here of how you're going to be able to not only are there options for where you can end up renting or purchasing, but also there are options for different checks you can make. Investigation, of course, is one of the big ones. Yes, Victoria had a question.
This came up in the Discord previously.
Oh no.
And I just need to know now that we're doing this, is this like a Texas situation where we can't have a basement?
So that sort of thing is going to be history. If one of you would like to roll investigation, the other history, I would absolutely be fine with that.
I'm good with either one.
I'll take history then.
Then I'll do investigation.
With my skills in carpentry, can I give advantage to someone that's roll?
If you're spending some of your time here, I'm going to mark next to your name.
No.
You also aren't talking to Gwynwyn and we're doing it
Yeah,
together.
it's completely fair.
He shows up to help
I'm
and
just
sees
begging
Gwynwyn
for
just.
advantage
Nope.
today. I just want a good roll.
They failed me.
23 for history.
You know that there is, unfortunately, a good amount of porous stone located under parts of this, the bayfront places here. However, I will say, and I'm not even asking for a check for this, you can use certain forms of acid to drill out effectively basements.
I need elaborate.
Using coinage to create a basement is an option.
All right, well, let's go see what our options are.
I only rolled a 7 on that investigation.
Then on the investigation, okay, in that you kind of, during your first portion here of looking for somewhere to stay, you're struggling a bit. You kind of feel overwhelmed. There aren't exactly realtors walking around. You don't have a lot of connections here, but in the end, Milton Brask ends up offering you a bit of assistance. In order for him to go and try to help you find somewhere to stay, he does need to know if you could pick, let's say, to start, because it's a low roll, 2 of the regions of the West End. I can read those off for you very quickly.
Great.
There's going to be a third option as well, which is staying at the Defiant Smiles. So you'll have 3 options to start, but more on subsequent rounds of this downtime we're doing today. So there is basically an order of quality. There are the Weeds, which are essentially the slums. There's Westgate, so going back towards close to where the Defiant Smiles is. There are also the Barrows and the Docks, relatively similar. Barrows has a lot of manufacturing, has a lot of different smiths, and craftsmen often live in the Barrows. And the Docks, of course, are where those craftsmen's goods eventually head out away from the capital of Ellis. And finally, there is Hollyfandra, the noble quarter of the West End. gilded and very expensive.
I think the barrows sound good.
The Barrows and then the West Gate.
Not outside the city.
You want to live in the
You
woods?
could get a place in Westgate outside of the actual gate, if you'd like to.
We
Just
have
note
horses.
that anytime
Any
you
property.
pass through the gate itself, you will have to deal with a guard check-in. Mechanically, it does just add a little bit of time to you traveling from your base to another place.
Right.
Maybe 30 minutes.
The only reason why we go to the docks is if I think I could potentially construct an underwater labyrinth.
Have you ever heard of a game called Minecraft? Because I think you would.
What was...
Never heard of it.
There was an old top-down, you built a labyrinth as the villain, like you were the villain, minion master or
Yeah,
something?
something like that.
Absolutely incredible.
That's
Ismene
creative
is-
mode for Minecraft.
Ismene is basically the main villain of that game.
Wait, what?
Oh my god.
Play with Alex in Minecraft.
Join us. Join us.
So you said you're looking into West. You were going to look for a place in the Westgate and the Barrows.
Barrows.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask. You know what? Westgate, Barrows, luck checks.
Okay.
Oh, I'm on tables today.
What you got?
19.
19.
Can you pass this?
A 6. Okay.
Yeah. Decisive.
So let's kind of start off with what you're looking at in the Westgate.
For that.
As you begin checking things out, the places you're finding in Westgate, there are some options, but everywhere here in the Westgate and everywhere that's around this grand entrance, unfortunately, a lot of them are these sort of lofts and apartments above shops. So very much, if you're looking for multiple rooms, if you're looking for basements or labs, it's gonna be very hard to get a place here, at least during this first phase.
Right.
Now that 19 of the Barrows shows something that might end my minigame early when I describe it. It isn't a home, it isn't a manor nor a villa. It is an old abandoned warehouse.
Yes!
We could put horses there.
Yes.
We could put them
Now,
there.
there
Square
is
footage.
one relatively large downside. So this location is located, I'm just gonna go ahead and mark this on my map. It is just north of the end of the 9-arch bridge. So that destroyed bridge,
Yeah.
so you're a little bit north of that, which does mean that were you to build a dock or get on a ship, you're not after the deltas, you're before the deltas. So getting out to sea would be incredibly hard. So the water access isn't as great as it is still on the water, but you don't have access to the sea. You only have access to the bay. Does that make
But
sense?
see, that's going to be really fun later when we have to flee the city through the water, because now we have to get through everything. And
Just
then-
have
Why are we
Wyrm build
fleeing
a
the city?
submarine.
Why are we not fleeing the city? I fully.
we always
I
have to
think
have our escape plans planned, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy because Jake is normally our chaos goblin. In
I'm not
previous
chaotic.
games. Okay.
Wait, why would
just
we
put off
flee by
the
boat?
energy.
We're going to go find the wood elves in the forest and live there forever.
No,
because
if-
they won't extradite us anywhere.
If
Why
the-
this?
Everyone knows what else don't extradite.
Of course not. It's a safe haven. It's like
North
Norway.
of the destroyed bridge.
Bridge.
Yeah, so it's
Nine-
just north of the western part of the 9-arch bridge.
We could build a new bridge. That
But
would
the
work.
9-arch is they're not working on it. It's a big abandoned project essentially. There's the ruins of a bridge near a few minute walk south of this possible location.
Right. So, are we talking like what's the square footage?
Here's the hard thing.
Okay.
This structure itself, buying it might be a little difficult, but you could purchase it with the intent of like you're going to be paying off more of this as we go.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm describing what a mortgage is. I
Getting a
understand.
mortgage. Got it.
It's a little expensive.
How much?
It's 1,000 gold down.
Okay.
It is an additional 150 gold pieces a month.
For how many months?
It is a grand total of 10,000 gold pieces. This warehouse itself is relatively large.
Yeah.
It is a 2-story structure.
You could have 2 rooms.
So are we like?
Yes, we're doing house hunting.
So 60
Is there-
months.
Last time we
Is
just
there-
found a castle. We
60
lived
months.
there.
Is there a benefit to having a mortgage?
You reverse
Like,
engineered my math.
Sorry, we need to know how long it's going to take us for us to pay it off. This is something we need to do.
It's 5 years.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll just put
relatively
more money
short.
down. It's fine. 150.
Now that's
a
just,
month
you know,
is the minimum.
you ever miss a payment, we'll just have to talk a little bit about
Is this
the
gonna
folks you'd be purchasing this from.
boost our
Philodrons.
credit scores? Like, are we gonna get anything benefit from
Hmm.
having a mortgage?
A
No.
roof over our head?
There are no credit scores in my campaign.
Can I use
Come
my
on.
name to get
Causes a lot of
discounts?
fires and smoke and explosions, so we need a place that's a little
Right.
secluded that we can have this.
The
And
one
close
thing
to
about
water in
this
case
is
it catches fire.
surrounding the warehouse itself. There is it is not on a main road. It is on a side road. There are other structures nearby, but at least on a cursory view during the start of your downtime, looking around, there are a couple of abandoned homes nearby. They look like small. They look like they actually used to be sort of bunkhouses for workers who'd work in the factory warehouse that you're currently in. So there are other structures nearby.
Are
And there,
those structures just abandoned, or are they for sale? Or is this something we could work out maybe where we begin to build a little empire in the middle of
Squatters' rights.
all right, we can talk about it.
Get a contract.
the city? Right. I'll
Listen,
put-
you're looking for more than one place.
Potentially.
in the future, potentially.
Well,
Might look to expand.
I don't know you too well. I don't know if we can immediately jump into such a big partnership. But hey, maybe it's something I can talk with my boss, see if it's something he's interested in one day.
All right. You know,
Give me some time.
great. I'd like to put in an inquiry letter for now on this property.
It's going fast. I don't know how long I can hold this warehouse.
I've seen it abandoned.
There's a lot of
It's
folks
going
who'd like an abandoned warehouse in the water.
fast. He's lying.
Oh,
We're
give me
safe.
625. I can cover the rest and we can put the down payment on now.
Oh, you got a 6? No, I'm kidding. I know you're not talking
Yeah.
in
Right.
front of this person.
No, yeah,
It's so
we
expensive we don't just inherit like an ancestral manor.
For frame of
It's
reference,
so
this,
weird.
this is really expensive. 10,000 gold is
A lot of
relatively
money.
wealthy,
Yeah.
but the structure itself is dilapidated. It's going to require thousands of gold to repair. This is a massive investment and undertaking.
right is why I want to put the
My players love a project.
How's
Another project.
how's the roof look? Is
how's
it
the roof
leaky?
look?
It is the first thing you're going to want to work on.
Do we
There
need
is an
an
open
inspector?
hole on the side closest to the actual ocean itself. Give me so looking at
Skylight.
I actually would
No, I left my
looking
book.
at this.
Actually,
None of you are proficient. Anyone proficient in carpenters or stonemason tools?
Mason stools.
carpentry.
Great.
You're not
I'm
there.
gonna need each of you. Yeah, this is weeks of time.
He's also avoiding Gwynwyn.
Are you still avoiding Gwynwyn during the first 3 weeks?
So you go with
Yeah.
Can I make a luck check to see?
No.
Are you still avoiding her?
You always can roll what you want to just make your own self decisions.
I do that all the
I
time.
do that all the time. Yeah.
But I'm not gonna give you the easy out. You can do what you want.
Deal with your feelings,
It's
Jake.
10 or above, then I'm not looking at her. It's a 19.
Nah, you're
You're
not
only
involved. Make a stonemason's check.
Okay, so it's proficiency, so it's
So on this one, it's gonna be proficiency plus intelligence.
Yeah.
If you come hunt me,
That is particularly good for you.
damn.
25.
Yes, you're essentially making a stone architecture check. Taking a look, there's great news and there's bad news. The great news is that the four primary corners, as well as the support beams inside the structure, are all very sound, good stone. You actually notice that the heart pillar of the structure, the middlemost point, is of dwarven make. However, the rest of the building has been renovated, probably burned down, built up again more than once, and the roof itself is going to take a lot to fix. So some of the rooms are pretty unusable at the moment.
are y'all not going to haggle the price any?
Hey, I think I said a very fair price.
Ah, shoot, none of us know what a fair price is.
No, you don't.
Never purchased property in my life.
But if but for now, we're gonna move along just to help. We're gonna have some of our other players go a little bit more in this. Well, you guys are thinking about this, and all of you
What's this?
during this downtime, you're all talking, you're all making decisions together.
Yeah, and
you're not
everybody else
locked in.
needs to.
And none of this isn't happening in order. So like all of these things are happening during the course of this time.
It's like a
which
Quentin
kind of-
Tarantino movie. Just
I wanna
jumps
Oh
around.
gosh, we're not gonna memento a downtime, are we?
That's
want a
what,
smithy.
That's
that's what the warehouse is for. So that way we can have the smithy, we can have a lab, we can have a
make sure I can
basement,
have a smithy.
garden.
With
Hell.
what money are you going to build this?
Now, I know we have some stuff we've talked about already for your downtime. What I am curious is, are you interested for Okta in doing some more fights during the course of this downtime? Can you do me a favor? I'm going to ask you to just make an attack roll. That's what this check is.
With my sword.
Yeah.
And I don't have advantage.
Nope, it's just a regular old roll.
Sound like Jake.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So this is 17.
Okay. During your time here, the first couple times, they're not making a huge fuss. But as you go on, you get a couple more wins, and the third duel you do during this downtime, Jam ends up coming back, and kind of before your fight, kind of sits down, and if you're okay with this, kind of starts talking about the history of the daring duelist and other fights.
Yeah. That's cool.
She talks about, well, so Gorlo, the bard, once came by and sang so loudly that some of the patrons were deaf for days. Some people said their ears were ringing forever.
In like a good way, or?
Well, I mean, he won.
Sure. Okay.
And also, one of the Crown's Guard, Miss Galehelm, she actually came through and fought Trun the Tyrant. And you see that hole in the ceiling? She kind of points up, you see this patchwork, a little bit lighter color, like someone's more recently whitewashed, actually put his head through the ceiling. She pulled him out afterwards, but...
Isn't that's the night that like fought a big giant, right?
Right, it was sort of a themed thing. The Tyrant was kind of themed as a fire giant, but was actually one of the city's hill giants.
Oh, okay.
Some time back, they actually had there was a guardian who actually fought here.
Guardian? Really?
They had a troll fight, and apparently if you cut a troll perfectly down the middle, so perfectly, they'll still regenerate and form 2 separate trolls. Because they don't know which side is supposed to heal, and so they just make 2 full trolls.
Huh.
Which
Guardian,
was
huh?
good at bisecting?
I'll be honest, it was before my time, so I'm not really sure which one was. I just know that they used to have a big mural of this dagger on the wall.
Oh.
And she goes on, as she's coming, she's telling stories about the different fighters who've come through.
You really keep up with this stuff. I mean, I'm new to it, admittedly.
She's a
The
nerd.
people who fight in the Duelist are remembered because of what they did, and not who they were before they
Playing
acted.
cards for the fighters, for the duelists.
Why don't you fight?
Oh no, I can do some basic healing, but I'm not really much of a fighter.
You could always learn. You don't have to start from birth.
Think about it.
Do you know how many people pick up a sword at like 20?
Yeah, anybody else hear Clella asking for this persuasion check? Okay, okay.
Oh my gosh.
As you talk,
You gotta
over the
start
time
with a
here,
5K every single morning. That's what I do.
Give me a persuasion check real quick here, and I will tell you this is pretty hard. This is fairly against her nature.
You know what?
After some of the fights, I'm curious, are you allowing her to heal you?
Yeah.
Her healing, you watch as she places her hands on your forearm. Oh, spending a bicycle, getting advantage on that persuasion check. But you see that her eyes glow while she's doing it as she does small amounts of magical healing.
Anytime I have advantage.
No, when you attack roll
when
with
I
those
attack
stats.
roll or I
Are you
use
attacking
these,
her again?
3.
It's only attack rolls with those stats.
It's not just all charisma rolls?
Correct. It's attack rolls.
Attack roll using charisma. Fine.
Yeah. Oh no. I will say elven accuracy 4 skill is a great idea for a magic item.
Yeah.
Ooh. It's a math 20. I hope it's enough.
I want to know. Can I mark that we're going to come back to this?
Yeah, of course.
You've now thrown him for a loop.
No, I have. I know what's going to happen. I just want to talk about some other stuff first.
That was
I
a
know
quick
what the,
no.
I know what the other parts of your downtime are, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to Connor so we can keep everyone
Circle
moving
around.
together.
I need Gwynwyn for part of mine anyway.
You have
Connor,
a house first.
you had talked about. Am I allowed to discuss what we talked about for your downtime?
Yeah.
You had talked about being interested in practicing with Tenebris. Is that
Tenebris,
correct?
yeah.
Yes.
Our new horse pal.
Okay.
Is that his name?
Tenebris, yeah.
Can we call him Tinny?
Sure.
Amazing.
How do you spell Tenebris?
T-N-E.
You ain't good at Latin?
You're right.
It's darkness.
Yeah, it's darkness
Yeah.
for. I think in Latin or Greek. I don't remember which one.
It is
Sounds
Greek.
Greek.
I
Yeah.
think it's Greek.
That's great. Is that canon? Do you know how to spell Tenebris? Oh, of
can I
course
show
not.
you how to write it in Elvish?
No.
Ironically, we do often describe Elvish as being sort of like Greek.
Yeah.
So that's kind of funny. You take some time practicing this. I'm curious. So, when you're not working, is this your primary activity? Is what my question is. Because we had one other thing you had discussed with me about downtime.
What I wanted to do was go on rides outside of the wall
That's absolutely doable.
and do the other thing we talked about.
Secretive.
You made Matthew drop a pen.
Connor,
Oh.
I need you to roll me a luck check with advantage.
Okay.
Roll very high.
Do we have to? Okay, for the bicycles, do we have to give it before we roll, or can we wait?
I'm just
till
gonna
after?
give you one now.
No.
Why do you think?
So the bicycles are our mechanic that we use. They're a form of inspiration. They are innately overpowered.
I was just
All of
asking.
you know. No, so we've been used them after the fact.
Yeah.
Okay.
They
I'm
are a
prepped
reroll.
for you.
Claude, do you have one in your hand too?
I already gave mine away so I could
Just a
flirt
luck
with a
check?
girl.
It's just a luck.
I rolled a 16 and a 17 with advantage.
Before I tell you anything else, I will ask the question: are we spending more for additional dice? Victoria, you'd like to
Yes.
spend this on it?
Spinning it. Something about you.
Connor,
somebody needs a
this is
high-
the part I didn't tell beforehand. I need you to roll those 2 dice again.
So 17's the highest.
Okay.
Yeah. This is not normally how it works, but luck checks are a weird thing. So 17 is the highest?
13 and a 4.
Okay, so 17 is just luck.
17.
Cool.
I'm just going to put a couple of stars here. We're going to come back for the
Okay.
result. You all, so kind of describing what's going on, you all, during the next 5 weeks, you see a man on a mission. He's been working, Laurentius has worked with his uncle on his shop. Are any of you actually visiting the shop?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
buy.
totally.
What improvements do you make to the shop during your time there?
Clean
Or are
it
you
up.
just offering, like, I'm...
Try to bring in business, like maybe asking Silas to help make some banners to bring in people to actually try to.
Silas, you want to work on that
boost
with them?
sales?
As long as I can fix the creaky door and the porch, yes.
Then I want to ask for both of you to make a quick die roll before I move on to the next person for this. I want to make you to make me a persuasion check, and for Jake, as Silas, I'd like you to make me a paint. This is going to be a charisma plus proficiency roll for you. This is your painter.
Can I say I'm sponsored by the shop to draw business there?
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
That's if yeah. I do apologize for not.
If Rickards
Sorry,
okay
sorry.
with it, it's
I'm
not
like-
my shop, but
An idea
I
in the
don't see-
moment.
Young
That's
lady,
fine,
you
too.
don't have to do that.
Well, I
nice.
grabbed something random. I got something from here. It helped me with my match. Of course.
Did he still bread?
Once again, the man just turns away from you. Yeah, we got more.
Also, can you
things.
tell me how much this bread costs?
6,
course.
maybe 7.
It'll be a half penny for that.
A penny.
It's a damaged copper piece. If you only have copper, I can just give you 2.
Do I carry any copper? All I have is a silver. Is that okay? Here you go. Okay, I'll take that. Thank you.
You take the bread. Hard bread.
Didn't matter.
Chew.
Can I get those rolls
sponsored.
from y'all, boys?
I got a 13 in my persuasion.
13, low level. You are starting to talk to people. People are kind of hearing about things in the weeds. Silas,
19.
you're really attracting business.
Connor had a weird idea. Would this shop be interested in selling like novelty items specifically for the daring duelist, such
I
as
just
like,
thought of it while we were talking.
almost like player cards or like little miniatures of like the
You want to make sports cards for the duelists?
We
Is
have
that what I'm hearing?
Photo
Yeah.
cards.
Yep.
Yeah, trading.
We get Jam to tell us about all like the famous.
We get Jam to help because she knows.
This was Connor's idea. I had
Popped in my head.
Dang it, Connor.
Dang it, Connor.
We're
Why are you
inventing
so
basic-
Are
smart?
you asking Jam for help?
Yes.
Because Jam will begin bringing over. Very, very interestingly, she has a tome with some information about former people at the Daring Duelist. It's a small book, not
Jam.
super thick. It's not a super fancy or expensive book, but it's both well taken care of, but you can see at the corners of the pages, well beloved. This text.
What?
I had an idea. Sorry.
I'm going to make her.
Thing.
I'm going to help her become a big fighter.
Taking some time, as we approach the end of downtime, this store is. We're not there yet.
I was like, wow,
This is
okay.
in order. I'm expecting
Okay.
that by the end of
I knew
downtime, the store is
Not a
actually
bit.
getting business. Now, it isn't some bustling. You're not making hundreds of gold. You're not making 50 gold a day, but you are making money. He's paying. He's not. He kind of confides in you that Rickard's been taking on more debt to survive with the shop. It's been very rough, and the Ladrones are about a couple weeks in, they stopped showing up to shake down the place as much. Silas, now we had talked about a painting-related thing, but it sounds like you're doing something that during your downtime.
Probably, but I do still want to have this discussion.
I'll still let you have one. I'll let you make one project from either of the types of things we discussed: the personal and the bait.
I'm going to start with a Silas Tis meaning question. With heels, how tall do you think Thorn would be? Orcish height?
Like a short orc.
Shork.
Yeah.
Like average height, not that short.
Wait, how tall is Thorn?
He's
Not
like
a-
5'10".
Oh, so with heels he'd be like a young orc man.
Yeah, and
feel like a
then
human
with
man.
disguise self, he would be maybe an old orc man.
He could
someone
possibly
we've
pull it
met.
off.
Jake, talk to me now. Hey, you had an idea of baiting Silas. I have an idea of baiting Orc Thorn. Cast disguise self. Make an actual bait of someone the killer tried killing.
The killer killed him and dumped paint all over him. He knows he's dead.
You would think, but at the same time, you'd still probably
He got
like,
sloppy.
so you're
He
gonna-
killed 2 people that day.
Exactly. He
I
might
like
have
your
missed it.
idea. Let's do it.
Yeah, and then Silas can already just start painting a bunch of paintings, just signing it as the orc's name, releasing them into circulation as he starts making some appearances. He was an artist.
Fake self-portraits.
Was this the bait he was talking about?
No.
Yeah.
Our bait was originally using Silas as the bait because to make him a painter and have him go like publicly painting things.
My argument is fake it.
Make
you
me
it.
the bait. Got it.
Yeah, you're hardy. You got
You're
mage
60
armor.
now.
I'll give you a potion that
Your
boosts your
hands
AC.
are still aged.
Do you want to fix that?
I just put on some lotion. It's fine.
Your shoulders are just a bit creakier than they used to be.
Sounds like me now.
Welcome to your 30s.
Thorn being old stresses me out.
Alright, level
He
15.
still looks
When
considerably
will-
younger than most people because fuck hell elves. They're just
I'm
get
like,
the best of both worlds.
do your bones hurt? That seems scary.
Not drinking enough milk.
If you give me some time, I think I can eventually fix that.
Okay.
He can
For a few
also
levels.
He
pay to
is
get
more
it
elven
fixed.
than you are.
I'm only a quarter. Who knows how long I'll be alive?
Oh. Well, with your rate, yeah.
Depends on my actions.
But yeah, so
Stay away from ghosts. They suck. Specters, whatever.
I mean,
And are you trying to get that? You're not. It doesn't sound like you're concerned about getting that fixed during this particular downtime. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
so with the right incentive, I could learn Dwarven slowly. It would make money, and it might get a bit of a bait going if you want.
You mean to tell me these inns don't have cellars?
Some of them have small cellars. Yes.
Great.
They often will pay a mage or an alchemist or a druid. There are ways to create basements. It's just that they aren't it's not dirt on the flooring here.
Okay, great.
So the coastline
No,
itself is often raised up. It isn't a sandy beach. It's a cliff that drops down at some of the parts.
You
of the
have an
coastline.
alchemist.
We'll get to our downtime. I had an idea.
It isn't It isn't like you don't need acid that is so concentrated it burns through metal armor like you use in a battle. You can use low bits of acids that would. Oh, this irritates the skin, but it also slowly corrodes through stone.
Yeah.
It's not terribly difficult.
You have an alchemist who can make you a basement.
Well, I had an idea, and
Buy a
it
bunch of
helps
lime.
us and it helps Thorn. So I had an idea.
Lie.
Facial.
Cool.
What?
Whenever
So,
it was.
Silas, we're still in that decision that you were asking Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
He was asking for permission, or if it was a good idea, or if he should not start advertising to be. You're talking about Ugarod.
Yeah, Ugarod. Or
As long as
Ugarod.
Thorn's also okay with it.
Well, honestly, Silas is going to be the least okay with it. I don't want to sacrifice him. Jake says, fucking do it, though.
I mean, it'd be fun. So yeah, if you are okay and you are okay, I say okay. If not, then there's other ways of catching the guy.
You'll have to convince Silas, but yes.
This
Can
is
I-
Kevin's
It's-
plan.
Can I
of
try to
throwing him under the
persuade
bus.
Silas that I'm really okay with it?
Yeah, and I'm sitting
Asking
here
for
to be,
rolls, Jake.
being totally.
No, I'm
you know,
okay with it. Like, we're not going to let him die, is the thing.
Obviously, the
Matthew
entire
has his thinking face on.
Matthew has this happy face.
I would like to offer a compromise if this would help you, and I don't think this is terribly metagaming. Downtime is always somewhat metagaming.
Yeah.
Or is often, I should say. Jake, you have an idea that you as a player think would be fun, but you're concerned about if your character that you're playing would do it. If you'd like, I think Connor's idea of someone else has suggested this and they're trying to persuade Silas to do this is totally reasonable.
I've already asked him.
It's not
before.
PvP, it's literally you asking, can you guys persuade me?
Yeah,
That's fair.
it's the only logical
Throw
thing for us
dice
to
at me.
do.
Come on.
Now, you're allowed to get to roll insight against this if you'd like, or wisdom, or whatever. Or you can just decide based on the roll how you feel. Is anyone helping?
Since I originally pitched the whole bait idea in the first place.
Multiple people can help. It doesn't have.
I don't think
mechanics.
I don't know if I'm looped into this idea at all.
Would you like to be? This is talking about days and weeks of time.
I don't know if Silas would tell me.
He's not talking to Gwynwyn, so Gwynwyn knows none of
Yeah,
this.
Gwynwyn, you're not involved.
I think I think it's fair for this to be a 3 of them.
Yeah.
I'll
Gwynwyn
stay
and
out.
Elle
Of there.
are out shopping right
We
now.
have to.
The
wear
cleaner we can
heels?
keep some hands.
I'm busy like sweatily
feel like
working
it would
out in
hurt
front of
like
them.
me.
Check with
Smith.
advantage.
Okay.
I want to be like.
You don't have to wear heels because these guys self.
I just feel like my feet would hurt.
You can get a foot taller than this guy self, so you can be 6'10".
Persuasion?
Yeah.
If above 15, I'm
Would
not
an
gonna say
18 persuade you?
That's actually pretty nice. Why do you have a plus like nonsense to your
Plus 7.
He's a charisma caster.
Where's the boy?
The most I got like is a plus
I'm charming
5.
as fuck.
I won't. So,
I believe what you're asking is, can you spend
There
some
are
of your
no
time, in
constitution
addition
skills.
to avoiding Gwynwyn, learning Dwarven, and working on tidying up the eventual home that you'll be in, you're going to create an Ugorod self-portrait and attempt to advertise that Ugorod is around. Start selling paintings under the name of Ugorod.
I'm very willing to let Dwarven, be a super passive learn to give this more dedication. And not even, or what?
No, I'm just making sure that is that what you'd like to do?
Where are you planning on selling the paintings from?
I mean, honestly, you look like Ugorod. He probably knows people in town. We would try and see if we can't find another artist that would buy it. If not, we could just, is there a museum in town that we could just talk to? Museum?
We can't get to the museum. It's fine.
Rich people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could go to Hollyfandra if you'd like. And also, the big thing is this: you're trying to sell a painting to a museum as if you don't know that Ugorod is a famous painter.
That's true.
You also don't know people at a museum. So I'm curious, what are you doing with a bait painting?
Right. Because originally the idea was you were out there actively painting and being seen as a painter. That's a difference. We have somebody else now dressing up as somebody who worked at a paint store and did some amount of painting.
He could be like his emissary kind of thing.
Well,
Painters have those.
what if it's intentionally just not selling the painting, but trying to get hype out? Like he drops the painting in the middle of a busy square. People
Are you, what is he called? What's the
flash mob for painting.
shredded a painting?
What?
Are you Banksying else? Just gonna put up self-portraits
Not even
everywhere?
a self-portrait. I wouldn't
Come
want to
arrest
be a
me, they
self-portrait.
say.
You could do that though, like just around town, do the graffiti everywhere, and just sign it with, whatever the orc's name.
I would
was.
never.
It
as
says
myself.
abide.
He was an elderly orc. He's not going to go around graffitiing
No,
the
he was
town.
also pretty lofty.
He was a warrior who worked in the low prison.
Maybe he wasn't.
He was wearing full plate armor as a
Yeah.
reminder.
He's not going to go around graffitiing.
We
So
could.
I wouldn't mind
He
leaving
worked
an
for the
Etzel.
crown.
Wait. We could bait the
Etzel's
painter by saying,
pretzels.
"Where is my songbird?" Have this one paint that around
No.
town.
Yes!
Not that. I
Yes.
was gonna think if there is
Copycat
an
murder.
actual songbird native to Elts, just painting that bird and splotching colors like the dead body had around it.
You're right. We're going that way.
Yeah.
Are
That
you
was
looking
good.
for information about songbirds and elts?
Just any kind of bird in this area.
Make
I've
an
lived here
investigation check, or if you're just trying to do recall and like study birds, it would be history. Investigation would be you asking around about songbirds.
I can't even roll my damn sheet. You know, I have a +0 to E, both of them. I've lived
What are
here
you
all
doing?
my life. It's a history check. I want to see if I know this area. I've been here long enough. It's 10. I've seen a bird. I can paint a bird.
Going through here, taking some time, there are a couple native species of bird. Most of the birds that are actually in Elts are these. There are gulls, there are pelicans, there's lots of seafaring birds, like birds that'll actually hunt fish. From the Bulwark Forest, however, to the west, there are a number of these various singing birds, red and blue. You learn at one point that there are people who sing, and there have been singers who've used the title of songbird. Their songbird itself, you also see, was at one point the name of some warrior and who had a sword that apparently made a whistling sound as it was swung. And so the word songbird's used in a couple different ways, but there's not a single iconic songbird you can find with that lower roll here.
I just came up with an idea. It's gonna take
Feathers.
4 days to complete after hitting level 5, but I had an idea.
Okay, but I think we're gonna move on to Gwynwyn at this point.
House. What wants that house?
Let's bookmark that.
No, it's okay. It involves Skyrite.
Terrifying.
Gwynwyn, Ismini, you've had weeks to think about it now.
Let's buy the warehouse.
Okay, no, there was one other piece of property I wanted to look at, so we have to have comparisons. I wanted to see if I could find an abandoned tavern because it would fulfill the same criteria,
And it would have a cellar.
and it would have a cellar, and we'd have a place for Thorn to work out of and for us to work out of as a revenue generation thing.
It would take a while.
It took a lot
to get
of
that
work
up.
to run a tavern.
Oh, it can be
You
a
probably
bad
employ
one.
6 people.
Okay,
being
well, my
honest.
idea was
We
bad.
have Joseph.
No, it's not a bad idea. You've already employed a person.
We already have an employee.
We already do have an employee, that's true.
You are allowed to run a business. You're not allowed to run a full business empire. That's a little much for this D&D adventure.
Okay, so
This is our
we had a
merchant
barony.
campaign. I don't know what you're talking about.
Have a merchant.
Yeah, I just want to be on the lookout for another piece of property. Just a second piece of property for comparison's sake.
There's the Defiant Smiles.
Give me
I'll
that.
put
staying
the
there.
alcohol
Give me that investigation
focus. I'll
check.
put the alcohol focus.
They do have terrible mattresses.
That'll be
There's a good gym
a...
over there. I don't want to sleep there.
Gwynwyn can't blow it up.
I think the first thing
Well,
we should
I
invest in
cannot
is,
add.
Jeez.
Sorry, it was a
All right, hey.
7.
Sorry, we're trying to get this particular roll on this
It's
one.
a 12.
Looking around, you do find something. So the west, you do learn something. The West End is one of the 4 main bureaus of Elves. This is a big city-state. This is the 4 main parts of the city. The West End is filled with people. It is filled with a lot of craftsmen and tradesmen. Therefore, it's filled with lots of taverns that people are frequenting. Bars don't fail here very easily.
So just not in the West End at all.
It's fine. You're looking for such a specific thing, and you don't have a lot of connections. You do take time trying to find these things, but
So we only have a singular piece of property that we know about that we could purchase.
no. We had a couple. You have multiple apartments that you had located, but
Oh, we only have the warehouse.
we already
found
talked about in the
apartments,
Westgate
but we
there were
didn't find
collections of apartments and lofts were the first thing that were listed. You also have the Defiant Smiles. The big thing is you have something else you wanted to work on that we described you're gonna be doing with Elle, and you also described wanting to do other things.
Right.
So unless you're spending 5 weeks, there aren't realtors. This is not
Right.
the modern day.
Are y'all all fine with this?
No, there are other. You can spend time working on this thing. It doesn't have to happen right now.
Gwynwyn would prefer to have this because she can't move forward until she has a place to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
then
my opinion.
Silas can go fishing with
Right.
the
And we're
There
fine.
also is the
Piece of hair
option
guy.
because you were looking.
He's
really,
on our
relatively
page.
specific. There are also options in if you're looking to go if you want to head into the weeds. There are abandoned buildings you can turn into something like a tavern, but it's in a rough part of town.
We're gonna have expensive ingredients and things. I don't think we want to be in the weeds
Cool.
where we're constantly gonna have people trying to break in.
Then we do. My point is, okay, to reach the thing that you need, because you're not going to do this in an apartment. Do we want to get the warehouse?
Yes.
I gave you money.
Give us
Spend it.
$625.
Give us $625, and Gwynwyn will put down the rest, the $475 for the down payment.
Okay.
We'll just earn
Then-
money. Fix it.
Yep, and we can probably also pay faster.
We'll put a lemonade stand on the
Yeah,
corner. We'll be fine.
It'll start. It's going to start off in quite a rough,
the gold spear?
a rough state, and it's going to be a gold siphon for a while, but it's also a place to call home.
You'll have to be
Girl
Cabana
boss.
Boys.
Girl bosses. I mean, I feel like I'm gonna be doing all the repairs, so
No, Mason work. I'll be
Oh,
doing
it's got a
stone
couple
repairs.
thousand gold in repairs that'll need to be done.
yeah,
We could use an elephant on the roof.
I would fall through.
It'll destroy the roof at the moment.
We should definitely have a strong enough roof to hold Silas.
I'll be the steady source of
Why do
income.
you need
You are currently because I was
One
also
good
trying to get a
thing,
job.
this is a warehouse that was previously that previously had workers. You do have a small outer wall. There's some patches that'll need to be repaired, but you do have access to low-level defenses here. It's a
Right.
good position.
Every night I set up alarms.
What was
Okay.
the nature of this warehouse?
I healed.
Before this was actually used, they produced essentially secondary equipment. They were supplementary to a fletchery that was located in the north end. So they were mainly working on producing quivers, producing van braces for archery.
Do they have any
You sell
equipment
those
left over?
arrows?
Not really. This place,
Should visit
someone
the flesh tree.
someone left here. There was
Yeah, we'll check.
maybe there was a fire. It looks honestly mostly like there was water damage at some point. It's a very
We
rough
should
state.
think about flood
Rain
insurance.
here.
And then it's
We're not getting into insurance.
It's been a few weeks. Do I have any news on Chester?
So this is one of the other two things that you described wanting to work on.
Yes.
With Chester, I'm going to ask for an investigation check.
Okay. Investigation. 17.
17.
Good die.
This one's been doing really good.
Looking around, you spent some time probably starting near the docks, near where you've been, near the barrows where the warehouse is, heading down through the weeds, the docks. He was never very specific. He did talk a lot about going to these opulent places and working for these big shots, and I believe you've both described as not buying his letters so much.
Yeah.
You eventually start getting rumors, individuals who've, I think I know who you're talking about. Nice young man, keeps his hair up in a little knot, wears a big green, the
Beret.
fantasy word for scrunchie,
Oh my god.
a big green ribbon, ribbon holding up his hair.
Scrunchy.
And when you start, it is explicitly a man bun, but
Top knot.
you actually start hearing it more and more as you're kind of looking through, asking questions. Maybe when you go on errands, you ask some people at various markets.
I'd also paid 20 gold last time to.
Get
The
info.
big information you do get, I believe from Brass, is who
Yeah.
you're referring to, is that he's been seen previously as Brass was aware from some of the whispers he heard that at some point Chester was working in the Twilight District, or at least was seen there. And the reports were mixed. Either maybe he was working with the Ladrones or just working on their turf. But apparently he's been seen a few times, and he never came around to the Smiles. But what he can say, and Brass is very excited. Well, he's not part of the Ashen League.
Okay.
Chester, as a quick reminder, is that missing third, the Triforce that is Gwynwyn, Silas, and Chester Piffle. Aw, buddy!
I know the Triforce is currently very broken up though, because someone won't talk to
That's like a
Gwynwyn.
whole adventure
I
right
have-
there.
I'm the middle bit. I'm the triangle that's in the middle of the Triforce.
Yeah.
You could be in our
The
Triforce.
empty one?
It's called
Yes.
magic.
Nobody ever wants me in their Triforce.
I didn't even get invited to house hunting, Joseph.
It was an adult activity.
Oh.
Or it's dwarf less.
Bring Yosef over, I think, to help us prepare
Silas,
the
you go on
house.
that fishing
Yeah.
trip?
I would
think
like to
before-
think like once a month, me and Joseph, we'll have at least like a fishing venture planned for the day. I probably asked your uncle to start stocking fishing like lures, and bait, things like that.
You could absolutely, buying bait is a thing you can get at Rickard's shop. It's a low level general store and pawn shop sort of place.
So we can get our
He sells
nails
night
and
crawlers.
stuff
It's
from
all
there.
good.
Yes, you can get some if you want to get some basic supplies.
Yeah.
You're handing him
Worms.
money to go get something. He's keeping a little bit. The shop's becoming a little bit nicer.
Because we need to repair this building anyway. If we need to buy general supplies for that, we can try to get them through at shop.
You have to be more boisterous.
Is there a book on local fish, like just in general, a guide to fishing in town?
It's like a video game book. Like you pick up and you gain like a +1 in fishing.
Oh, I want to mark off
With
everything.
what
throw
you're
it away.
during
Yeah.
the time
It
here,
disappears.
unfortunately,
Eat it.
we have
Oh, yeah,
kind of taking some time looking. There's not a lot of people writing fishing guides for the Tinkto Bay.
I have found my legacy.
L,
Do you want to do her first?
we were just talking about the warehouse. I was going to ask about the blacksmithing. Victoria, do you have something particular in mind?
Oh,
you'd like
I
to
truly
discuss?
have two things I wanted to do
Please.
for downtime. I was going to try to be employed in two separate ways. Either look for arcanists that need help with preparing ingredients.
None of you have described wanting to continue to work with the Defiant Smiles.
No, I
already.
had a Defiant Smiles job.
Okay.
I was going to also see if I could establish a reputation for myself of doing one reading a day.
continuing that tradition of doing Taroka readings over the Daring Duelist.
We need to be employed to be able to pay off this building, so my plans are to work. There's a few things I wanted to purchase, but they're not very big deals.
Okay. If you want to write out things that you're purchasing that are just mundane items.
You will have to, they're not mundane. You
Okay.
will have to do some rolling and stuff like that, but it's not important for me to get those at this point.
Okay.
Let's not forget.
Finding magic items is a downtime activity for the future.
Yeah, they're both
Cool.
they're both magic items.
For mercenary work, do you want to roll me
Write them down.
2d6?
Who? Me?
Yes.
Oh, I thought we were done with me.
Working with Defiant Smiles.
No, for your Defiant Smiles work.
Yeah, and your
Is
card
anyone
reading.
working the Defiant Smiles as well?
Win-win will also work because
Perfect.
you just spent a lot of money.
So I don't need another roll because I would have split it up. But so are they the same?
They're both 4s.
Okay. Well, I do need another d6, so I'll let you go ahead and roll that win-win.
A 1.
A 1 and was that a 4?
A 4.
You fight a Tarrasque.
There's not a lot of work right now. Defiant Smiles, there's a couple times, once or twice, where Brass calls you over, and unfortunately, by the time you end up getting the information, the jobs have been scooped up.
What's the name of the bar that we live in?
Daring Duelist.
Oh, okay.
We live there.
Well, now we own a house.
And-
Now we have it.
I'm now confused.
But there are 2 jobs that actually go off, that you're actually able to make 2 successfully. And I am going to need a check for each of these jobs. I'll go ahead and have each of you roll for the respective jobs. The number 1 we're going to start with here is folks in Orktown are looking for some mercenaries to help. There's been some issues with the Velox Moors, one of the gangs here in Orktown. The people are really hesitant to calling down guards, as every time guards come, things don't end well. And so in this instance, they're kind of looking to see if they can get people to try to drive out the Velox where they can, as they've basically locked out. A bunch of them have been working near the sewers, and so none of the orcs here are able to go and work and maintain the very infrastructure that keeps their part of the city working. On this one, I'm going to, if you're handling this using magical means, it would be Arcana. If you're handling using physical means, it would be a Strength check.
Arcana.
Okay.
Are you about to burn down some buildings?
No. Maybe.
Acid.
22.
I must be reading the wrong side.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
That's what I said later.
Yeah. These are a couple weeks.
Great.
What was that roll?
22.
22, without a hitch. You are able to eventually, what ends up happening is that while you're there, you do keep catching that there are lizard folk in the sewers who are trading with the Velox Moors. They've been gathering something out of the water here, and as such, you end up finding you make a little, some strange little powder that by pouring into this water, it's messing with whatever alchemy they've been doing here. And with them leaving, the Velox Moors end up moving a little bit further out into the city, eventually resolving that issue and earning you all a bit of coin here, enough to pay for this portion of the rent and continue your time here. For the other one, it's going to be fun because this one is an acrobatics, actually just an acrobatics check. You're hired to find a cat from a Hollyfandrin noble. You're told about Bitsy, a sweet little thing. What you're not told beforehand was that it was a blink cat.
Oh no.
This is going to be quite fun, as you must spend the day, unfortunately, trying to capture this cat that seems to keep disappearing and reappearing on rooftops.
Listen to the sound of pops.
I was about to
It's
say.
actually Basilis.
And I want
Slobber chops would never.
Using all your birds. It's small enough where Hoot and Chirp could catch it. You can
Chirp
get advantage
and
from them.
Squawk are gonna help me. I can't cast it any higher, so I can't get any more buddies, but... A 17!
A 17!
Hey!
It takes you some doing, and you do come back bloody by this cat.
I'm probably out
this
of spells.
violent, it looks like it's a furry creature, but once you're close to this blink cat, as you pet it, underneath the cat fur is almost a scaly carapace on parts. It's not a mammal, it's a strange magical beast. It looks mostly like a cat,
Is it a
but occasionally it vibrates rapidly and pops into a different dimension, and
It's
that's
demon.
very inconvenient.
It is definitely a demon.
No, fiend.
Hate
It's
it.
gotta
It's
be
not a
fiend.
demon.
It's fiend.
Is it demon?
Aberration.
Oh.
But yes, it's essentially a horrible, horrible little monster.
Deviant cat.
Find one of these as a pet.
Oh, I bought it, of course. Occasionally they have such fun things for sale.
Find the shopkeep that sells that.
Put a bell around his neck.
We tried that, but the bell strangely stays behind when it teleports.
Okay, but if it's very
Get a
cold
special
outside-
kind of bell.
Feed it the bell.
We'll just have our house warded against teleportation so that she'll stay in one place. It's fine.
It's in
Prevent it from
nature.
its nature.
Oh, yes, but she's my cat.
No.
I had a question.
I need to know if you're stealing the cat or completing the contract for the Defiant Smiles.
I'm completing the contract, of course.
We don't need any more pets with 3 horses.
You have 3 horses. I have no horses.
He
I
has
have
no
one horse.
horses. I have
You have
3
one
horses.
No, he has 1 horse.
I have one
One horse, you have 2.
That horse chose him.
He stole that horse.
We're almost done here with the downtime.
Yeah.
But you had something else you were trying to say about that mission? Did you lose it?
I was just gonna make a joke about if it's cold outside and they put a sweater on the cat, whenever the sweater blinks out, does it take the sweater with it?
It doesn't keep the sweater.
Okay. I didn't know if
tragic.
it was a choice to take stuff with it. That's all.
Oh, if it's sassy or not?
Yeah.
Wait, let me roll for sassy.
Is there a sass check?
Yes. DM
It's
like
actually a whole chart for it, too.
It's a mystery for another day. Answer's unclear. Try again tomorrow.
Yeah, that was the other thing that I
Fine,
wanted to do with the
yes.
job. Was just
Okay. Taking some time, earning a little bit of spare change, not a lot. These
Yeah.
downtime activities often, it's a lull.
work.
It's the space
Yeah.
between adventures. Elle, you want to talk about that those smithing projects you had?
Do I get to know? At the end? Do I get to know my outcome of my persuasion check with Jam?
You want to, so yes, it's partially. I have a
Okay,
question I have
okay.
to ask you after this.
Okay. So
'Cause what you're talking about, you're talking about something that would only take an hour in the
Yeah.
evening, and Jam, you don't see Jam ever twice in 1 week.
yeah,
Not a single time.
it's
Sometimes
very weird.
Sometimes she's often like you see her roughly the same time each week.
Every time does she come with the same person with her? The same
You
woman?
She doesn't come with this person. She leaves with that person.
So they show up and she leaves with them.
Yes.
Does she ever look weird when they show up?
Annoyed,
Okay.
I guess.
I will let our friendship
I mean-
grow before I ask more probing questions.
Sure.
Sure.
Now, you described to me a project involving making a weapon for yourself, as well as a project with Gwynwyn, which we've already allocated some of your downtime for.
Yep.
Let's talk about the group project first.
Yeah, I actually slightly want to change my weapon for myself, possibly.
Okay.
But let's do the main project. So I think quickly I realized that I've gotten pretty, not mastered the forms that I learned at home, but I'm really used to them. I've done the same training for years. What I need is more strength training to like hit harder. And what's better than like strength training than smithing, which is very hard.
Okay.
It is very
so
hard.
You've got rolled up sleeves and you're
I'm like-
flexing, hitting hammers on anvils.
And like just talking, oh my gosh, is it Finjan?
Finjan Lucksmith
I
at the
talk
Flex and
Finjan's like
charisma score.
Lucksmith's ear off the whole time, and I'm just like talking and like smithing and trying to learn it, and like make him tell me stories about Gorbarim because I'm so tired of war stories.
Finjan does not speak of war, but he does occasionally speak of heroes, speak of dear friends, telling lots of stories.
I love
Some
it.
of them about your extended family.
Yeah, and I absorb it all, and I spend a lot of my days smithing.
So, talk about this project. You want me to quickly explain the
Yes.
spheres? So, the two of you have discussed creating a collection of these iron spheres. Now, they're not perfect. You're gonna be.
They're glass.
Glass spheres.
Oh, they're not contained inside the vault like we had talked about beforehand.
It's a glass sphere that slots into an iron thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so right. So you're making
Yeah.
iron spheres.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And
I was
I'm
like-
making like a bowl. Like she's making a bowl that goes inside.
Right. So essentially,
Sorry.
the idea is you're making a sort of contact grenade that the sphere itself is reusable and is a way to carry safely eventually larger portions of certain things, such as alchemist fire and flasks of acid, which have quite low base damage. Now, for this first stage, do this downtime, this roll is very important. It will determine if these are mechanically identical for now. Make me that blacksmithing tools check and make me that glass blowing tools check. These are both dexterity based, or rather, it's int for you, it's dex for you.
Do I get proficiency in it yet?
You do not.
Okay.
Plus
You do have the tools, so it's not disadvantage. It's just adding in your. Oh my gosh!
No.
I'm getting so many bicycles out of you
I
all today.
spent.
I
I
approve.
rolled bad.
Just a dex check. Just a dex.
Okay.
Just,
Okay.
just your best stat.
Worth it. 23.
Did you want to use the
23?
21.
Okay, so taking some time, you are able to craft a number of these. I will let you know, making these in larger numbers is not terribly difficult. They cost to produce the outer shell. They are 3 gold pieces for the shelling, the shell itself. The iron sphere, making that takes a little bit of materials, a little bit of time. Additionally, renting out somewhere where you can perform glass blowing, you are paying just a little bit. That's where that cost comes from. It's 3 gold pieces to produce the actual shelling, and for the liquids inside, it's the same price as normal. 'Cause you have not yet improved the second stage. This is sort of that first prototyping stage. So these are essentially spheres that can be thrown, flung, or slung to throw a alchemist flask, alchemist fire, or a flask of acid further distances and use them offensively as weapons. Eventually, you've got plans that you've been working on the designs that are not quite finished
I gave
to make
her the
larger
bomb.
ones.
I gave her the smoke bomb thing to study the mechanism that makes it go.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so by looking at this, you're trying to reverse engineer. One of Pastellis's pieces of equipment. It's quite strange, as inside it, the hard part to be replicating is that it's not just artifice on the inside. There is a magical binding, a piece of abjuration that keeps the actual pieces connected but separate. It is both binding and repelling.
I have a next downtime project
Yes,
for our
and so
arcane.
you may consider consulting
what
with
spell this
a third of your 4 arcanists
Yeah.
in future rests.
How many of these spheres did we make?
So here's the thing. Time-wise, you've got time for a good number. How many would you like to produce? You can produce.
How much does the acid cost you?
You can cast.
It costs 12 and a half
fishing
gold
rod.
to make a flask of acid and 25 gold to make an alchemist fire.
If I'm right, each of those costs 200 gold.
And it's alchemist fire 1 per. Is it
What
1 per?
does?
If I'm right about what spell I think it is that does the binding on the inside,
Oh, maybe you are.
then I think it's 200 gold per bomb.
But the question of how many are you making, that is going to be up to you. The limit is 20. And that's for the spheres. Making the liquid, the limit is 15, because they do take more time to make that liquid.
Make like 10 for now?
Let's do 10. I can.
Great, and you'll figure out the exact ratios. We can talk about them during the break, which is happening here in
A little bit.
Soon.
half an hour. So we'll talk about it in just a bit.
It's exciting. I can't wait.
Connor, I've made you wait.
You're
I've
still
made you wait.
I'm Slayer. Thanks for noticing.
During your time, Brask is quite excited. He's been talking about how with winter approaching, there's going to be a huge event in Shelt, the King's Address to the people. He's pretty excited. Not sure if he's making it out this year, but he highly recommends it as you get to see all of the High Lords actually come together. And it's a big show in the courtyard in front of the castle. During the downtime, a dear friend makes her triumphant return as Christine Cooper comes back to Eltz at long last. Now, when she eventually meets up with you, letting you know that she's back with a moonlit message, how do you all feel about her publishing a scoop about dangers happening and apparently O'Brien Steele working with the criminal underground of Eltz? She has a good amount of evidence.
Run
He's
it
going
to
to
the
put some heat
ground.
on her. Do you want her to keep your names all out of it?
I want her to use Oblivy instead of my actual last name. Which is, I mean, that's the name I've been using for the Mad Magus as well.
Okay.
It's L Oblivy.
Yep.
Not
Win-win's fine with her name thing then.
Okay.
You doing Talister?
Why not?
The first session of this campaign, you were like, do not tell anyone your name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Here, like,
you all
no.
know that you're getting kind of strong, and so you're less worried about it.
Mine was not even,
Overconfidence.
It wasn't about my name. It was never about my name. It was always L.
You
Well.
have such a famous last name.
Yeah, and do you think people are gonna mess with me?
In that case,
Yes, they will.
there's one other fun piece of information I want to give before I talk about one of your last evenings of downtime. At one point, heading back to the warehouse. The warehouse, again, in the Barrows, on the coast, overlooking the Tincto Bay. You find it odd when you enter one of the large common room, previously the main worker floor. This huge open room where you've got crates of supplies that you've been procuring over the past few weeks. Bricks and wood and nails. Nothing terribly expensive, but heavy. Silas, you've been lugging this in.
All the rugs.
All of our
The many rugs.
all of our expense, all of the money we've made has gone into this.
In one corner is the impromptu stable, the door that leads to where the stable-ish area you've got for where the 3 horses are kind of tied up. You're all working, unloading some things, and as you're coming in, placing object down, heading back, coming in, placing down object, couldn't have been a few seconds when one of the crates has a small note atop it. A small piece of parchment, rather. It has been pinned, just a singular nail pinning this on top of the cargo. Who would like to examine the note?
I would like to, if nobody's gonna stop me.
Can I try to read it?
There's nothing written on it at first. There's a simple, like a sideways swirl at the top and bottom.
Can I cast Decode Thoughts on it?
While she's
Is
doing
it
that, can I
readable, or
open
is
the crate?
Is it
Can I
just
detect magic on it?
It's a note. Let's
It's a
read
piece
it.
of paper. No one has touched the paper.
okay? I'll
I'm-
touch the paper.
Let
No.
Speedy touch the paper.
Rack of paper.
I don't care about the paper
Magic
anymore. I
on
just
As
wanna open the
anyone
crate.
interacts with the object,
I would like to interact with the object.
handwritten letters begin to form.
Okay, that's better.
atop it. That's
Sorry,
all.
guys.
I'm about to fight you all.
Over engineering the problem.
Hello again, dear friends.
Oh
The
god.
letter reads very simply. If I recall correctly, when I met you on that fateful night, you had discussed requiring badges to enter certain portions of the city where you are not always desired.
It's the debonair.
Out of sheer curiosity, where in particular would you like to go so that I might procure something amenable to your situation?
University.
His house.
Your
All
home.
right.
Okay, so
Throw some water on
we
it.
had we
You look thirsty.
we wanted to get to Iris Perkins
Yes.
in the High Prism.
Yeah.
And that was behind a wall.
Those in the East End, right?
Yeah.
There's a pause. There's no more text continuing to write here for just a little bit. Miss Perkins, as an upstanding noble of the East End, surely would wish to see the king speak. If you were to have official business there, or if you need, I can attempt to procure badges still. If you have any sort of contract work you may be able to obtain, that would be an excellent way to find yourself within Shelt, where the king will be speaking.
Great. In that case, we need to get to the second one we would have thought of was the university then.
Yeah.
They're the 2 places we needed to get to.
I think. I mean, aren't we just supposed to get
Shelt?
work to go to Shelt?
To Shelt, but the university's not in Shelt.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Both the king, the castle, and the university are all on Shelt.
And
the
I'm
issue
going there.
with getting to Shelt has just been that you've not chartered a boat because you have to charter a boat to get there. The bridge that was built between the West End and Shelt never got finished.
Then where do we need a badge to?
The East End, where Iris Perkins typically lives, but she
Okay.
is going to be there for the king's speech.
Okay. It would still be nice to have the badge to the East End if possible, but it's
The big thing is, if you want to get fakes for something, you're going to need to be very specific so that you can get badges, a cover story, paperwork
Right.
to do what you're trying
we
to do.
don't. If we can just
You
get,
need like a solid plan. Is what you're
right.
being
If
asked
we
to have
just
something.
if we just need to get to Shelt, then we don't need to worry about the badges for now.
So can we do a rain check on that?
Could we just say we hope to see them in Shelt? Yeah.
Perhaps we shall see each other very, very soon.
My alarms didn't go off, so I'm going around touching everything up
I
now.
don't like that. Like this guy just broke into our house with a note.
Taking a quick look, doing a little survey of how could this be possible, you realize it doesn't detect objects, it detects creatures. And there's a huge hole in your ceiling
Oh my gosh.
where something to have been physically dropped below or thrown.
What a jerk. Okay.
What a jerk, absolutely. The Lionheart may have been standing on top of your home.
I will start patching that roof tonight.
Absolutely. You take
You
your
gotta
time.
keep them out.
Alex, you got something foresty. I think foresty over creepy.
What are you doing?
Go to nature and fort.
Takes me back to the old days.
20 minutes ago.
As,
Sorry.
was an hour and a half ago.
The music lives in my head.
Yeah.
As time goes on, you all honing your various skills, and we have one more thing to check in with you here. You've been honing your skills. You've been training. You've been working for the Defiant Smiles. Brask never being too pushy about you joining, but certainly you've started to establish a clear rapport with him. Laurentius, one of your rides, you've been let out early. Rickert, the shop's fine. No one's gonna be coming around. It's fine. You go, your horse, excited and ready to see you. This powerful riding horse. You hop on and you head towards the west gate, leaving the city, and once again riding through the rough terrain of the bulwark, running through not just paths, not the actual like dirt paths you've seen, hunters' trails, but just riding through the woods. What's going through your mind as you're passing through here, seeking out something more?
I think I'm thinking of home, my dad, and probably also thinking about how easily I got taken down in that not troll, giant, half giant, I don't know what it was, fight, and just thinking like, if that one thing can take me out that easily, then I'm gonna need to be much stronger if I'm gonna be trying to get my hometown back.
You continue riding through. As you're passing through the bulwark, occasionally you hear soft giggles, the whisper of maybe fairies on the wind. Occasionally you feel like eyes are peering down from darkened treetops above you. The sun long having set, the morning lard not here for you at this time. You want power? What kind of power do you seek?
Magical power.
The winds have been billowing abnormally hard tonight.
I'll touch my crescent moon necklace.
You pass through, breaking into a small clearing. It's been a couple of weeks. Finally, the light of the Moon Mother is high above you. The moon itself distorted as it always has been. Ever since you were a child, there's been this thick, bluish mist, always twinkling, obscuring the perfect sight of the deity who leads your pantheon. As you continue the ride, moonlight on your face, a small, just a tiny twinkle. Nothing to think about. Nothing terribly important. Occasionally there are flashes from the skies. You continue riding, delving once more into the deep, dark wood of the bulwark. No more fae whispering in your ears. Just the sound of the winds, louder and louder. You continue riding your horse harder, faster. You're going through these woods. You hear in the distance a thump, something behind you, loud, and then a crack of a tree. Maybe one of these ancient bits of elven wood actually splintering against some sort of force. Do you keep riding hard, or are you stopping?
I want to check it out. I'm gonna check it out.
You turn, your horse rearing up, you turn around and start heading in that direction as you see this blinding green light flying through the trees, splintering high up branches, and as it does, it appears to be falling, this tiny mote of green light from the skies. As it descends, it's not falling fast enough. And as it blends through these strange elven woods, you watch as it arcs around parts of trees. distortions, and you see brief moments of what look to be structures in the trees themselves. The illusions of the bulwark temporarily melding and breaking away as whatever this object is passes through and is distorted, changing its angles erratically. I'm going to ask for you to make me an animal handling check. It's a riding check. This is ground vehicles or horsemanship. With proficiency, my friend. It's a wisdom check with proficiency. My players are so giving tonight.
That one was something.
How many of you got today?
3 or 4.
4. I've earned 4 of these tonight.
You've only given out 1.
It's at least with proficiency.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 12.
And these failures from beforehand, they exist in there. You're chasing after it, and you watch the green light is fading. It's getting lower and lower. It cracks through the heart of an old tree, and the tree splinters. You've seen trees struck by lightning, and this is something... It's similar. It doesn't look like it's burning away. It looks like it was ripped. You've seen trees torn when a tornado passed near your home. You've seen trees torn asunder by the winds. And as it passes through, you see something very similar. Are you giving me another one, or are you stopping where you are?
I want to keep riding.
Okay. Pushing through, you start hearing whispers in the wood in Elvish, people concerned, confused. Doesn't seem at you, whatever is happening, it's not them causing it.
Chasing it down.
As you ride through these woods, you start hearing this faint ringing in the back of your mind. You can attempt to resist it, or you can let it continue. Would you like to embrace it, or would you like to resist it?
Does this ringing remind me of something that may have happened to me before?
It does. You have heard something very, very similar, but it was hard to focus on it with all of the chaos happening back home.
He's making decisions.
DC 10. I'm going to embrace it.
Continue riding
We're all
faster and faster. The darkness of the woods, there's this thick canopy, it almost begins to dissipate around you as the green light, finally, whatever this mote is, strikes the ground. And as it does, you're almost knocked off your horse from the gale force of these winds. You're able to maintain. It's tough. Your horse panicked, unable to move further, spooked, scared by something, and what you've almost forgotten, as the ringing has become just a pulse, a beat. Maybe it's been your heartbeat this whole time. And there's a small green speck, about 30 or so feet ahead. Around it, not a crater, but simply small plants, brushes, grass, all laying flat, knocked back by whatever this thing is. Strong wind still in your face, moving back a little bit, whatever hair you have here, your clothes rippling. You don't look quite as distinguished in this moment.
I'm going to get off Tenebris. I don't want him to be spooked. I'll tie him to a tree and try to calm him down, and I'm going to walk toward it.
Taking a few steps closer, you see on the ground is a small glowing green stone. Very easy to tell. It is an emerald, having fallen from somewhere far away. You know one thing as you gaze upon it for certain. This is a piece of something much, much larger. You feel a bit renewed in its presence. But I will tell you, Laurentius Thorn, if you pick this up, you may be irrevocably changed.
I'm going to pick it up.
Clutching the stone in your hand, When you decide to return home this evening, you feel the weight of this choice. Whatever this is, it may aid you, but it wants to be whole again. As you ponder whatever deal you may have made, let's talk a little bit to Lilia Arendral.
I'm supposed to follow that up.
I believe in you, Cullen.
I
You can
thought
do
of
this.
something so clever beforehand. I was like, I'm gonna do this fun thing when
Can
I
I
watch
ask a
that
question?
thing.
Yes.
Are you gonna hide the stone, or are you just gonna walk
I think you
in?
should go like you
Tell
should
anyone
be
about
like
this
Raven.
stone.
He comes home with a pep in his step, and we're like, no
Probably,
Thorn's up
probably got a
to.
drawing. I drank before
You do
Yeah,
not
really
hear
went on-
you don't hear a ringing sound while
Does-
bearing it.
When I approach Tenebrous again, is he frightened?
Calm.
Okay.
The wind has stopped.
Okay.
It is calm once more. Tenebrous is calm because Tenebrous is around you. The stone is yours. It wouldn't disturb anything you don't want it to.
I don't like that.
I just have to point out that Chad is also agreeing with you to pick it up.
Yeah.
So Chad agreed.
say pick up the stone?
Yeah, pick up the
Okay.
stone.
Chat's got good taste.
Do we even know that you like go on like nightly rides?
You've been riding for weeks.
Like-
Yeah, I feel like it's no.
It's not weird for
Mystery.
him to go.
I'm totally gonna ask him every
day.
time he comes. Do you see anyone else? Like, and you find the city.
Oh my god.
You won't even.
I didn't know
He
you.
did.
Are you telling them where you're riding, or you just? I'm practicing riding a horse.
Riding around.
It would just be. I just assumed because
Okay.
it would
Doing
be.
your 5K next to a horse.
It would be hard to ride out like in the city with all the people in West End. Like it's pretty densely populated, so you have to assume that he can't go anywhere else in the city. So you deduction.
I wanted to ask
forgot
you.
about Nectar.
You
Yeah.
were talking about wanting to change something about your weapon.
It's not the weapon itself, but I had an idea that might be silly.
Talk to me.
So when you're smithing, you need to keep the metal at a certain temperature. And I was thinking, as L is smithing this item, at one point, I think it will take her a few tries.
You're
She
working on.
experiments with
We should
this.
mention this is you're working a bit of the mithril the party obtained to form what weapon?
A rapier. I'm very excited about it. But I think as during one point, it's supposed to be kept at a certain temperature. And I, instead of keeping it in the fire,
The forge.
jeez.
It's okay.
I pull it out slightly and I imbue fire into it to keep it at its temperature. Just to see.
Okay.
I just feel like it would. I want to forge the weapon with my own magic in my own way.
Okay, so you're talking about you're doing things, taking some time with, and Finjan's overseeing this process. You're working with mithril.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. It's complex. It's expensive. As you're working through all of this, all right, called it next. The chill. You've got it.
Yes. And I imbue it with cold.
Instead of quenching the blade, freezing it over. You're shocking this metal. The first time you do this, you hear this, like there's a moment where you almost crack through the very mithril by doing this. And over time, reinforcing, attempting to use your weapon burst, use your enchantments to actually forge this blade, marking this blade, trying to make something for you in particular. Mithril itself is a magic that is extraordinarily light. This weapon, you're holding this, it's lighter than a training sword. It's incredibly light. Long, a perfect extension of your arm. As you're pushing through here, you've been taught a little bit about mithril, both by your mother, Cestus, who talked a whole bunch about the different uses. There are materials that overcome and are able to slay certain types of beasts. Mithril, of course, being one of the more famous types of metals. It takes quite a bit of time. But I'm going to ask you to make me a blacksmithing tools checks with proficiency. You're using your magic.
Okay. Dex again?
So this one is actually going to be intelligence.
Okay.
Clola does not like rolling without advantage.
I
No,
do
she,
not.
She looked for a bicycle. She wanted it.
22.
You did beat my DC. Not by a lot, but you did. As you take this time viewing this magic, the weapon itself, the blade, what you're truly forging, is the actual blade itself. The guard, the pommel. For now, Finjan's supplying you with pieces for this. Your job was to create a blade that was yours. And close to the end of this downtime, you do. This blade truly walking with, when you put it down, it feels like your arm is naked, like something is wrong. And the reason I wanted to wait until we talked about this, because you told me you wanted to change your weapon, is I had a question about Jam. When you convince her to do a little bit of sparring, hidden far away from this, from any of the visible streets, actually getting somewhere private where no one else could see her hold a weapon. What are you teaching her with? You attempting to teach her to fight with?
I think the first time we go out, I ask her if she has an image of herself in her mind. Like, when you see yourself wielding a weapon, what do you see? Is it a dagger? Is it a short sword? Is it an axe?
A pen?
Okay, well, it was very pointier than that. Please don't say pointy pen.
I've never really thought about fighting before. It's not something I've learned, and she really takes a moment. The question, how do you see yourself fighting? You get the sense this is not a thing she's considered.
Okay, well, sometimes it's better to learn under pressure. And I draw my new weapon. What do you wish you had in your hand? You're scared, right?
A shield.
What do you wish you had right now?
That she kind of looks at it. The blade of this, it's quite. The saber is long. It's thin. It's light. As it moves, it's almost silent as it whisks through the air. All right, that seems proper. Let's try that. She kind of thinks for a moment. A saber?
Rapier.
Yes.
Do you want to try it? Do you want to hold it? It's not quite a finished blade. It needs 2 more things, but I can let you try it first.
Nervously, secluded, you get a very small nod. You can use a little bit of training with someone who clearly has not held a weapon before.
I will bury my short sword somewhere that she can dig it up every once in a while. She wants to practice.
You
by
put it in a
herself.
bunch of stones by the
Yeah,
water.
you have to remove a bunch of brick to find it.
Take a little bit of time. You begin, and I won't say it's particularly great progress at the start, but there's certainly an excitement that just begins to build at the idea and the chance to hold a weapon and learn to fend for oneself. When we come back from our break, Victoria had a question and Clella had a question. Clella, because we were on your downtime, what's up?
I just want to do, when I come back one night, I want to show off the sword, and we'll get to the orbs when we come back, and it's almost finished, but I wanted to do this with you guys, even though I can't do it properly. And I want to take the sword and the blade, and wrap my hand around it tightly enough to start bleeding, and then make sure I smear blood all over the blade, which probably seems freaky to everyone, but I feel as me, it's whatever.
It's almost like a silvered blade, but it's got a small blue tinge to it. You can just barely tell this. It's strange looking. If you've seen magical weapons, it looks like this. It is not an enchanted weapon at the time, but it's not steel, clearly.
I wanted to hold it, but then you put...
Yeah.
Now it's an Arendelle blade.
Yeah.
First time I'm talking to Gwenny in weeks, Northerners. Ugh.
It's a really strange concept.
My mom is from the Brooks Empire, so can't really say that. Sorry, I just
What?
was tired of you making fun of me for being from the north.
Rich kids.
Yeah.
Yes, it's meeting.
I forgot to ask for my important downtime activity.
What is it?
I wanted to study the Scorching Ray spell that I have in that spellbook that I got from Orlin, which was the witch spell. That was what I wanted. That was the
There was
thing
one
gave
other
it
thing I will
downtime.
say that no one brought up.
Which was?
Reading any of the and studying the paperwork you got from
Right.
Heltis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought a
Busy.
house and did some contract work. That's what I did with downtime.
I had
Yeah.
like 4
I avoided
ideas, and I
it
only
before.
did 2 of them.
Yeah.
Silas ran away.
Look,
I looked
know
for a
how to
friend.
handle my emotions.
And
Yeah.
I
Oh,
bought
We
a
have
house.
done everything, almost everything that was listed on here, and 14 other things.
Only 14?
That's surprising.
Actually,
good for
really,
us.
though.
Yeah.
Oh,
I forgot, so it's fine. But
asking the smith over here, whatever happened to that hammer I tried commissioning?
Oh, we're gonna get to that just after the break.
Oh, God.
I want to see what your emote does.
Glad to see you're talking to me, buddy.
Okay. When we come back, we're gonna drop right out of downtime and. You okay?
yeah,
And
we need more downtime. we gotta finish.
and I think I've got a fun little adventure plan for you. As, you've been called by Brask today to come. He's got some information from Finjan, and he might even have a mission for you.
Nice.
All right, we'll be right back, everybody. Stay where you are. Maybe go grab a drink, some popcorn. Come back for more adventures with the Kappleberry Caravan.
Hydrate.
Hydrate. Amen. Welcome back, y'all. Now that we've got a bit of downtime out of the way, you've done a couple of things over the last 5.5 weeks.
Nothing too crazy.
You spent some time, and a small, one of the runners that Milton Brask has employed previously, a young orcish boy, probably 16 or so, has been sent over just letting you know that Brask is asking for you over the Defiant Smiles. Defiant Smiles, still about a little over 1.5 miles away, so it's a bit of a walk, but you're generally, hey, I have work for you. You guys normally seem to be coming running. You're here in the warehouse. A lot of work has been done since you picked this up recently. The largest of the holes that you have up top in the roof has actually been fixed. Some of you all have startings of rooms, but setting up the different portions of the building, structuring it more into, I guess, a manor almost of what you're seeming like you're doing here. You've fixed a couple of the holes in the outer wall. The wall itself is not a great deterrent yet. It's relatively small. It's only made of wood. It's essentially a series of mostly vertical logs that have been put up and bound together, some by rope, some by crossbar, but not very powerful protection and certainly very vulnerable to fire. But after the runner leaves, you have the day to yourself. It's midday. You've all been working on your various projects.
We should
You
go-
5K has come and gone.
We should probably go see what he wants, though. I mean,
Oh, Gwynwyn and I have a gift for a few folks.
We need
Yes.
to
Yes.
pay the rent. We should see him.
Who pays rent?
The one who signed the contract?
us.
Also, mechanically, just to check in for downtime, mechanically, the work you did is paid for it for now. So there won't be any additional, you won't cost you anything more narratively. But if you'd like to go and you pay the mobster you bought the warehouse from.
Yeah, as long as
Wait,
his name is
what?
End and Ladrone.
Yeah, hey, well, I don't know you. My business with her. Why don't you move along, huh?
Fucking
We can
Tony
be
Soprano.
outside.
over here.
is
Hey.
You should
I'm
see.
a bull.
Talking about Tony Ladrone? I don't want to talk about Tony Ladrone.
That-
Do you see a therapist?
It's why I was asking if
Hey,
you
man,
wanted
ask
us to
him
go
about-
through with it.
That was a mobster?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you not hear how I talk?
Where have you
I
been?
thought you were
I'm pretty
Italian.
Silas,
stereotypical,
I
to
feel
be
like I
honest.
haven't seen you in weeks.
Silas, I
Much
haven't
less
talked
standing
with
next
you
to
in
Gwynwyn.
over a month.
Silence is actually not here. This is Jake. Spirit.
Silas turned into a human man.
He's so short now.
Sorry.
Paint for us.
Raggedy boy.
Pocket
Oh, he's
prince.
kind of gray.
Oh, but Gwynwyn and I made y'all too. I'm sorry, sweetie. We don't have a gift for you.
That's fine.
No.
But we will have a version that is better than this for you later.
I'm
when
good.
you can animate objects, which will be awesome.
What's that?
Why would I do
Oh,
that?
okay, Gwynwyn, you have some. I have some. These are approximately 5 pounds. They're iron, They have a metal bulb that goes inside, or a
Mage
glass
hand.
bulb.
Wow.
Yeah,
No,
it's
wait,
filled with
what?
acid in alchemist fire, so don't drop it.
Which,
Oh.
so
Or acid, just acid.
you make they're 1 and 1. You got five
Yeah.
of one, 5 of the other.
We have 5 of each. You can catapult them. You can sling them. They're not going to be as amazing as we want them yet.
We're working on it.
We're
And-
working on it.
I will say mechanically how
We need
these
a certain
work
abjuration
is
wizard
it
to
both
help
would
us out.
do the damage of the
Please.
of the catapult or of your sling, and on top of that have the effect of either a flask of acid or an alchemist fire, which they're both relatively low in terms of damage output, but they're kind of just added damage dice for a consumable.
How many are you giving us, and what are you calling them?
We,
We have a total of 10.
And
I don't
you've
have
based
names
these a little
yet.
bit on one of your uncle's designs, if I remember
yeah,
correctly.
they are based on my uncle used to have these things called bombasinos that were basically bombs that he threw, but he wouldn't teach me how to make them because like my moms were like, he'll blow up the house. So like,
So
And
you
I
made.
didn't have
the nail
Gwynwyn's.
bombs are a war cry, like
Yeah.
those sorts of things.
Yeah,
There's-
that's kind of
There's
crazy.
boogers. He'd flick them, and then they'd explode.
Yeah. I didn't have, I guess, the privilege that you had to blow up things.
I mean,
The real name was Nose Goblins, is what he would call them.
God. I don't know if Jason's in the chat right now, but he's being, he's being
You're constantly
slandering.
looking directly at the camera and slandering Jason.
I know.
Life depends on it.
Hey,
It's a
buddy.
pastime.
If you're not here, you'll see it later on the VOD.
Yeah.
But we don't have a name. We're working on it. You know what? All good names come with time. Also, it's really hard to smash like our first or last names
So-
into some sort of creation.
And you don't have a
It's-
pun?
You said they do something. What exactly do they do?
well, these 5 do fire.
We can go play catch up.
They-
Fire?
Fire.
Are you giving multiple of them away?
Yeah, we're giving them all to them because.
Oh.
We can just make more. Just give us the shells back. Don't just leave them in places. We're expensive.
What if we throw it in a really deep chasm? At
You have
something?
Featherfall? Go get it.
I don't.
I have fire.
Don't have that.
Okay. Well, just don't lose them if you can, please.
Not a problem. And so, just to get the nitty gritty out of the way,
Yeah.
you're giving all 10 of them
Yeah.
to these guys. So there are 5 acid and 5 fire.
You don't.
Do you want the spicy ball or do you want the hot ball?
You can mix and match. Just so you know.
I'll take 2 spicy, or I'll take 3 spicy. Do you want 2 spicy and 3 fire?
Yeah, okay.
I like how the acid is.
I figured
What?
spicy was acid.
Acid,
spicy.
yeah, I am some falling.
Chemically reacts to the tongue.
So actually, acid is sour.
Okay, yeah.
Sour and spicy, okay.
Yeah, okay. Nerd.
Sour.
Okay. But you guys go ahead and divvy those up. When they come up in combat, we'll pull up real quick.
Nothing.
I believe, off the top of my head, I don't have the exact numbers. I want to say acid flasks end up doing 2d6, and alchemist fire does a d4 every round until they're put out. But we'll double check them when you actually use these here.
Nice.
So
It's aggressive.
These are very equivalent to having an extra spell slot
I'm
left.
over here
I-
casting augury. Like, it's
We-
a bad idea to give them these bombs.
we
Please.
have like this manic.
Wheel and woe.
We have this manic, like, we stayed up till 4 a.m. crafting these masterpieces.
Oh.
is it
what
safe to
that?
call these bombs? Like, or do they actually?
Well, not yet. We're working on it.
Okay, I'll call them flasks.
I don't want you to call them bulbs.
Orbs?
Perhaps? Orbs? I've been calling them orbs.
Orbs is a good. Orbs is a great.
Call them the spicy and fire orbs.
Spicy and
now.
sour orbs.
Spicy and sour. We're opening up a great restaurant.
I tried.
Oh, that's what we could do with the extra space.
There's a joke here somewhere, but I can't think of it.
We'll get there.
We have a ghost kitchen. Sorry.
The warehouse doesn't actually have a kitchen because Gwynwyn can't cook and did not think
Technically,
about
yeah.
We've been building a fire.
Currently, previously you had this sort of bonfire set up in the room that had no, in the large room, which opened all the way up to the second floor roof and had a huge hole in it. But now that that's been closed up, it's this kind of awkward. I guess we cook outside.
Yeah, how much of a courtyard is there, really?
We've been eating
Like, how
out
much
a lot.
space?
Enough to make a garden.
I would like to mention, this warehouse is massive.
Yeah. We all needed the
We can have an
space.
indoor
Do we need this much space?
Yes.
Yes.
I could
Got a
do
good deal
cartwheels
off
all the
the-
way across the room.
If this place was
Wow.
nice, it'd be worth millions of gold.
Right.
I think we should
plan.
get a big staircase, just like at home.
You have a big staircase?
It's called
God, rich
Equity.
kids.
But you
I
have
refuse
you
to
have
be
been
shamed
summoned
by
by
y'all.
Brass. You guys have been hanging out here about 20 minutes after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Let's
We're just over here chatting about like, hey, orbs.
Orbs! Don't juggle them.
Do not drop them. They will explode.
Don't get
They-
thrown.
Throw them deliberately only.
And they are relatively large, so you carry a couple of them on you, and the others go in the back.
Can
Am
I call
I-
them globes?
Yeah, hot globe.
Hot globe and spicy globe.
We'll workshop it. It's
Ooh,
fine.
Hot
Let's go.
globe and spicy
Because then you
globe.
can make an ice one and you call it a snow globe.
Yes!
I'm so mad.
Oh,
right
thanks.
now.
I hate it. All right.
New skulls. We need an abjuration wizard.
Heading out of the barrows. Yosef's not with you today.
Producing bombs in mass.
You're not with Yosef today, so you head up out of the barrows, hit Pirewood Row, take it all the way up towards Westgate, and eventually find yourself in front of that triangular structure that is the Defiant Smiles headquarters.
Right.
I should sign the contract.
Once inside, you see the smiling face of old Milton Brask. Oh, well, if it isn't some of my favorite contractors. Fingen just left, but I do have some excellent news from him he's passed along.
Yes.
I believe he hops down. Once again, he kind of disappears behind the tall counter he's always sitting behind, climbs back up. These, he pulls out a pair of arrows with yellow fletchings. You were looking for more information about them.
Yep.
Yes.
Kind of puts them on the counter, Silas, you can be able to grab those. According to Fingen, he has found the source of these arrows. The Fletcher is a halfling, just a couple streets over, actually. I've met him a few times, but to be honest, I'm not terribly familiar with him. By the name of Marmon Tenhair. Now, he makes these arrows for one particular hunter's guild, sort of a mark of their craft. Similar as knights may carry banners, and I think alchemists put gems in their
Yeah.
flasks. I'm sorry, I don't entirely understand how you identify the various guilds, but specifically these are for the Whistler's Lodge. Whistler's Lodge is located just a bit north, just shy of the Twilight District, if you still wish to go visit there. Now, unfortunately, we couldn't identify the particular archer involved, but they're made for the entire guild. Most lodges are relatively small, as hunting orders are typically for low counts. People looking for specific pelts or dealing with an infestation of critters. If it was they don't hunt monsters generally, as that would be something more of our purview.
Yeah, we were told about potential for monster hunting through the Defiant Smiles.
You must have been talking to Whitaker.
Yes.
He has been a bit insistent. There's not a bunch of work, but there seems to be a bit of excitement about the five of you working for us. Now, I'll admit, I'm very keen on having you eventually get badges of your own. But, of course, I'm more than happy to work with you on a contractual basis, as we've previously discussed.
I think we're ready to sign.
I think we are.
If we were to do this job today, how much would we get paid contractually, and then actually as guild members,
Oh.
how much would we get paid?
What
I haven't even told
even
you
told
about
us
the
about the
mission,
job.
but I would be happy to.
what constitutes a signature?
You can sign your name, right, Thorn? Please tell me you can sign your name.
It's
Typically a house sigil, or
Just asking for a friend.
now, it is also not terribly uncommon for certain elves to provide a small branch as a personal signifier. In addition, it would be typical to include 3 drops of blood.
Can I do just a
Thumbprint?
And just
That would be fine.
I have a question.
He's gonna go outside and like scrounge
Are-
for some twigs.
Are the elves that provide just twigs for signatures just messing with people? Or are they like legitimately doing? Like, is it?
This sounds like some wood elf nonsense. Like,
Okay.
maybe real wood elf
yeah,
nonsense.
but like,
like
does it
some
sound like the wood
druid.
elves are
This is
pranking
wood elf
people?
stuff.
Okay.
It does.
It's a home tree. It would be a piece of an elven wood.
yes.
Oh, I just thought they were like
But it's
messing with them. They were like,
bullshit.
they're like, this is totally in wood elf tradition. here's some twigs we found.
bro.
Yeah, then you go take
This
an
twig's been
elf
passed
board and,
down
like,
in my family for centuries. There you go.
Definitely didn't find it outside.
I can get the missive for the mission. Now, it wouldn't actually be. It's not for today. If you're interested, I'll be charting a ferry for you. kind
Great.
of pulls over, gets. Now, I received this actually as a request from. He kind of gets excited. I actually received this request from one of the High Lords. Now, it's not terribly uncommon, as the High Lord's name is occasionally on these requests, but really it's one of their various secretaries or someone acting in the name of. But High Lord Walt Berenger is actually looking for assistance, and Lord Berenger is funding an arboreal survey. Now, the specifics here are not terribly clear, but there is an alchemist from the Flask of Midas who is working on studying the plant growth, is my understanding, within the city limits. There's, if I'm being honest, the work itself seems relatively easy, but the pay is reasonable enough. You'd be helping, escorting a cart as it passes through Shelt, and additionally, whatever he needs with moving his cargo, if he may have to procure supplies. And it says something here about climbing, but the specifics are not very clear.
I'm down for this.
Yeah, heading to
I
Shelt.
thought you might, to be honest. We don't get many chances to work with alchemists, but
Now, we haven't been to Shelt, actually, yet. Is there anything we need to know? Maybe any current events, something crazy that's happening in Shelt right now?
well, and he kind of smirks because he's been talking about this for a while. The king's address is tomorrow morning. If you'd like, it's actually a bit cheaper, and we could put a little bit more into your purse at the end. I could chart you a earlier ferry, say at the crack of dawn, get you there in the morning. You could see the king speak, maybe enjoy some of the festivities, lots of fried foods and all sorts of Eltian delicacies. And then afterwards, around high noon, you'd be able to go and meet with this Finnan Greenbottle. I have a brief description, but he'll be meeting you. He'll be meeting you near where the king's courtyard is. Shouldn't be too terribly difficult. If we accept this, we do provide brief descriptions of the contractors and mercenary involved, and so you stand out somewhat as a group.
We do have the big elephant boy.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Real talk
Seems
amongst
like a
us.
perfect job for us.
Are we gonna...
Yeah, this
Yes,
is the
fine.
one.
Cool.
Keep in mind, what was the
We also
house?
need to pay rent, so...
I can tell. Sorry, you did ask about the pricing one way versus the other.
Yeah.
Now, understand that the pay rates may increase relatively quickly. As you've worked with me before, I can push through some of the processes. But early during this sort of probationary period.
Of course.
Now, if you were to take this as contractual work, it would your pay for tomorrow would be 75 gold pieces each. Certainly not the haul you've had in some of the past, but I apologize for not having work for you these past the past 2 weeks or so.
It's fine.
He kind of curses under his breath.
Yeah.
Norn. But were you to take on in a more probational period, I would be able to add an additional 10 gold pieces atop that.
Right.
And eventually your cut would be substantially larger, as you would be quite a large percentage of our guild.
Signing.
I have one question before we sign.
Of course.
Is the name signed on the contract public information?
In a manner of speaking, your name would be viewable to, say, the High Lords or the Crown, but it would not be something that your average citizen would be able to procure. Technically speaking, if one of the High Guild Masters who runs the mercenary network here would be able to gather information about the name, but it's not common.
Okay.
You've asked about your name every time you've spoken with Milton, so
Yeah.
kind of guess you're weird about your name.
I want someone to be able to track me down.
Can I
Seriously.
telepathically link with you?
You also
And-
can decide this later if you don't have to do this right now.
The only thing I'm going to ask is, should I be concerned about freely giving my blood?
I'll guide your hand on a signature.
Cool.
Yep, just your name and blood is all he'll need.
From all of us. I thought he meant
Yes.
blood just because
3
Thorn
drops
can't
of blood,
write.
your signature.
I thought it was blood only. If
I thought it was
didn't
only
have-
because he couldn't
Oh,
write.
he was asking if he could put his thumbprint down. I apologize.
Oh,
I
I thought it was if you're illiterate, you have to give blood.
Can we do a seal instead if we choose?
instead of a signature.
Okay.
need to go kill a goat. Okay.
Do you guys want to wait on this? Think about it more?
He's gonna get us killed if we do.
Milton's not upset. He brings it up, but he's a kind mother.
We're
Okay,
so like
listen.
sketchy.
Half of us
He's
have
like,
our
put your
fingers
name to
pricked
paper, and we're like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are constantly sketchy, but he just knows that you're really weird about telling people who you are.
What are you talking about as I
Silas.
put my pearl...
No, we'll be fine giving blood. It'll be okay. It's not enough for anybody to like control
know,
us.
Okay,
just
then
be-
I'll
just
prick
be-
my thumb, I'll smear it on my my moon symbol, and then I'll press that down on as my signature.
Oh,
Wait.
gods. All right, well, this does resolve both things. He kind of puts it down. You said you have a sigil?
did you have any wax?
Of course. The requirement for blood was meant as a separate... Laurentius will be fine.
I like your approach.
Well, here you go. Goes ahead and places. There's got a couple different colors of wax that you can use to melt for whatever seal you're using. Are you pulling out your signet ring? It's got your sigil on it.
Yeah. I
Okay.
take out my signet ring and took off my actual ring. Is there red and blue?
Yeah.
I like go half and half.
You place the symbol of House Arendral, these two interlocking rings, one red, one blue, and you say, "Subtlety be damned."
I'll use my Servant of Ren signet ring.
Wonderful.
I also will use a
You pull out a signet ring. I am Lord Silas Bradley.
I
We
treat
actually did all daily.
You sign like the way you sign Mickey Mouse sometimes on
In
credit
my-
cards. You just sign like
in my ward items. The licensed mouse is gonna get you.
The
far.
license now. Oh, you'll never catch me.
wait, they put bugs in.
But you're both signing as well?
Yeah.
Excellent. Takes a little bit of time. Well, it will. I hope you'll understand. There's no need for pomp and ceremony for today. I'll have your badges made. I'll have Finjan whip them up.
Oh.
He's great.
I realized I accidentally put.
He
the
says you've been
symbol
doing
of
good work. What was
You
that?
put this.
I accidentally put the symbol of Shar as part of my worn attire, and I might need to move that on my sheet because I looked down. And I'm like, oh yeah, my clothes, my ring, my coin purse, my raven skull, and a symbol of Shar.
Yeah, you're not.
I'm not wearing
You just
it.
took it.
No, I sometimes in the evenings I'll cast Flock of Familiars and let them play with it.
Can we feed?
Blasphemy.
Sounds
Do you
like
think we
it's
can
meaty
feed,
things.
feed Squawk troll blood?
Why?
It's a fiend. Just want to see what happens. Sometimes you just
Stop.
poke things with a stick and watch what
We have-
happens.
We have full blood?
We could get it,
I have some.
unfortunately. Why?
It's been 5 weeks.
It's really gross.
It's
Rancid.
very not good.
You should just feed it.
It
to Squawk
likely
anyway.
doesn't have much of a use at this point.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm offering it to Squawk.
I do use it.
Because Gonka already hates you?
Well,
It's all cool.
so would you like me to? I can charter you. There's 2 options. I can save you. If you'd like to sleep in tomorrow, you don't have to go see the king's speech.
We don't sleep
I want
in.
to see the king's speech.
Yeah, I
We've
think
never
it's
been.
going to be an
Never
event.
seen
a
this
cultural,
king, just his
like,
children on coins.
It is true. So kind of thinking about it for a moment, the king. It has not been. It has been quite customary to have the family of the crown be on the actual coinage here.
Yeah. Let's go see it.
Yeah.
Let's go see this king's speech.
You all get to spend. We are going to kind of. We're going to kind of fade out here, taking a little bit of extra time. Hey, Gwynwyn, we didn't technically say this, but you're no longer intoxicated from that rager from 5 weeks ago.
Right.
Just making sure that's very clear.
We can still go to the duelist tonight.
Yeah, I'm not
You
going
wanna
to
have a duel
have
tonight?
But we'll take it easy, right? We'll have 1 drink each. We'll watch a fight. Yeah. Survey the opponent. It'll
Is
be great.
there?
Right? Right?
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just asking him to do some rough sketches for the playing cards.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that with you for
Yeah.
a few weeks.
If you make my nose too big again, I'm going to fight you, Silas. Seriously. I know that you're changing my features on every single version. I know you are.
2 gold this time, and she'll have huge feet, but only the left one.
They never match in size.
I thought you were giving her 2 left feet.
She already had that.
Silas can't draw people.
I'm an excellent dancer. How many balls have you been to?
so offended.
I have 5 in my pocket now. The fiery balls, the acid balls. Those not count?
Call them globes.
He would never stop.
You want to spend some time at the Daring Duelist this evening?
Yeah, let's go hang out for
Do
dinner.
Debonair round 2?
Oh.
Do I have the ability to do a fight? I don't.
Oh, we're not actually playing through it.
But yeah, sure.
Yeah, you spend the night having a good time, fighting a couple folks. At this point, you actually would run into. You know what? I'm just gonna really quickly roll that table I had from before.
Sham's weird keeper.
It's an orc lady.
Toldo in disguise.
Oh, you're fighting Gulka. Gulka is the orcish witch from before.
Told you.
Not you. You fought. You faced against her before. You're pretty familiar with the regulars who are here. Gulka's relatively powerful. She's a witch. Her salamander Oates is very, very quick. She's got you on your butt a couple times with the salamander, but truly, you're very fast, and this is very much a balanced related matchup. You'll have a good time, drink, be merry. Were there any preparations you'd like to make for tomorrow? Also, today I will need you to actually prepare your spells for tomorrow.
I am
Ooh,
doing
terrified.
that now.
Letting the prepared casters know, no longer in downtime.
Perfectly fine if it's not done. I would
What's
like
up?
to go check on that hammer.
Yes. Heading out in the evening, before her shift, or before she goes to play at the Duelist, you actually know that Elle is working
I have always prepared all this.
Elle is working at the Little Luck Fingen's Forge. And as you head in, all right, he's in here. Watch your head. Kind of thunk, clunk. Some shield on the wall kind of bouncing against the wood for a bit.
I'd be more worried about how wide my frame is getting through a door than like how tall.
I made it plenty wide for myself.
Ah.
It's there. The height's a bit different.
Oh, you are a bit shorter than me.
All right. I got you the pageantry and stuff. Good. Gwynwyn said you'd like it. All right. Found your feet. In the center of the shop, you slam a Loxodon foot on the ground, and in the center of the room, opening up a
Do the lights
small
dim?
bit of stone. No, the torchlight does not change here, but a small bit of stone begins shifting over, and a table begins rising out. This is something that Elle has seen previously. It's just a work table with a little over here, but it slowly rises up. Atop it is a brass-handled, two-handed this maul. Large. There's bits of silver and iron fittings, like polished lighter metal, and at the head of it is this sort of vented chamber. You see that there is a darker bronzy-looking metal that is opened up to this chamber with these pair of huge bolts, and in the center of it, you see a small dimmed blue glass sphere. All right, well, if you want to change the command word, you'll need to hold it up in the morning. You'll have to focus on it. You've handled the tournament before, yeah?
Yes.
All right. Well, take it up. All right. Dwarven word for light. You know it?
Bright?
Do you know do you recall the basic word for light in Dwarven? This is not a roll. This is a question. You've been practicing for 5 weeks. Do you know how to say light?
I'm not gonna remember the past 5 weeks because I've been focusing on an apology the past 5 weeks. My
Alright.
childhood, though, lighting a fire, lighting
You
the
think back
kitchen,
to Mama Grandfear?
cooking dinner. She lit the stove.
She was a good cook.
Only one in the family.
You hold up the two-handed maul, focus on it. As you do, it begins emanating light outwards. Now, mechanically speaking, this is a D10 weapon with reach.
Yeah.
It does also have the heavy property.
Oh, yeah.
Not terribly important, but it would be important if a small-sized creature ever tried to use it. You are a medium-sized creature.
I'm not small.
But so this is now. Do note you can't use your shield at the same time as this. And if you're carrying this and your regular warhammer, you're not going to want to carry much else that's heavy.
Oh, yeah,
Heavy,
yeah.
big gear.
Leaving everything else behind but these two bad boys.
Yeah, I assume because you guys have a place to stay, you don't carry everything with you. Just
yeah.
Your valuables.
Yosef now has a glaive, a javelin, a heavy crossbow.
You got a weapon rack in your room back at the warehouse.
At one point, I really did have too many weapons.
We don't
Yes.
have rooms yet.
Right, there's a weapon
Big
My
rack
corner.
in the structure.
That means I can borrow his weapon.
Hey, maybe,
a lot as a
maybe
fighter.
over the little break, I'll go ahead and make a brief layout of the warehouse in its current state.
I truly believe we don't have individual bedrooms. We
Oh.
just
No.
sort of pile mats into a single location and pass out there every night.
Brian, name
He
who's
snores.
Brian's
I know, it's
last
really
name.
annoying.
What was that, Victoria?
Brian Scuffs exhibited.
Yes.
And he had one of those rooms like in like a manufacturing plant where like it looked out over everything. It's like a little higher. Do we
Yeah.
have one of those?
An office?
Yes.
The second floor.
There is an office with that
Office?
wide glass pane. There's one large main room that is technically 2 stories tall, but there's none of the walkways from before. So it's kind of got a lot of wasted void space.
Found the library.
Painting studio.
Yes.
No.
It's our arts room.
And crafts.
It's for furthering yourself.
Oh, I'm excited for the bickering about what goes where in here. But looking at this, the weapon's very well made. There's only the briefest of enchantments that have been put on this just to activate the item.
Yeah.
This is not mechanically a +1. It's not actually a magical weapon for mechanics'
Yeah.
sake. Basically, there is a small
Plus one.
enchantment on the head of it that allows it to activate an item.
And
but-
it's still the drift globe itself.
Right. You can turn Driftglobe on and off without having to hold it or use up your trunk.
I just want to make sure it's the light and daylight.
Yes, it has all of those pieces of it still. So the drift globe still exists. It's now been integrated into this. Additionally, you can spend time outside of combat. You need someone who's got proficiency in blacksmith tools or artificer's tools to open up the housing if you need to remove the drift globe.
Yeah, because I was gonna
Interesting.
say we can't do the thing now where you can like drop the drift globe, but then it follows you back up.
Right. So the weapon
that's
does not
fine.
levitate.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
So there is no more using the drift globe to like go into the chasm, and it comes back up the chasm because it follows you.
interesting.
But you have to always go to where you want it first, so it's not great at it can't scout with it.
yeah.
Right.
How much does this cost? Elle's work paid for it, I'm assuming.
So you've paid for part of this already. In total, the gold expenditure that he would that you've talked with them, your party members for what would make more sense. 180 gold pieces would be a reasonable rate for this.
Give him 200 bare minimum.
Always tip your blacksmith, people.
Yeah.
Y'all
Yeah,
didn't
that's-
do it
I
enough.
Remember that later, guys.
Undershot.
Y'all didn't do it enough last time.
No.
We gotta fix it this time. Y'all didn't.
I married our blacksmith.
That's true. That's
I
fine.
insulted our blacksmith's No, you.
I married a
never
noble.
went to the blacksmith because she found a
Give me your
magic sword.
What were you gonna say, Connor?
Nothing.
It's
Share the
okay.
glass?
It's okay. I figured out where he was going.
I think I
But you
got
take so you do take some time, reclaim your weapon. The work here doesn't seem like it was terribly difficult for Finjan, and you do learn Finjan is the one who did that basic enchantment just to activate that item. So Finjan does have an amount of magical capabilities.
He didn't let me
Scan
touch
the
it.
room for some
But the
back-
next morning, you do have to go get up pretty early to catch that ferry. All right. Is there anything else we wanted to do the night before heading out?
Do I have any idea how long the ferry ride is? Is it a short one or a long one?
You're going a quarter of a mile across a body of water. You can see the other side.
So like
it's
an
not
hour.
difficult.
20 minutes.
No, yeah.
Still like 20
It's
minutes.
they're not crawling slow.
I'm not packing a fishing supply.
Yeah, so when you actually head over this, you head over to the docks. It's actually, rather, to the barrows, and you do find it's not very far from home, but you do see this magnificent ship here. There's strong, uniformed men lugging huge bits of cargo. You see, there's this woman hanging off the side, tied to a rope, and she's working on repairing what looks to be like an old cannon hole. And then she's also got like a bucket of paint. She's repairing the ship. There are rows of cannon holes on the side, or of small hatches to open up and have cannon fire. This is a beautiful warship flying the banner of the Ashen League. You continue on to the next pier where you see your ferry. Probably able to have about 25 people on it. Relatively flat boat with a small, this small set of rotating paddles that are hooked into what looks to be a single gear in the center where a trio of workers work to essentially manpower push this thing forward. No sail, just a small flat boat. There's a couple other people waiting around, ready to go and check out their day.
Spicy one. Sorry.
What was that?
I just had something in my throat.
Was it spicy bomb?
Yeah, I actually, unfortunately, Jake had that same thought. That's the problem.
That was.
But it's a beautiful 3-mast warship of the Ashen League.
Catapult would be discreet.
Very expensive.
No, Mage Hand would be more discreet.
You here for my ferry? This old, withered man. You see that he's got he's got just this small hint of a glint in his eyes. Almost as you kind of look at him, there's a little bit of a yellowish color to what would otherwise be brown eyes.
Rasks in us.
Fairly certain.
Brass.
Press one. Right one.
Okay, 1 second. The Smiles, right?
Yep.
Where are your badges?
We just joined yesterday, so we haven't gotten them yet.
Just doing it? Yeah, okay. Whatever.
Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So this man, this old, withered man, softly glowing, these little yellow and brown eyes, just kind of takes a look at you, furrows his brow.
Whatever. Don't bother the lady with the kid. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Kind of steps onto his boat. You see he goes and sits in a small chair that's been bolted to the top of the ship right next to where that gear is, as a trio of seamen are standing there ready to go, ready to get to work. Yeah, okay, I thought I was going to get Jake, not Clella. Aboard the oh my god!
You know, it's her reaction that's killing me.
It's too good.
You take a little bit of time.
Well, you are bright red right now.
It's just. It was funny.
I just look over and see Victoria's staring.
The sailors, they
Yeah,
begin
they are.
pulling up the anchor and untying the boat from the actual dock itself. And the small ferry, probably about maybe 40 feet at its longest point, so like toe to tip, begins moving. Besides the 5 of you, there are 4 sailors, including the old grumpy man who checked to make sure that you already had purchased tickets for the ferry. There is what looks to be. It's a little hard to tell what the mother is, but you can presume from what the child looks like, some details. There's a mother with this purple shawl wrapped over the top of her head, kind of almost perfectly blending into this very modest robe she has here. But the son that's standing there kind of looks up to all of you. This little boy, yellow skin, pointed ears too thin to be an elf, and a strange, almost inverted nose kind of looking up at you. There is a small Gith boy standing here. You see there are a small collection of these black arcs, not quite writing, but they look to be almost like tattoos along the side of his neck and on his cheekbones. Kid kind of looks at you wordlessly, but otherwise doesn't mind you. In addition, there's a couple more folks here. There's a small group of what look to be. There's some orcs that are dressed up in relatively nice clothes. There's some fine surcoats. One of them's wearing a brigadine. Looks like someone's wearing. Yes, it's armor, but it looks nice. Another wearing fine gambesson. People appear to be dressed up, and they're heading to Shelt today. It's the heart of the city.
Do we look dressed up?
I'm just gonna make sure I look the same as well.
If you'd
I
like
was
to have
like
dressed
sharp.
a little bit nicer than normal, yeah.
Your
Thorn?
pants are still bad.
Thorn's pretty fine. No,
got new pants.
Thorn has the full outfit at this point.
I always
Thought
dress
new
nice.
pants.
You do explicitly wear it is a noblewoman's traveling suit. Like it's
Suit.
very fine Chalcedonian clothing.
Gwynwyn did clean off the soot off of her face today.
A sootless face.
And
You
I'm
look
just,
different.
I'm just wearing my general usual outfit.
Hey,
Those boots
I'm
are nice,
worried.
don't lie.
I'm
Multi-purpose.
She's got like 200
Yeah,
gold boots
fly as
on.
fuck.
As
Not
you all
walking my
continue
boots.
along your way, I'm gonna ask Victoria, make me a luck check.
Oh no.
What do you
You
wear?
know how these go.
Canvas bag.
Yeah, it's really the baggiest little thing in the world.
Do you think it said a 1?
I need to know everyone's passive perceptions.
11.
Bad.
14.
13.
11.
Okay. Silas and Ismini with 14 would notice the little boy kind kind of stands on his tiptoes, wiggles his hands towards his mother, who leans down. You briefly just see, again, similar yellow face, striking blue eyes. She listens for a moment, stops, small nod to the little boy. A few minutes later, those of you with lower passive perception wouldn't catch the start of this. Splash! The little boy is in the water. He's fallen off. People start panicking, looking over. One of the orcs comes over and begins trying to unbutton like his fine shirt, seeing what's happening there. What is everyone doing?
When would we lower the rope of climbing?
You begin to push this rope. The boy begins disappearing into the water. The murky tincto covering him entirely.
How is the mom reacting?
Mom's not freaking out.
I was about to
The
say,
rope becomes taut. Something is on the rope.
does it look like he's done this before?
I'll start pulling on the rope.
Okay.
I want to watch the mom. I'm curious.
Taking a quick glance just through the small opening in her hood and the sort of wrapping around her head, you see a small smirk. Gwynwyn, as you begin pulling up, you do not see a Gith boy. You pull back, and claws embedded deep into the rope as a silver dragon wormling emerges. You see little Caradoc pulling him out of the water. Boo!
The fuck is this?
The dragon from before.
Do you not remember the?
What dragon?
Oh my god, he
believe
wasn't
us.
there. He wasn't there.
You never told him.
Oh, I thought he didn't believe us. Well, we never
We told him, but he's like,
You know
yeah,
how
sure,
you
you found the
thought you
dragon.
were lying?
about the flower crowns on the
Turns out
dragon.
we didn't all mass hallucinate in the woods.
Hi.
Okay.
The woman gives a small. It is nice to see you all once again.
Yeah, we were watching.
Caradoc, come back aboard. She reaches a small hand down, which he puts his claw in, and it looks like it could hurt, but there's no rending of flesh. He just pulls the little baby dragon. Again, very small.
I was getting ready to cast comprehend languages because I thought I needed to translate.
Your son is drowning.
No, I mean like for like any other drama that would happen after the child jumps into the water.
Orcs are freaking out, yelling at orcish, pointing at the dragon, losing their mind of this. I think I described German Shepherd size
Yeah.
dragon.
It's pretty undersized.
Yeah, it's a little shorter, little longer. But he's very excited. His wings tucked very close into his back, looking up at you all excitedly. I tricked you really good, didn't I?
Oh,
did.
very.
We were
I was
nervous.
terrified.
None of you thought it was gonna be a dragon in the water.
Literally the
I
last thing I
almost had
expected.
to-
You're right.
Yeah.
I
He
almost had
puffs
to
out his
roar
little
in there.
chest. You must forgive me.
It was a good prank.
It was a good prank.
It was a really
It's
good
a little
prank.
weird.
My
A
little
weird.
hatchling occasionally is a bit of chaos, and it is fine to, when harmless, indulge a bit.
Have a little fun, yeah.
Get out of your system too, you know.
If we could,
I'm trying to burn the energy out before today's events.
Oh, you're
So-
attending?
Yes, my patrol and I will all be in attendance for the speech today in Shelt.
so Iselda, you're here on runic night business. It sounds like. Maybe.
Yes.
I'm whispering.
I do believe. Yes, you've stepped away.
Yeah.
The orcs are sitting the far side, like that's a little dragon.
We're
Why
not,
is
like-
there a little dragon?
I'm
No
hanging.
one's drawing weapons, but there's certainly the boat has become segregated, and they're confused by what's with the dragon.
And
The
I'm
dragon came on board and we're all like, yes.
I know, we're all excited. I'm like crouched down talking to him. Like
Is
Yeah,
this-
you're fully down here. I know I don't have my painting with me, but I still have it. My mother's protecting it.
Pulling out the little silver fiber. Don't worry, I still have it too.
She really smiles. Well, if you ever need any help, and if you show any one of my number that, they will know what to do.
Well, if you ever need any help, you can look for Loxodon.
And not the other one in town.
Oh, it's not in town.
we found out.
She gets tight-lipped when you say that.
Yeah, we did learn that there are 2 here at the minimum.
Yeah, my mom said there was another one with horn teeth.
That's fair.
This one's nicer.
He's a better one.
We've technically not.
Have you fought in battle?
No.
In a way.
No.
Yeah.
In a way, yeah.
Do you want to go back in the water?
Define a
Yes.
battle.
Will you throw me into the water as far as you can?
I'm gonna throw him up and then let him go down.
Spreads his wings wide, goes a few extra feet further, splash. Again.
I will spend the next 20 minutes lobbing
Always
this dragon.
You were throwing this little silver dragon wormling, truly the most peaceful form of dragoning that is possible.
Can you breathe fire yet?
Inconspicuous.
What was that?
Can you breathe fire yet? I don't know.
He
what
wouldn't
age.
breathe fire. He's a silver
silver
dragon.
dragon, yeah, you're right.
Ice.
I can make some cold, but not very much yet. Mother says, and I know it to be true, that Bahamut will bless me with the chill of winter soon.
Yes.
Very much so.
Frankly, I'm still waiting for Bahamut to bless me with the chill of winter.
Bless you, Alex.
Wait, bless you, Bahamut.
Bahamut has graced us.
Oh, Bahamut
you're
has
like,
a cold. That's-
What's this heresy?
Grabs tarot cards.
But
Retroactive heresy. Let's go.
what are you all going to go see the king's address?
We are. We also have a job in town. We're working with the Defiant Smiles now.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar, but
A small mercenary band. We make up
Oh.
5 of its 6 active duty members.
Pays the mortgage.
that's well. I'm excited for you to all have good work. I hope that it feeds both your mind, body, and soul.
Trying to stay busy.
That's a high bar.
Yeah.
Brask sneezes.
He's got a headache now. That's too much.
It's like I feel burdened with responsibility.
Well, unfortunately, I don't believe we'll be able to participate in the festivities together, but it is a small blessing that we were able to run into one another.
We're actually stationed in the burrows if you ever need us, by the way.
Oh,
We could give you our.
I have-
Do they have addresses? Do we
Yeah.
have an address?
We're in
The-
the
Can you describe where in the barrows?
Yeah.
the-
POS at the end of the road.
It's a fixer-upper.
There's only a few.
If this is the fix.
She just turns around, walks to the other side of the boat, and starts looking. Do you mean there? Like you've described this? You're talking to a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of looking around. Is it the green one or the brown one?
It's brown. It's frost.
Yeah.
We're working on that one.
Yeah.
It'll be nicer soon.
It's a bit of a fixer.
I'm thinking.
Got good
15
bones though.
seconds.
I didn't do 15.
Blue is a wonderful color.
I don't know. It's like
As long as you're far away from a desert, but if you ever do see blue in a desert, run.
Why?
Yes. That's
Blue dragons.
Yes, we would run. We're
Hold it inside us.
We're
It's an
sensible
oasis.
enough. No.
Also run.
We could take
I'm
them.
an
You have a
oasis.
good
We
one.
also see a giant
We
turtle
would take them.
run.
We would take them.
It's not too much longer. Silas, you're getting a little tired. Make me a strength saving throw as you've been throwing Caradoc as far as you can.
He doesn't weigh that much.
He weighs about 200 pounds. 100
It's a
pounds.
cock.
That's
You're-
3 prosciuttos.
Yeah, you're throwing.
So if you think about the size of this, it's a little smaller than a human being, but with dragon scales
Yeah,
Densely packed.
but he's
and
aerodynamic.
made of muscle.
No,
What was that roll?
19.
Work up a little bit of a sweat. You're fine.
Yeah,
But,
well,
man.
flexing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, you had a little bit of a pump on before getting to Shelt.
We'll find
Yeah.
you some brining juice whenever we reach shore to help rejuvenate you.
Brining.
Brining
Oh,
fluid?
dear.
Ah.
Olive oil?
No.
Pickles.
No, like when you're pickling.
It's got a high salt content. It'll help him feel better.
We ate so many pickles on the road to Coppersback.
It makes you feel better.
That explains the smell.
I can't stand the sight of pickles.
Yes, I'm still throwing the dragon.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
Eventually, the ferry
I
does
love
find
it.
its way towards one of the docks in the northwestern part of Shelt. Looking at Shelt, unlike the West End where you've seen a lot of browns and blues and greens, here the vibrancy has been turned up so much that it can occasionally be blinding. Coming in to the side of these docks here, you see that at the northwest is kind of lower than the rest of the island. It kind of inclines upward as you move further south, further towards the coastline. and you just see rows and rows of colorful buildings, murals displayed proudly on the outside of the various walls, walkways, some of which that go above the streets themselves, connecting adjacent buildings. It is a very prosperous portion of town.
I've got a weird carpentry question.
What's the deal with rich people and stairs?
True.
More.
I meant bridges, like bridges over
I know.
streets.
Oh, I was gonna be serious and be like, you get more property if you keep building higher into the sky. You take up more space by going up. Rich people like to
As
take
a
up space.
Looking out, you see there are a few major things that stand out. Looking far out into Shelt, into the city, you see what looks to be a massive cluster of stone structures. This pale, pinkish, pink tan granite of these structures. Some of them with tall spires, turreted out almost like a castle, but embellished with what look to be these large stained glass windows, big gears attached to large clocks, a collection of these beautiful structures. Knowing what you've known, having been here for a few weeks, this would be off in the distance, that would be the Southminster University. Additionally, you see off in the distance this tall spire which can only belong to the king's castle itself, located almost directly in the center of Shelt. Finally, off far in the distance, though so monolithic it is still visible, a massive cylindrical structure. You haven't heard much about it. Most people haven't talked about it, but it is a stadium of some sort.
Colosseum?
Could be a coliseum. It's not a battle sphere.
That's in
Wizard sports.
Spheres are
Evo
three-dimensional.
ball.
That's an open top.
What?
Is there
You have piqued interest.
Evo ball?
You do manage to.
Sports.
Okay, get off my boat.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Leave at sunset.
Been a beaming ray of sunshine.
How many teeth is he missing?
This man has 4 teeth, and one of them is trying to escape his gums.
I would be too. I mean,
Okay, you're not
Thorn's
supposed
shade.
to use the spicy globe yet.
Verbally.
that's me.
The spicy
You are the
globe.
spicy globe.
Sending him the fire globe.
Or the hot globe.
No,
Hot globe.
sour is Allison. You know, we'll figure it out later.
He is a
It's naming
sour one.
convention.
Yeah, that's right. If I'm spicy, he's sour.
All right.
I think that makes you sweet.
Quidwin sweet?
I will be
Pretty
umami.
good.
Heading into the city, Iselda looks to you. I must apologize again for taking my leave so early, but I hope to see you again very soon.
We'll be here.
And though I cannot say too much, know that any worries the city has will be met with heroes and those who wish to protect. Everything will be okay.
Okay.
Caradog,
Foreboding.
who's at this point he's in the child version once more, puts up a little matching purple hood.
Does he look like he's just imitating the form of like an adult Gith but shrunk down?
It's not. It's.
He seems really
Not
young for
easy.
tattoos.
You don't know much about Gith culture.
I don't.
By default,
But
you can't really tell.
okay. I didn't know if maybe he
Looks
was
like a child.
Okay.
Even though he's changed back to little kid form, is he dripping wet still?
No, explicitly not.
It's Mimi.
It's frosty.
What did you draw this morning from your deck?
Oh, I don't draw immediately. I draw whenever there's something happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you drawn yet?
No, it takes me
Okay.
10 minutes to draw.
Okay.
I can draw for you.
And
I'm
it's
getting
about-
some scary vibes.
Do you think we have 10 minutes of time for me to sit here and
That is up to you.
fortune tell?
the boat guy.
No, we
would be
can-
upset.
You got off the boat.
Right, we're not on the boat.
Oh,
Yeah, we can just continue going. I was just
Right,
wondering
yeah.
if you had an omen
It's-
ready.
Augury is about a course of action you take within 30 minutes of doing it. It's not about like how's the day gonna look. It's like
So
I
attending
meant more
the
like
game
a real.
I'm going to
draw.
dinner. I'm going to dinner to like. Okay, I could just do what this is
speech.
meaning.
Yeah, if I
but,
ask
like,
this girl out, will she say yes or no?
What's
What
the
are
weather
we
going to
doing?
be like?
Are we
Hunting
heading?
down Iris Perkins because she's supposed to be here.
We need to do a job first.
Yeah, we
No,
have a
the
job.
job is in the
That was
afternoon.
after.
The speech is in the morning. The job is in the afternoon. That's why we supposed to like
Go to
early.
speech. We
Oh,
love
good
Iris.
da.
Hey,
Well, good da.
Which one's that one?
Ghost.
Oh, that's not bad. We
Again?
fought them before.
Okay, I need to know what everyone. Sorry,
Right. Not
what are we
ordering.
doing?
Finding Iris
Speech.
Perkins.
Let's move to where the speech is happening. And do we have a description
Heading
of
over-
Iris still?
Yes.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out.
I don't believe you all have much of a description of Iris. at
Do
all.
we?
We just have the name.
Do we know what we're gonna tell Iris?
We have the letter still.
Yeah.
It's true, but I just didn't know if we were still taking that path.
Yeah, we were just gonna hand her the letter and then.
You all begin heading inwards towards the city, towards, as you saw, that massive spire that is the center of the king's castle. Pushing through these streets, there are bustling merchants happily calling out, people advertising their wares, beautiful arrays of paintings, of actual paint itself. You see one of these vendors has a beautiful crystalline structure built around a small vial of flashing, almost rainbow-colored liquid, prismatic ink. This is probably about a half ounce.
How much would
Of
that
the
cost,
stuff?
though?
Well, he's built an entire 6-foot tall crystalline statue to surround it. Do you want to inquire on cost?
That much for prismatic ink in general.
Well over 2,000 gold pieces for that volume.
But we could use it for a tattoo.
You would typically probably ascribe 1,000 golds to a drop. This is almost half an ounce. You're talking several thousand gold pieces. The specifics and more importantly, the quality are really going to determine that. You can assume this is particularly well made. The best of Biblis, right here. Just as you continue pushing through, making your way eventually to this massive, beautiful courtyard. You're not within any sort of the castle walls, but there are beautiful villas that surround this central, almost like a market that is built into a park. Some of the actual villas and homes have turreted, think of almost Rapunzel-y towers coming off the side of these otherwise wooden structures, small conical roofs. It's very whimsical here within Shelt. You see that the outer castle wall to the king's castle here, facing towards the courtyard, has one large turret with an awning on it. You see a number of knights are stationed, just standing at attention here, but it does not appear there's anyone addressing the crowd at this time. People are passing by various stalls with different bits of food, wares for sale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Silas.
No.
As you guys are all passing through here. Excuse me, sir? Yes, sir with yellow jacket so fine. Turning around, you just see this small.
Fine.
You do see this this small, mostly white fur pushed into what would be a point, but has been curled up just ever so slightly. This small tabaxi, looking at you, tail flicking back and forth, with a small hand cart pulled behind by one long wooden pole that has an array of these black and red sashes in it. Yes, sir. First off, where are my manners? I am 3 beats of hearts, and I would love to sell you a sash. Celebrate your patriotism as the king soon approaches.
I'll take 5.
Excellent. I do have one in the appropriate size just here for you, and of course these are. Now you have 5 of you, so it's not a problem. These are provided free of charge, of course, by the 10 Tenenbaum tailors. Although I truly think we should be called the 10 Tenenbaum tail tailors, but only 9 of us have tails, so I suppose that's not entirely correct. But regardless, here. And he goes ahead and begins handing out this little white cat man, handing out these sashes. One of which, quite large, you see has been made for someone more of your size. If you'd like to wear them, no one has to.
How many my size does he have in stock?
looks like he has 2 more that are pretty large. And also, as you kind of are looking around, you do see other people walking around with similar carts. This is just, it's similar to getting a hat or some sort of, it's a signifier. You're wearing, it's black and red. It's 2 of the primary colors of elves.
I was just more or less shocked that he had something in stock for belongs it on.
Well, sir, everyone needs to be able to show their support for the kingdom, and the kingdom needs to show their support for its people. And I'm here for that second part.
Yeah, 3 gold. Just getting him 3 gold, no questions asked. He's a.
I'll take tips. Flicks them up in the air, drops them into the shirt. Well, anyways, I've been 3 beats of a heart, but you'll see me in longer than that. And begins pulling away the little hand wagon. Going over, starts calling over to other people, asking if they're interested. Yes, Victoria, I had a cat person.
Was
Fine.
3 gold enough?
For me, 3 beats of heart, 3 gold. Great, wonderful, perfect.
Oh, I also had a 93. I wanted to make a 90 on my.
Oh.
It was an OCD thing.
Can I get a perception or investigation check as folks are looking for Miss Perkins?
Should we get to pick?
Yes.
Oh.
Did you want to roll?
Natural 20 for 24.
Whoa! Anybody beat a 24? Was that on investigation or was that on perception?
That was on perception.
Great.
It would have been higher investigation, but I heard perception and rolled it.
No, that's good.
Well, taking a brief look around, there is a shorter human woman. She has this very, very tanned, very, very visibly tanned skin, with this blonde hair pulled back into a long ponytail, standing on a small, I suppose a riser is a fair way of putting it, a platform. It's something you'd see bards would hop up to tell a tale. It's about a 5-foot radius circle, but she's standing there with an easel and is painting the castle wall here in the center of this crowd. Can you take a moment kind of looking over from the side? You can see she's smiling and sweating. She is working tirelessly, the brush in her hand, rapidly switching. You see the end of it, the bulb of it, grow large and small as she's moving along the very canvas, as she's recreating the scenario in front of her.
I'm just gonna patiently wait.
She's working on making the walls. You actually watch. She stops, pulls back very small, and is painting the faces of the knights that are standing on the wall.
I'm gonna be waiting for a very long time if I just wait, but I feel awkward about interrupting somebody at their work.
Can I stand in the eye line to see if I can maybe get in the painting?
Oh my
I
god.
want to get in the painting.
I am going to hold both of them back.
I want to go in the
I am
painting.
holding both of them back. I have a trunk for a third.
Miss Perkins?
This woman turns. Yes. How may I be of service?
I have a letter for you.
Yeah, who has the letter?
I think Goodwin has.
Great,
Goodwin,
Goodwin,
I think
you have it.
Oh, I
What if it
apologize. She plucks a single platinum piece out of her pocket.
Oh, no, I don't need to.
No.
It's
Oh, it must be quite important if it's from 5 messengers. Oh, Kryvar.
She smelt it?
he sprayed it with perfume.
She pulls out this letter, she unfolds it.
What's the smell smell?
It's not great news. It's a request.
Sorry to interrupt.
Do you have this with you?
He does.
Do you want to unfold it here?
Not here.
Not here.
It has a magical effect that lures people to it.
And I was not able to identify it. It was beyond my magic.
Yeah, we couldn't figure it out.
Ugarod is dead.
Yes.
We figured our speed would mean that we got news beforehand. I apologize for the insensitivity of how we let you know.
We did.
She takes the, you see she actually takes the canvas which has been currently clamped, pinned back, unclips, rolls up her current progress and begins putting that into a small tube. She's wearing a very simple outfit. She's not dressed in any finery here, just a simple long sleeve white shirt rolled up on her actual active hand. Single coin purse on the other side. Well, May I have the painting?
We have to say yes.
Yes.
We have to say yes. This was the entire point.
Is it? Wait, when she takes it from Thorn, is it heavy? Does she like react to the weight?
It might make you go a little weird.
There's a lot of weird magic on that.
We may have to hit you. Is that okay?
Perhaps. We're not kidding.
We're not
She
kidding.
puts it down for a moment, leans it against the easel in front of her, and you watch as she pulls out this this pouch. Excuse me. The pouch itself, white with red and blue stitching, almost forming a small face on the side. Opens it up, reaches her arm in further, and begins pulling out a scroll. Unfolds it, and begins speaking in what you would recognize to be a series of. She begins casting a spell.
Great.
A few moments later, she's enveloped in a light blue light. The spell is protection from evil and good.
I could have been doing this that entire time.
She picks up the painting once more. I will miss the address. Raphael! She calls this small attendant. Pen the king's speech so that I am able to listen to it later.
The other person in the painting is our companion.
Yes. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with Mr. Kappleberry, but I will... Riva was clear to keep this relatively quiet.
It's not the only
But what I want to tell you is that several individuals close to me have gone missing, and the guards have been doing very little about it or with my requests. I will find this information. I will see what I can determine about whoever created this. You all are carrying quite a bit of steel.
We work for the Defiant Smiles if you need to pass a message on.
I'm not familiar with the Smiles.
Small mercenary band.
Oh, excellent. Perhaps you can help me gut the person who's been killing my friends.
Yes.
We want that more than anything. That's why we're here now.
We have a friend to avenge as well.
What he said.
Protect yourself.
I'm plenty protected. The King's Prism is fine. It's others in the assembly that I worry about.
Do you have anyone you're worried about right now? Someone we could go check on?
I'm not sure. I as I said, I will get what information I can.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How close is her accent to Lionheart's?
Ooh, this what you're speaking to. Give me an insight check. This is so clever. The DC's not super high, but
It's not good.
oh my god.
That
Wow,
okay.
all of them.
Are you
You
sure?
actually have taken
I used
every
both of mine
one
today.
Of our bicycles.
So I used both of
No,
mine
I
today.
have one bicycle left.
Had. It's gonna go tonight.
Oh my gosh, I wasted your thing. It's a
What's
10.
A 10?
Yeah.
They both sound like the same thing. They're very formal Eltsian.
That die's not
I got a
good.
12.
That
That
not
die
good.
rolls all the 20s, usually.
Just roll a 3.
It got cursed.
Just, that's all I
Just
got.
that
Is
on
that she has a similar formal Eltian accent.
You think it's her?
No. I had an entirely different.
No, I think they're connected, though.
We have a suspicion.
I should bring this to one of the prisms here in Shelt, just to keep it safe for now while I procure a carriage.
Carriage?
Yes, I would like to go to the King's Prism post haste, but would you all be willing to accompany me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would like...
Here's the thing that I wanted to warn you about. Really, truly, we have reason to believe that the person who's doing this has some ability to impersonate others.
And as far as we know, there's been 8 murders.
So he or she, they may be sneaking around as somebody.
As you're trying to talk about this, You hear this chorus of trumpeting excitement. People begin to crowd even closer in this courtyard as a man begins stepping up onto the precipice, onto this balcony that overlooks this wall. Dozens of knights begin turn to the side, take a step, revealing another row which step forward. On one side, black, gold, red, Eltsian knights. The other, a collection of almost 24 silvered knights. You've seen this before, as standing at their head is Iselda. The man who steps up wearing a beautiful golden crown with 9 beautiful jewels adorning the sides. He looks down wearing a simple shirt, gold clasps, fine red velvet striped with this small detailing of black. You see him looking down upon these people, a soft smile on his face as he gazes upon the hundreds here who have gathered into the king's courtyard. As he begins to place his hands on the lip of the balcony, you watch as several of these women, you've seen these before, the Volcar begin to descend. Armored breastplates, strange metallic wings on the ones that you're seeing here as they begin to descend, flying each about 30 or so feet above the crowd, and open their mouth. As they stand there, spear in one hand, shield in the other, the king begins to speak, and as he does, so too does his voice pass through the Volcar.
Do we see Sophie?
You do not see Sophie. You don't see anyone with natural wings like you saw before. Sophie had feathered wings.
Yeah.
Everyone here has wings that are emerging from their armor. The 9 have blessed my kingdom with another year. With winter rising over my kingdom yet again, we must remember to be thankful to those who have toiled away protecting our kingdom, helping our people, and paving the way for the next chapter in the legacy of our very home. It is at this brief time before you that I wish to address the 9 great houses, each of which I see as fine gems in my crown, wise advisors on my council, and dear friends. As he does this, you kind of hear some murmurs and cheering from the crowd as emerging from these turrets, those princess-like towers each around. You see individuals stand and offer a deep bow. These nobles coming out of these structures, standing high above the crowd here. I have a present that I'm going to hand to Clella. This is the list of these names I'm about to say.
Thank you.
Can you do me a favor? Is Barringer on that list?
Yeah.
Yes. To the west, High Lord Percival Prospin, who watches over the sanctum of knowledge and chronicles the histories of our kingdom. Lord Stanley Branson, who keeps the torches of the Morning Lord ever burning. And Lord Walt Barringer, who watches over the temple of the Night Mistress. To the east, Lord Halrump Sautier, who watches over the Moon Maiden's garden. High Lady Livia Uriquist, who keeps watch over the gate at the Traitor's Hold. And of course, High Lord Pline Talrum, whose devotion at the Temple of Battles is unyielding. In an old town to the north, of course, High Lady Maribel Siege Shaper, who sits as a servant to the High Judge in his grand court, a bastion of the dwarven people, and like a sister to this humble king. We, of course, cannot forget to give thanks to High Lady Octarine, who studies the Lady of Mysteries in her grand tower. And finally, High Lord Gammon Angari, who bears the relics of the Black Hand and protects the mouth of the river Winara. Now these nobles are great and have kept our kingdom safe and protected and more prosperous than ever before, but we should not forget the likes of our guilds such as the Cowreed Assembly, who has continued to produce more Biblists than we've ever seen before, allowing our grand city to produce the gem that rises above all, prismatic ink. It is a great honor to be your king, bringing you tidings of great joy and praise to my subjects. But it is, much the same, a great burden to bring you grim news. Far to the west, outside my dominion, in the realms of our former captors, the Voruks, there was an attempt on the life of Emperor Venser. That red dragon still yet lives, but the assassin is at large. Well, we have confirmed the survival of Venser, our captor turned ally. The would-be Kingslayer has taken the lives of numerous Voruxi lords, ladies, and soldiers, as well as slaying the Council of Darendal. This man, Tavrith, was a blade of the Vorux, a minotaur, and a traitor to his people. He was seen traveling east, and as such, I have aligned myself with the Grand Legion of Runic Knights. With the Legion at our side, we hope to track down this man and protect our people. We will bring him to justice, and ideally send him, or his head, as an offering to the Vorux to continue our alliance. Those who gain any information about this man are to provide his whereabouts and whatever they may learn to the City Watch and receive a dragon's hoard in exchange. Now, enough with the grim business. Before our festivities, I would like to begin thanking each of our guilds. At this point where he begins naming off the farmers' guilds, he goes through dozens. He begins continuing this, with this Iris kind of reeling from that. Okay, we don't have this part goes a bit long, but afterwards there's a drunken show, festivities, people attempt to catch greased goblins and pigs, and it's
Yes,
but
normal stuff in the north.
I can't. The Vorux are so far away. It's some political. The Legion will handle that. This painting, I want to get this in the prism as soon as we can. Would it be possible for us to? Could I hire your services? Get me to the prism.
Yes.
I know a way, but
We're
having
mercenaries.
individuals around would be good.
Pop Squawk out of the gym, send him up, help with eyes.
Okay. Very well. Yes.
This is a player question. Before we walk away, Walt Behringer, did he make an appearance? He walked out when he got a...
Yes. Walt Behringer is a relatively handsome human man, probably in his mid-30s.
Can I make a quick check?
What are you checking?
Is his build similar to that of a certain Lionheart?
Behringer?
Yeah, it could be wrong.
Give me, this would be, I think, a wisdom check, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm not a very wise one. That's a 5.
It's a little hard. Honestly, kind of, as you take a look, the biggest difference you're seeing is the Lionheart was so much, like the height's close,
Yeah.
but the Lionheart was relatively huge.
Yeah, okay.
It, like,
Minotaur sized?
no.
Okay.
Additionally, the Lionheart had horns that were like twisted and curled.
I wanted to
I
try.
don't think they're
We
fake
were all...
horns.
What,
I thought...
What was the Minotaur's name?
Also, Walt Behringer is a human.
Oh, I meant the Minotaur and the
What was the Minotaur's name again?
The Minotaur's name is Tavrith. Tavrith. I have to ask everyone before we continue. Are we okay if we go a few minutes long tonight?
Oh, I thought you were asking if we are going to stay right before going on.
Oh, would you like to save the game?
Let's get...
Is Percival Prossman there?
Percival
I'm not
Prossman is there.
Try not to look at Connor.
Are we down to join the festivities soon? He's calling out like very excited. No, the king is continuing his speech. He's being a little bit quiet with this, but you can see he's kind of calling it. There's a group of, it looks like It looks like a noble old lady sewing circle who's going, I'll be down there in just a moment. But he's kind of excited, waving out.
First of all, aged since we last saw him.
Turned into Sean Connery a little bit there.
Okay. It's hard to whisper that voice.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But as
Connor exclusive.
all right, well, as you all begin moving forward, what you do see very quickly with Squawk as you're looking down is that a lot of roads are just closed off, and getting through. I mean, there's a couple options. You can try to push through talking with guards, interacting that way if you'd like, which would slow you down. You also have the option of heading towards. You could pass between buildings. They're not built glued together
Right.
on big angles. There are alleys here you can actually use to get places.
Yeah, I'm spending my entire time hands on Elf's shoulders, like explaining what I'm seeing in the sky.
They're gonna want to search you if we were to pass one of the barricades. Security's always tight when
We'll try to
the
go.
crown is present.
We'll go around.
All right. We could go this way, I suppose.
I'm just doing the play-by-play of what I see.
As you begin kind of pushing through here, you kind of bobbing and weaving, making your way through one of the streets. You push out. Things are a little bit calmer. You see here, it looks like there's kind of a secondary thing. You see a lot of younger parents, but solitary, where it looks like one of the parents went to the King's Speech. Other parents are here. There's kids running in the street with these small bits of wood with long, colorful ribbons, streamers as they're running through and playing. Yes, if we should be able to head through here a few more blocks. I'm so sorry. As you're kind of pushing through here, give me that perception check. You with Squawk here.
While she's doing that, is anyone kind of getting a bit too close to her?
me a
Anyone
perception
staring
check.
at her? Anything like that?
And can I check if we're
This
being
guy's actually
watched
been bad tonight.
or followed at all?
Okay, no, because we're having two people roll that exact check at the moment.
Sorry, 6.
22.
22.
I rolled a 19. It feels good.
I rolled a 2.
Taking a look around, it's a little difficult. You're talking about looking through quite a large crowd, and as you're peering through here, you all heading through, passing through. There are children running around. There are a number of adults. You don't see a lot of people who are very armed. You said you were keeping an eye out. Was all
okay.
you told me.
Cool.
Was there something more specific?
No,
than that?
no. I was just like, what did I even ask for that? Like,
You blacked out for a second.
I was like,
No, she squawked
I
out.
want to look. At what?
what are your
I do not like
what do your
that the DMs
bird eyes
play
see?
there.
My bird eyes don't. I mean, they're good, but I'm just like, ooh, like
The bird eyes.
shifty.
You do notice one thing as you all are kind of heading through yet another street, passing by more shopkeepers, more people trying to sell you things, more people heading to the festival, having wanted to sleep in a little bit later, skip the King's Speech and just enjoy the party. Is probably the strangest thing. What looks to be a pair of purple-skinned tiefling wearing this sort of very simple reddish robe with a sort of hip cape or maybe some sort of upper clothing that has been wrapped around their waist, maybe a coat. The closest thing you'd say to follow would be those two with a 22.
I'm
They're probably still at that point 50 to 80 feet behind you. They've been walking kind of perpendicular to you on the road.
I'm upset because Tavrith is living my life. Because we all wanted to kill
We wanted to kill Vincer so
And I'm
freaking
like,
bad.
dang it, somebody else.
Everyone wanted to kill Venser last campaign.
I mean,
We didn't do it.
No.
We only killed his like cousin at most.
nephew.
Nephew.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah, nephew.
We killed his nephew.
So
buried
on the road that we're walking on, is there like walls on either side, or is it just the one main wall?
You all there have been these there are people they've been blocking off parts of the road with there's essentially pairs of wagons and then guards that are there that are checking people as they're coming by, especially people who are armed walking around here. You all look a little bit suspicious, but you're currently working as mercenaries escorting someone, so it's not terribly strange for you to do.
I'll just mention to them what I saw and leave it there.
I know the roads are blocked. How are the sewers under us?
There's like we're going through alleyways.
Yeah.
Like we're not like unable to get to where we're going.
We're just
Okay.
going
I
a
just
long
don't
way.
like being in
They're
there.
watching the crowd. I want to watch the rooftops then.
It's good. Give me that perception check.
Okay, I'm still not really up. Nice.
22. 3.
For the people in our stream, there is a battle map in front of us. Not much on there, but there was a battle map.
There is a battle map
It's been
there.
one the entire time. I've been pretending like it's not there.
What was your? I need to know. What was the
Right
exact
there.
number?
22.
Let's roll again.
Do not like that.
I'll read first on this one, okay?
It was so close.
I'm sorry, I'm out.
17.
Yeah, I got an 8.
It was almost a 15 though.
Yeah, that was stupid. It was like 15-5.
Yeah, there was one of those ones.
Pushing out of this road once more, kind of getting out of the guards. You see some of the guards are looking a little weird, a little confused, but they're busy. There are crowds moving into them, so they're taking information, checking people. As you turn into yet another one of these alleys and you begin pushing forward, a pungent smell, which immediately becomes apparent. Kind of looking ahead to the side, it looks like there's an old abandoned cart, or crate rather, filled with a bit of rotted fruit. Sorry, it just was a quick way to get here. As you're kind of pushing forward, I need to know who's going first. Silas, you're in the front.
Wherever L is, I'm one.
I need to know who's in the back.
I'll be in the back.
Usually
Excellent.
is the
Party
one
in the
for me.
back.
This is very thematic due to your role. As you're all pushing through here, trying to escort Miss Perkins. Squawk is not useless.
Just kidding. This
great.
is the most useful familiar. I've never had one.
Better than
before.
Roxo.
Roxo was cute.
Cute
Very
is
useful
not
though.
one of the couple.
Britta.
Britta was very.
I'm gonna need.
Britta died.
I'll describe before I do this. As you're all pushing through here, making your way through this alley. Laurentius, behind you here, thump. And you start hearing further down the alley these strange, almost sizzling sounds, which you recognize very quickly to be magic.
Is those two tieflings I saw?
It's not the tieflings are still behind
Still
you,
behind.
past the road. They're a ways away. You know there are a pair of tieflings. You do not see weapons on them, however.
I did share that.
You did share that.
We do know about that.
But as this creature, now you've been alerted. This breaks any use for surprise, unfortunately for me. You start as you round into this alleyway. A strange black creature on 4 legs with a pair of long, tentacle-like constructs coming from its back looks at you, lands behind you, and you watch as this creature begins shimmering back and forth rapidly. I'm gonna need you all to roll for initiative, and I get a different battle map.
Also, Squawk is a great familiar.
Squawk
I'm
is a
sorry.
fantastic. Squawk did so much.
No,
Oh, thank you, Alex.
I love Squawk. I've never had a familiar before that isn't like my spell book. So
Nice.
I love Squawk. I was just joking because it's like, I've got a bird in the air. I'm over there looking up.
It's fine.
It's fun. I like it. Yeah, I'm excited about our spooky tentacle dog.
It's a cat.
It's like the blink
Oh.
cat, but tentacle cat.
It's the blink. It's actually the blink cat.
Oh, she's pissed at his meanie.
No,
Back and leveled up. She's been grinding.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
blink cats actually go away. These
Like
ones stay
dogs.
around and they fucking are impossible to hit.
There's the displacer beast and like the blink dog.
Is it a dog?
I thought there
I
was.
assumed
Yeah.
it was
I thought they would look like panthers.
Which
I
seems
don't know, I
They
kind
look
of
like
always.
panthers, but I thought they were I thought they were called dogs. I don't know monsters, I
No, I
guess.
thought
for
there were
my
dogs
normal-
too, though. Like,
My
I
dog.
agree, it looks like a panther. I still want to call it a dog.
Because I thought,
Yeah.
because Jason wanted to be one.
that's like our
He was
normal
one at one
formation.
point.
He was one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
at
did
one point.
nothing, but
No, I mean,
we
he,
have been sassy on shore.
Just roasting.
Oh, the blink
Jason.
panther that he used in the.
It was the house we caved in.
You caved it in. Excuse me.
Not intentionally.
Transform stone.
Yes, but I still want to call out the.
All right, Alex.
She's
I might
dead.
have to move our box.
Yeah.
Let me fix this real quick.
Britta died.
All right.
stop
Why
saying
are you
that.
bullying
Don't
me?
joke about companions dying in D&D campaigns.
All right, let's kill some companions.
How many times did Jeswin die?
As we
Come
move,
on.
also, I would like to hand Victoria a squawk miniature for her convenience. Now, I have some modifications I'd like to make to it to actually make it a squawk specifically. But currently, it is wearing a little mask, so I thought that was quite cute. So you have that. You can use that as a marker. And when if you forget the creature,
sorry, Coco.
what we can do is wherever you've already put it, we'll just assume you did that.
I love
I don't want you to feel like you've lost your bonuses from him.
Yeah, I bet you
Now,
love where
so
it's
you use him
at,
the
too.
first time,
Yeah.
he doesn't exist, but he's
Will you
Swag
put
is
him on the
here.
corner? So that I can see him. So I don't forget.
Because this doesn't have a surprise round, I'm gonna you'll with Squawk get the access. Is it an action for you to get back your senses?
It's an action to do it. You come back out.
Oh, perfect. But what you would have seen is come emerging from this, essentially
Roll
this
check,
bit of cloth like hanging laundry. This leopard-like creature bounds downwards as the party begins passing through. Again, sounds from over here begin to sound. Some sort of magic effect has been activated.
Yeah, I'm a little distracted.
You're a little distracted. I'm gonna need initiative rolls from quite a few people.
Yeah, I did.
Oh man.
He's going last, is what he's trying to say.
I'm gonna switch roll on this die.
Yeah.
Okay. Thorn,
12.
Silas,
14.
Win-Win.
19
Nice.
What's your dexterity modifier?
plus 2.
So roll off. Just a flat roll the next one.
6.
15. Okay, you're after.
I love this.
That is then going to be you, Victoria.
21.
L.
19.
14.
Sorry.
And I know your dexterity modifier, so L is before. Let's roll the fun one.
Same Z's.
So I'm last with 12. Cool.
I keep
Sometimes we
You
all
might
roll
go
pretty
before
good
the
on this.
displacer piece.
Okay.
Can I have
it.
it?
No, it's finally working for me.
I want one
I
that
throw it
works for
every
me.
session.
All those
Does my
spells
health
you've been
be
putting
not
into it during,
Yeah.
you know,
Put it under the full
what I would
moon.
call IRL downtime.
Nothing above
And
Put it under the full moon.
One.
Salute.
Okay.
And charge your crystals.
Yeah. Get some moon water.
This is what people were scared in the 80s.
Yeah. Exactly what I'm talking about right now about charging your dice under the full moon.
I'm gonna cause a panic.
It's Meanie.
Have to break
A
out these
massive
old school
Great.
boys.
Cat-like creature with a pair of extra these
Have to break out
fanged
these guys.
tentacles
I'm rolling like
comes
shit.
down at you. They're not opening and closing, but they look like dozens and dozens of teeth on this large suction cup-looking thing on its arms.
I apologize to my dear baby Squawk, but ask him to give Elle the help action against the massive cat beast.
Okay.
Just pop him over by the.
Pop 'em over by the displacer beast.
Yep. Great.
People
And,
know. You guys know what this is.
Nobody's within melee range of it right now. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Of
Oh,
what?
Thorn is.
Thorn
The
is within
displacer
5 feet.
beast?
Yeah.
It's right on my ass.
Oh, okay, cool. Then I'm gonna use my bonus action to cast Hex.
Okay.
It
What are you? You're casting a hex on the displacer beast?
Displacer beast, choosing strength.
Okay.
And then, as an action, using Chill Touch to attack the Displacer Beast.
Chill touch. Go ahead and roll that. Roll to hit as you begin firing outwards at it.
Nope, I knew that.
Now, I will let you know that attack roll would have been at disadvantage. Did you hit?
I didn't hit, but I'll roll again to see. Yeah, no, it was a 10.
You watch this thing, this shimmering field around it. It almost as if it's in multiple places at once. It blink. It looks like the hand passes through it harmlessly, but then you realize, wait, it's over there. It's touching the right wall. It's touching the left wall.
Maybe it was bad of
It's
me to
hard to
use...
place it.
Probably was bad of me to use Hex, which needs attack rolls on something that I'm not gonna be able to hit.
You don't know what you've. None of you've rolled any checks. Your PCs don't have a clue what this is.
Nothing wrong
It's
with
hard to place. You could say it's
hurting it.
Displaced.
displaced.
I don't get it.
That's going to be. Is that it for your turn as Meanie, or do you want to move?
Where's Iris?
Iris, I put right here.
I'm just gonna try to get Iris to move to me, but I'm getting out of all the melee people's ways. I'm just scooting away. So if you can send me back past,
Here?
yeah. No, back past,
Past who?
what is the name of the guy with the elephant ears?
Silas?
You want to go
Silas?
forward.
Silas?
Yes, the
Sorry.
Loxodon.
You're going further into the alley.
There's magic coming from that direction.
There's
Great.
magic coming north.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
I forgot what a Loxodon in your name was.
I
can only remember that you have ears.
Beast's turn. The Displacer Beast is going to actually make its attacks. Now it's only adjacent. It is only adjacent to you, dear Thorn. It's going to make its 2 tentacle attacks at you.
It's about to be a thorn in your side.
How many?
Okay, I think the second one definitely doesn't hit. 15 on the first one.
I'll shield.
Shield.
I don't want to get touched.
These suckers come up, and as they do, you see the teeth push through the shield, and it's just this awkwardly close, fanged arms, and it pulls back.
Gross.
But your
I don't wanna get
protection does continue as we go through on here. That is actually it for a turn. It stays there growling. Gwynwyn, that's gonna be you.
When has a bonus action,
Ellie, you're
I'm going
next.
to take her potion of boldness.
Okay.
So I get a D4 on every attack roll and ability check.
Wonderful.
Nice.
Take your potion for the day, and for your action,
I'm going to lob a firebolt at.
please do.
I know that's with disadvantage. That's gonna be 19.
A 19 hits. You strike the creature, and suddenly, as all of the images you saw of it coalesce into one.
9 points of fire damage.
9 points of fire damage. Okay. It is standing there. The effect does not appear active at this time. So it's now you can see exactly where it is. That is going to be Elle's turn.
Looking, what do I want to ask? I'm torn between asking about like Gwynwyn's damage and about the beast itself. So I think I'm gonna go with the beast itself. Looking at this, do I have any recognition of it as a creature from storybooks?
Arcana check.
Cool. It's a natural 20.
This is a creature known as a Displacer Beast, a magical monstrosity, which is to say it's a crime against gods, if you will. It is this monster has it's stuck just at the edge of planes, and so while it's focusing, it's almost impossible to look at exactly where it is. It exists in multiple places. Once you've heard it, you coalesce it to a single point.
Okay.
Additionally, I'll just tell you this because that was such a ridiculous roll. When that effect does activate again, if it's not, it basically reactivates on its turn, and it works against more things than attack rolls. But it loses it once it's hurt. Or once it's attacked successfully,
Yeah.
I should say.
Do I know any? I feel like I already got a lot, so I'm not. I feel
What's,
like
give us something specific?
do I know of any like kind of it's X type of creature resistances?
You heard it like you'd heard a lion.
Okay.
Think of it like a lion with extra powers.
Okay.
So it's just like an animal.
Cool. So I don't have to worry about like.
Correct.
Cool. It's just a stronger lion.
It's a much stronger lion.
No big
Angry
deal.
lion.
no
So
big
I'm
deal.
gonna move. As I move
Yeah.
through. Sorry. Trying to get my mini in. I move through to get into melee with it. On my way there, I'm going to activate my weapon burst.
Okay, you draw out your mithril rapier. What element are you infusing?
I'm gonna go with fire damage.
Ignites the blade. All right. You want to make your attack roll?
Yes, I am, and I have advantage, right? From
From yes, you have advantage from Squawk.
It's Squawk, can I?
Natural 20. Roll that damage.
Nice.
Let's see. D8, D8, D4, D4 plus 4.
Nice.
2, 5, 8, 12.
12 points of damage.
Great for a natural 20.
You strike against this creature. Cool. You did roll a d8 for your weapon.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Perfect.
D8s and D4s.
You strike against this displacer beast. It roars in pain, pulls back very low to the ground, and lunges again. Anything else, Al?
No, that's the end of my turn.
Silas, that's your turn.
With a new toy, I want to see if I can't do 2 birds, 1 stone.
What's up?
You said there's casters this direction?
There's strange sparking sounds. You recognize the sound of magic is happening. You don't hear people saying words. You hear magic happening.
Pulling out the globe of alchemist oil, I want to lob it into the alley, kind of hitting the center, in hopes that it breaks line of sight, and hopefully alerts the guards around us. The alchemist fire down that way.
You're trying. Yeah, you want to throw further into the alley than where you're at.
As long as it like kind of shades some, covers some of the visuals. It's a fire. Alchemist fire. How high does it go up?
2 feet.
Nothing too bad. I'll still take it.
Right. It's enough to light a person's shirt on fire.
Oh, so it's not an actual like fire.
Right. It's now it's it'll make smoke it'll become more visible, but that will take time.
Okay, then that makes a little bit more sense. I'm going to change my plan if that's okay.
Yeah. What are you trying to do?
I am gonna go ahead and move next to our sweet friend and start trying to usher her into the Iris. Sorry.
Yes.
I'm gonna usher her a little bit backwards, kind of away from
Where are you trying to get her to go?
the alleyway.
Okay. Gotta help me out here.
This way. It's not.
You're
much
telling her
more.
to go this direction.
Yes, while using
Perfect. Do you want to use your action to move her?
not just that I'm blanking on the word instead of looking it up for some reason. The maneuver for the bait and switch.
Which is
Why
an
can't I
action
remember?
we discovered.
Right. It's just movement.
I know. I just could not remember bait and switch.
I wasn't sure. I didn't know you were trying to use bait and switch at all. Is that
Oh no,
right?
that's what
Okay.
I was
Perfect.
struggling with.
Using bait and switch, pushing forward.
Yes, giving her the
Iris
AC.
behind you.
She has a +2 to her AC.
Okay.
There's not really a way to get anything there. Can I use my action to pull out a shield and whatever kind
Yep.
of cover I can give her? I want to give her that.
Yeah. Oh, she has like 3/4 cover against you, which is a total of +7 to her normal armor class.
Yeah.
Which is like 12.
Fair.
No, she has dex.
But that's all I'm going to do for this turn.
Perfect. That is then going to be the monk's turn. Sprinting up, unable to get into combat on this first turn, you see a pair of women in these long red robes drop into a martial stance and get ready for their next turn.
Yeah, no weapons, but
No weapons.
Can we tell where their intent is?
They just showed up. As you're looking at this here, they don't look phased at all by the dispenser beast.
Okay.
They begin pushing in towards this, towards the actual alleyway itself. Thorn, that's your turn, friend.
I want to. Yeah,
You're in a rough place.
I'm gonna go all out. Well, not all out, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna bonus action cast catapult using the quicken spell.
Okay.
Gonna chuck an alchemist globe thing
Okay.
at the displacer beast.
Excellent. Now it has not had its turn yet, so it's just a normal roll on this one.
Deck save.
Oh, it's a dex save. Okay. $14.
That's a fail.
That's good. I'm going to take half damage on a failed save.
Okay.
This is the feature known as avoidance. It's evasion. I don't know why they didn't just call it evasion.
So it's just a D4 fire damage.
Use fire. You use acid.
I
They
use
take a
the alchemist
D4
fire.
at the start of each of their turns, so you don't have to roll that for right now.
Okay. Uh, 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
Insane. The sphere strikes against it. It cries out, and it shatters. It splits open. You see the shattered glass covers it as the molten liquid begins to burn over it. It has to take an action to stop the flames rolling around or whatever. Might not do that. You're not sure how well trained this beast is. Well, that was your bonus action.
Worked.
And I'll
Fire.
reach out and
It worked.
shocking grasp it.
I'm so excited about
Reach
our
over and
bomb.
touch it. It doesn't have any metal, so no advantage. Is not strangely, this leopard is not wearing armor.
18 hit.
18 does super hit.
4 points of lightning damage. And then I'm going to move away.
It will take an attack of opportunity.
No,
on
it
you.
won't.
No, it won't. Shocking grasp.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like that?
No, I like that a lot. I like no, it won't. That's a good answer.
30.
There's magic over there.
I think they're okay with that.
That's
versus
fine.
The displacer.
Yeah. I'm better off against magic.
The full casters are like, we can handle the magic.
The half caster over there being like,
Let's whack this monster.
That is going to be the magic's turn. Thorn is meaning rounding the corner, heading down this direction. Now they're not going to be able to act anything interesting this turn.
Good.
Collection of undead.
The one campaign I don't run cleric.
I know.
the one party no one knows any radiant magic.
We're not divine casters.
I've never even seen you play cleric.
You watch as these shambling skeletons, one of them, a couple of them dragging large rusted axes behind them, been moving out. They don't seem terribly powerful, but there are a good number of them as they begin to push in.
Goodbye, Thorn.
Oh, goodbye.
What are you doing?
Elle, you hear it before you see it.
What?
Goodbye, Goodwin.
All right, drop your valuables. What's this?
As Jared opens the door.
God damn it!
I like at the base if you want to take that.
I need
asshole
both
out.
of y'all,
No,
Matthew
This is
and
his
Jared.
Redemption
And
arc.
by the way, the roll was to determine which direction he was in and which direction the rest of them were in.
Wait, no, this seems like two separate incidents.
He's their friend.
Does it?
I think we just got surrounded.
I'm about to have to use all my spell slots.
Same.
Yeah. And we have another mission after this.
Big boss will be happy to see you.
Me? I thought we had a rematch. This seems a little unfair.
So, we're going to start with Jared. Jared's my boo. I
Gonna
went
murder
with-
Jared.
I went with Jared when doing my encounter design. I am going to go ahead and... Gosh, he wants both of them, though. I don't want to split my attacks.
Women did toss acid on him last time.
Yeah, but so I can't literally put my
It's a
miniature
threat
here,
to
but
kill him.
you understand he's in the doorway.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna roll at you because I have you flanked.
Yeah.
First two attacks with the scimitar.
Sure, go ahead.
You okay, Victoria?
Oh, I hate Jared.
Not 20.
No, really bad.
2 net ones.
The dice have protected me once again.
I love when that happens.
Make sure. Sorry.
Whee!
He doesn't have Alvin accuracy. You can't roll a third.
15.
Nobody.
Second swing.
Go ahead, Jared. Try again.
That'll hit. He's currently hitting. Is that fine? That hits me with the scimitar for 9 points of slashing damage. With offhand, he's going to go ahead and make a third attack with his dagger. Oh, yeah. 16.
That hits.
7 more points of piercing damage this time.
Sheesh.
All right, bring you back. Get another promotion.
Another promotion.
You took care of my last boss.
You got promoted for failing at your job.
You ran away from us last time.
As the group of what I originally had my notes is Jared's cronies.
Chrome domes.
What's that?
Chrome domes.
Chrome domes. As they begin to emerge, 2 of them with their crossbows are going to go ahead and take shots. I'm going to split these ones up. One at you, my dear half-elven friend. That is a 19. 19?
I'm a quarter elf. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're right.
Were you about to be a 0?
19
That
hits.
is 11 points of piercing damage. Second shot at Gwynwyn.
This is the first time I've been this hurt in a
Gwynwyn, that is a 14.
Misses.
Misses. Finally, going to have this last guy with his heavy mace come out here for the elephant.
Rude.
It's a big freaking dude. Natural 1?
My AC's
That's
only
a-
17 now.
Oh, It's only 17.
Whoa.
Why is it only 17?
I don't have a shield.
Oh, I thought you used your action to equip your shield last turn.
Oh my gosh, I literally did.
You did. You intentionally put your shield
A
on.
little bit, yeah.
I am
You just don't have
actually-
your crazy maul out right now. You have your Warhammer. Unfortunately, guys, I'm out of units.
Are you sure you have all of these?
That is going to be Iris's turn. Iris looks up to you, Silas. Should I stay behind you? What is happening?
Get to the well. Get to the well.
Get to the well.
Oh. Are we positive nothing's in the well?
No,
Not, but
She pushes it up past the stinking fruit and next to the well. Kind of begins cowering, trying to stay out of the way. That's the end of the round. We're going to go to his meeting.
great. Displacer Beast still hasn't gone again, so maybe this will work a little bit better. I'm gonna ask.
Do you see why I asked if you would be okay with going a little bit long?
Yeah.
Yeah. Squat go up. Sorry, Elle. Casting Ice Knife on the display. Oh, they are not in melee.
They are not in melee.
Oh my gosh. Sorry then.
You could cast it on
Squawk fly up.
You stab Squawk. Squawk explodes with
Squawk goes up, casting Shatter in between the Displacer Beast and.
It can cast spells with range of touch.
I'm just having him go up,
Oh.
so he's not getting hit by Shatter.
You're moving him.
casting.
Yeah.
Cool.
going
Who do you
up.
want him to go help?
I'm gonna ask for him to help Elle with Jared.
Swooping in. The Displacer Beast won't make its reactions. These two don't understand Squawk's threat yet, so no
Right.
AOs.
And it already attacked.
No, it wasn't allowed to. Shocking Grasp.
Oh, then
That's why.
Yeah,
That's why.
can't take a
Displacer Beast would
reaction.
attack any creature. The monks don't understand.
cool. Great. I'm gonna drop a Shatter. They all need to make Constitution saving throws.
Monk 1, fail. Monk 2, fail. That's convenient. Displacer Beast. Does a 9 pass?
9 fails.
All of them will fail that save.
Great. They'll take
669, by the way.
They'll take 3
Nice.
Damn girl, fine.
thunder damage.
How loud is Shatter again?
A sudden, loud, intense, ringing, painful.
Wow.
Doesn't say a.
Crack.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
24 points of damage.
19. 8 plus 6 plus 5. 19.
Excellent.
Pretty close.
The sound, the spell wasn't too loud, but it also crunches a little bit of the stone wall, which cracks. Nowhere near enough to destroy the building, but cracks. You hear some wood probably that was holding up the laundry lines up top cracks over. It's loud.
That box is
and you
probably.
start hearing murmuring going on in the streets. You definitely got something's attention.
Yeah, the box is probably also blown up.
That box is gone.
Great.
It explodes.
That was my action.
19 and 19.
Wow.
All of them took all of that damage. The monks do not appear to be resistant to any of that.
That'll. I'm not in melee range of the skeletons yet. I'm just gonna step into that corner. If you can move me into the. Ladder towards me. Yep, great, wonderful, perfect. Appreciate it.
That's the Displacer Beast's turn.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Jared calls out, "All right, girl, get to work." Displacer Beast is going to make his first attack at the only target who's in melee because he can't fit through because you're in the way at the moment.
Should have shielded.
That is going to hit.
It's too late to use shield, huh?
You can use
I haven't
shield.
said the damage. I told you it was a hit. Which like the shield. I did not tell you the exact number, but I have it.
You can also know the exact number and still use shield, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was saying I didn't.
Yeah,
have
yeah.
it. The me telling you guys number thing is just a thing I do for convenience.
You know what? I'm gonna shield. I have very little health left.
You're rough.
Yeah, I'm gonna shield. Which makes my AC 21.
You watch as Elle brings up the shimmering blue shield. Elle, you take 6 points of damage. The tentacle slams through, bits of the blue shield shimmering off. Elle, how are you looking? I don't need to know the number, but how are you looking?
Very rough.
Very rough?
Extremely rough.
You're still up, though. I'm going to make my second swing.
Gotta beat a 21.
16. Second one slaps. Victoria's mad at me.
I should have shielded the first time.
Similar
That was
couch
a
with Daisy,
that was a Clolla
little dog.
mistake.
That's going to be a
Shield if you have
miss.
spell slots.
Always shield if you've got spells on.
I've gotten used to half-caster. I feel like I've been precious gold.
Yeah, so are hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the end of the Displacer
You have a
Beast's
sword.
turn. It's going to be Gwynwyn's turn, but he also, in addition, will take 3 points of fire damage.
I can't
So as it
swing.
continues burning, glowing clearly. It's actually lighting up the alleyway more as he's kind of blinking around, just so much flame.
D4 damage.
Yes. Oh, that was what I just rolled.
Oh, okay.
I took 3 points of fire damage.
My bad.
Gwynwyn will pull out the flute and start playing for Elle. You take 9 points of healing.
Whoa!
Nice.
MVP.
I like
love
how you
it.
said take 9
Amazing.
points.
I know. I was like,
Take it. You
Fuck
take
it.
That
About to
was
kill you.
more than the health I had.
yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Elle's not doing great.
Don't tell the DM.
Oh.
Okay.
On the
Okay.
bright side, at least, you know, it's a good chance to build an
can't-
NPC.
Do a real.
I'll take care of the Displacer Beast.
Elle, it's your turn.
Wait,
Oh no, Gwynwyn,
that's
that wasn't your
bonus action.
fire. That was the fire from him. Gwynwyn, what do you have?
I'm gonna lob a firebolt at the Displacer Beast. I know it's acting all weird again.
Yes, it has. You have disadvantage, but
But I also have my
once you've
D4.
hit it, you'll be. It resolves it for everyone. So it's every attack made together works. It makes it better.
14.
14, unfortunately, is a hit. You
And-
strike it once more. The AC is very low, but it gives disadvantage. That's the whole benefit.
5 points of fire damage.
5 points of fire damage.
And does that work to trigger its kill?
Yes, it now deactivates because you successfully struck it. You isolated it to 1 point. Anything else, Gwynwyn?
That's it.
We're
Bonus
gonna go to
action,
Elle.
action.
Did the AoE not do that?
The AoE does not do that. It's attack roll specifically.
Cool.
Narratively, that's hard to explain.
Do I
Get out of
do I
there.
heal or do I swing a really big swing?
Get out of there.
It's a bonus action.
The bonus action.
But
Her big swing takes her whole turn.
Yeah.
it's a full round. No.
Elle, I need to know what you're doing.
Heal. Do not go down.
I'm going to make an.
Oh my gosh.
Big swing it is.
It's swing it is.
Jared is here.
I rolled a 2.
You see he smiles. He's still got like a couple of gold teeth, several missing teeth, and a burn on the right side of his face and on his neck from your firebolt.
Match it.
I told you I had the beast, so.
I said I would get this guy. I turn and I'm like, okay, if you want to dance, let's dance. And I am going to imbue a spell into my sword, a first level spell,
All right, improving your enchantment even further. What spell are you casting?
inflict wounds.
Okay.
And I have advantage on this roll. A 21.
Hits.
Not a nat 20, but I'll take it. 1, 2, 3. I don't want that one. I can hear you laughing, Connor.
I don't want that one. It's funny.
10. 10, not a 0.
Genuinely look at Victoria every time. 7, 20, 30, 34, 40 points of damage.
An insane critical blow. As you slice Jared, you see that rippling black magic on his shirt temporarily dissipates as you rip, and you see his flesh underneath as you slice into his shoulder blade, or his his clavicle. Excuse me.
Now you match both sides.
I'm gonna like giving you a matching one.
Go ahead and try. Help.
Anything else in your turn?
Nope, that was.
You don't want to move away and provoke?
No. I'm good. Thanks.
Misty step away.
I can't cast second level
I know.
spells.
I want Misty step so bad.
I have Misty Step 3.
I won Misty
Excuse me,
Step.
I'm being bullied.
That is going to be Silas's turn.
Hey. Just a quick reminder, can you move through allied squares?
For free, yes.
Okay.
If there was a lot of them or other reasons, I might give difficult terrain, but nothing in this instance. This is a clear alleyway.
I've been counting them as difficult terrain.
This is the weird
fine.
thing. I want to use another spear you already die after moving through Wow,
No, you can't use it twice. Oh, like in what I was just saying.
No, I'm
you
not trying to
couldn't
use
move
two.
A and B.
No. I'm trying to move through Winnie to move L. The problem is where I want to move her already has
It
Gwynny.
already has Winnie, so no, I would
Yeah,
not
that's
allow that.
Okay. Girl, you are in trouble.
Also, again, narratively, he's here. I just can't put him inside of a warlock
Yeah,
title.
yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
So you can mechanically, you are allowed to hit Jared in the head if you'd like to with your hammer.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to say you're in threatened by 2 different people right now.
Perfectly fine with that. I'm gonna move to try and hit Jared.
All right. You have Gwynwyn duck a little bit as you swing.
16.
That's gonna be a miss.
I was really hoping to push him back 5 feet and shove you somewhere
I
else.
actually
Ooh.
chose not to drink my healing potion. Like,
It's okay.
I'm action surging and trying to hit him again.
Yeah.
You are
Come
actually
on,
gonna.
come on, come on.
I don't have any more.
Did I have
Damn it.
advantage on that?
You don't have advantage on that, unfortunately. Silas, anything else?
And I only have 1 familiar right now.
I love having advantage.
I didn't.
I'm just gonna move her out of advantage if I can. 1 to the closer to me. L.
You're trying to move through here and then swap her?
Yes, if that's possible. It's really weird. This is the type. What?
I just want to make sure.
Does that provoke?
It doesn't.
It doesn't provoke.
I would. The problem is hitting Jared. I had to be kind of in between them. I would then want to move to next to the Spicer Beast. That's where it's getting a little wonky. If that's a no, that's perfectly fine.
You're trying to move through 2 people and relocate a person. You're trying to get to this
Scenario.
with no provoke,
On L.
meaning it's
specifically.
impossible for any unit to get into melee range of L.
Except for, unfortunately, these 3, but you'll have an AC bonus.
Give me a strength check.
Actually, no. That's Sorry, your dice failed me. Never mind, all die fails me. Strength check. It's gonna be an 11.
Okay, no, that's fine. I was having me make a DC strength check. A DC 10 strength check, excuse me. I want to reread, make sure I'm understanding bait and switch well for the future, but for now, because we have the shortened version on the character sheets. For now, weird as it might be, I don't know if I have an actual excuse against it.
Fair. I'm not mad. L, you have +4 to your AC for this till my next turn.
Good.
It's 2 down though.
That's good. Thank you.
It's 25.
20.
Because you're
If you
shielded.
shield,
Yeah, but I just
You
did my
already
turn,
Yeah.
so my
Oh.
shield is gone.
Once you take your
you would
turn.
use
But
a new
if I
reaction.
shield again, because I have 1 more spell slot,
Okay.
so definitely drink a potion just around.
Well, so it's going to be the monk's turn.
What are those nerds gonna do? They're already half dead.
Monk shit.
No,
They're gonna
they've
punch-
taken 19 damage.
You're
I know,
gonna
it's
punch
nothing.
a million times.
The only thing I can do isn't really what I want to do. I'm going to have both of them make real quick. This is actually going to be athletics checks.
Stunning strike. Stunning strike.
They pass, but they both are going to provoke. Clone knows exactly what's happening here.
Are they gonna try and run?
They're about to do some monk nonsense. Now, unfortunately, they can only go in a straight line for this. You watch as the pair of these guys, and this is going to provoke from 1 and 2, if you'd like. As the pair of these monks begin sprinting up, trying to get over the wall, over the Displacer Beast, but getting right into Silas's range. They are looking, I'll just tell you, bloodied.
I'm not rolling to attack. I'm rolling to check for myself.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
You
before I
told me
roll
before
this.
you rolled a die. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
That's gonna be 16.
Stressing you out. I'm sorry.
16 is going to hit, actually.
Can I double check something?
Please do.
Crusher
You're
Feet
feeling
is
as
once
me.
per turn I can move something back. Is it once per turn as in even when I'm using my reaction on something else's turn.
I mean, I need to read the Crusher feat. I'm pretty sure it says once per turn.
Yeah.
A turn. There are many turns in a round. So it's once per round would be the longer, more restrictive. Once per turn would happen now and somewhere else, unless it's an on your turn.
I'm gonna see if I can't.
I'm fine with you just knocking it back. I'm not worried about that success there. What's the damage?
Let me go ahead and roll that if I can find a D8. That is 11.
That is exactly 30 damage, and the monk goes down.
Not lethally.
Yeah. You watch as you clunk this monk. She goes down. The other one still has her turn.
Nice.
Get here, because I don't let me do I don't like moving diagonally through corners like that.
Yeah.
Let's spend a key point. You step of the wind. I hate that. Move
Over
here.
Oh, I thought you were coming towards me. Oh, dang, Wim.
You're gonna come towards.
I thought you
I don't have a bonus action now, so I have 2 less attacks than I wanted.
Monks.
I'm gonna make my 2 swings at you.
They're targeting me. Not your target.
Yes. No, you're being targeted.
Maybe I should have not.
These are,
You know what?
These are
I don't
not with
regret it.
advantage, just as a quick reminder. 16 and a super miss. No. 16 doesn't hit you? Are you AC 17?
I have 20 right now.
Perfect.
Thank you, Silas.
You have what was that?
I have 20. AC
Nice.
20.
Okay, that is Thorn's turn. Thorn, one of these monks instantly went down. I'm gonna remove her from the board. There's a horde of undead shambling towards you.
I'll cast web on the group of undead.
Classic.
I mean, this seems familiar, actually.
I think
That's really
Thorn's
smart.
thing.
Yeah.
Cause
Thank you.
yeah, there's a lot of people right here.
Dex saves.
You know, they don't have a lot of muscle. Maybe they're not good at dex saves.
This one passes.
Okay.
He's also in difficult terrain
Still got to move through it.
with a movement speed of 20. Not good.
Okay,
You're currently in melee. Do you want to move out of it?
So
These
under
are all in way.
under the restrain condition, they can still make a melee attack, though, right?
It's all with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Okay, yeah, I'll move away.
Miss. Solid 10.
I'll stand. So I don't want to block his meanie, so I'll stand.
Looking
over
through. Ella's looking really rough. Rapier in hand.
Better. Got better.
You got better. You're in overwhelming odds at the moment. Thorn, that was your action, your movement. Anything else?
Yeah.
Can't quicken a spell because you used an action to cast web.
Yeah, I think that's it for me.
That's the undead's turn, but you do see kind of shambling through here as these creatures try to move through all of this web. The web is 20-foot cube, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
This creature can push through and end its turn here. They do not have ranged weapons.
Cool.
Your DMs, man, they got a plan for web. Where are my dice? You're about to get a lot of cover and a lot of bonuses. This man pissed, bleeding. Jared's furious.
Pissed himself?
Pissed off.
Oh,
He's
not
drunk.
pissed on.
No, he's
okay.
drunk. He's
You
drunk.
watch he
He's
takes one
been
of his
drinking.
golden teeth, uncorks a small vial, this purple. Oh, Victoria knows. I did this exact same thing in the past. Pouring this thick purple ichor on one of his daggers. And is going to make. He only has one. He only can poison one because it's a bonus action. He has 2 attacks with daggers. First dagger's the poisoned one.
He has a poisoner's feat?
We have. To not the real question. We have never used that in years of playing.
Holy oil, poison, all you can coat your weapon.
Potions. Yes, we've
Fair.
used
We
consumables as
have
bonus
stuck
actions.
swords in so many random things.
I know.
Oh
Just
my
to see what
gosh,
will happen.
so many sword.
We're like, lava, put a sword in it.
that is fair. If you'd like, we can change our rules on consumables.
No, that's fine.
Okay, that wasn't sarcasm.
We can also discuss after.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And do that with your players if there's ever a rule concern. I can only poison one of these. I have 2 attacks. The first one is with the poison dagger. The second is with a regular dagger.
Okay.
The orange die is the unpoisoned dagger.
Can you switch those?
The orange die is the poison dagger.
Thanks, Jake.
You
For
can
just in my dice tray.
Did I kill Olivier?
I need confirmation. You all saw me throw these dice. You all saw me throw these dice.
I don't want to know.
Both ones.
As they come up, 2 daggers. You watch them coming perfect angle at your skull. And a massive wooden shield. They get stabbed in there.
Ao says I won't die today.
You're almost at the end of the round and the end of our
potion.
session here today.
For posterity's sake, they were.
They were ones.
Natural 1 and a natural 1.
Rolled an 11.
I didn't want to touch I didn't want my hands to be out of view. I didn't want to.
I did watch your face fall and went, maybe I lived.
They were
Maybe
like
I lived.
20s. You could
I
be
mean,
like,
I saved my
I thought
reaction.
You weren't
for
watching
you.
the reflection in his
that
glasses.
it is almost the end of this round. So these 3 folks' turn. Jerry's gonna go ahead and call out.
Take the girl. Leave the rest for now.
I can see why you're single.
Ugh, gross. Sorry.
The hygiene
Don't be
thing,
sexist.
right?
Is it because he kidnaps women?
No,
Is that what's happening? Am I being kidnapped?
I
Yes.
mostly meant his aim, but that too.
Don't take me. Take Silas. He's.
All right, we're gonna take our shots. 2 crossbow bolts.
Sure.
Oh fuck me.
I'm sorry.
2 natural 20s.
Close enough.
Close enough. Currently, they're both gonna hit.
I'm gonna shield. Use my
Okay.
last spell slot. My AC is 25.
One of them still hits.
Okay. Tell me what's the damage. Everyone look. Everyone gaze upon myself. Okay.
1 has weapons.
17 points of piercing damage. Sorry, I had 2. It was a critical hit on 1.
I go down.
Okay, that was the 2 bolts here. As we end tonight's session, you watch 2 men ready their crossbows, fire at L. As the half-elf falls, you watch one of these thugs begin to quarter elf, pick up, and hoist her over his shoulder for the turn. As he turns to run, we're gonna end our session.
If I was conscious, I would
Happy
fight now.
holidays! We are having a special footnotes this Sunday, but we're not having a session next week, and so for the next... Oh, wait, yes? Yes.
Not next week. Next
We're
week,
not
Christmas Eve.
right. We're not having a session next week, but in 2 weeks we'll be joined. We will be having a special session. Clola will not be present for that, nor will our dear Amanda. It's gonna be a little bit smaller, and it's okay because I took care of at least one of those problems already.
Yeah.
I have to do a murder without Clella.
Well,
Here's my limiter.
We're doing a.
Please
we're doing
kill
a
them
chase
all.
Clella
scene
is
next
the-
one.
Wait, if you almost killed Jared, save the finishing blow for
As-
my back.
As always, thank you all so much for coming and joining us for tonight's session of Stories to D4. We really appreciate your participation, you talking with us here in the chat. We hope to see you this Sunday for Footnotes. It's actually going to be a lot of folks. We're going to have a special episode of Footnotes, maybe a bit of trivia, maybe a bit of, I almost said maritime, holiday cheer. There will be no boats. No
Merriment.
boats. Merriment. Merriment is the word I'm looking for. But regardless, we'll be seeing you very soon. Have a wonderful night.
Bye.
And
Bye.